Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program is about to begin. Welcome to the 2024 Reagan National Defense Forum.
Now let me turn to a task that is the primary responsibility of national government, the safety and security of our people. Yet history has shown that peace does not come, nor will our freedom be preserved, by goodwill alone. There are those in the world who scorn our vision of human dignity and freedom.
It was Iran who struck tonight in the ever-spiraling cycle of violence in the Middle East. 200 Iranian ballistic missiles launched from Iran.
The Iranians say they used new Fatah hypersonic missiles and were responding to the killing of Hezbollah leader Hassan Nasrallah and Hamas leader Ismail Haniyeh.
Vladimir Putin and Kim Jong-un have signed a mutual defense pact between Russia and North Korea.
Ukraine's emergency services said this morning that a man and his 4-year-old daughter were killed and 3 others injured after a Russian air attack where rocket fragments fell onto residential houses.
The regime we have in the Kremlin today is not just an authoritarian regime, it's not just a dictatorship, it's a regime led by a murderer.
China is holding large-scale military drills around Taiwan to warn against independence.
The issue with China is that they do tend to be not just located in the Indo-Pacific, but they are everywhere.
China's leaders are expanding their ability to project force and to establish a global network of military bases.
If you look at how many ports the Chinese are investing into, including on both sides of the Panama Canal, I mean, they have their tentacles in so many areas, literally right in our own hemisphere.
They are coalescing around a message, and that message is that the world is worse off because of the U.S. involvement in it.
There must be no wavering by us, nor any doubts by others, that America will meet her responsibilities to remain free, secure, and at peace. No arsenal or no weapon in the arsenals of the world is so formidable as the will and moral courage of free men and women.
Democracy has always been our roadmap to success and security, and I wouldn't trade it for anyone else's.
We're going to be so good at what we do that our adversaries go, not today, not tomorrow, not ever.
Because when we maintain our technological edge, we maintain our military edge.
By winning in Ukraine, we are not only going to hurt Russia, we're going to hurt China, but we're going to do it in a way where we learn lessons that give us military and economic superiority over China.
We will be seen as having greater strength throughout the world. We will again be the exemplar of freedom and a beacon of hope for those who do not now have freedom. The price for this freedom at times has been high, but we have never been unwilling to pay that price.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Chairman of the Board of Trustees of the Ronald Reagan Presidential Foundation and Institute, Mr. Fred Ryan.
Thank you. Well, good morning. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the 11th Annual Ronald Reagan National Defense Forum. Or to many of you, I should say, welcome back. This gathering has become an important tradition, not just for the Ronald Reagan Presidential Foundation and Institute, but for the entire national defense community. So thank you all for joining us this morning. I'd like to start this morning by inviting Cadet Lieutenant Colonel Graham Labasse and Cadet Major Trevor Crane from Royal High School Air Force Junior ROTC to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, and they will be followed by Lieutenant Commander Mark Beaudet from the USS Ronald Reagan to deliver the invocation.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Please face the flag for the Pledge of Allegiance.
For those in civilian clothes, right hand over your heart. For those in uniform, please remain at attention. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Please be seated.
Good morning, distinguished guests. If you would, according to your faith tradition, please pray with me. Almighty and gracious God, we come to you this morning with grateful hearts, full of hope, ready to take on the challenges of our nation's national defense with this forum today. We are reminded that peace and freedom come with a heavy burden on the leaders and stakeholders in a time where transition and constant global transformations are taking place before us. President Ronald Reagan once said the defense policy of the United States is based on a simple premise. The United States does not start fights. We will never be an aggressor. We maintain our strength in order to deter and defend against aggression to preserve freedom and peace. Our prayer this morning is we'd see our purpose in the preservation of freedom and peace, founded and rooted in the care of our nation's interests, its people, and our allies against the potential national security issues which may arise in this ever-changing world. May you, God, guide our leaders as they work through the challenges of our national defense and to modernize our capabilities to cultivate peace through strength in a world that often brings chaos. President Reagan also said, we know only too well that war comes not when the forces of freedom are strong, but when they are weak. It is then that tyrants are tempted. We pray for a time during this forum to find new ways to strengthen and ensure our forces, the governing policies, and the international bonds are stronger than ever in order to ensure liberty, independence, and sovereignty on our shores and around the globe. Lastly, God, the Christian scriptures in Isaiah 26:3 says, you will keep in perfect peace those whose minds are steadfast because they trust in you. We pray this morning our minds would stay steadfast in you so that the perfect peace that this passage talks about would come to realization. Perfect peace is grounded in trust we have in you, God. And let us remember that wisdom and guidance come from you, even in the matters of national defense. We pray for our armed forces around the globe who are standing the watch, and we pray you would be with them, their families, and those who constantly support their efforts. Protect and bless them. May your presence rest upon us this day, and may our conversations and interactions with one another be fruitful as we enjoy this breakfast and forum together. We pray your blessings, protection, and covering would continue to rest on the United States of America, its leadership, and its people. All this we ask and pray in your most holy name. Amen.
Thank you, Lieutenant Commander Modette. Well, we gather today at a time of a noteworthy day here at the Reagan Library, December 7th, the anniversary of an attack on Pearl Harbor. Today is a day of remembrance, but also a reminder that we can never become complacent about the security of our country. We also gather here at a time of great transition for our nation, transition that only happens every 4 or 8 years in America. It brings a change of personnel, change of priorities, a change of leadership. But despite that change, one thing has remained consistent since the days Ronald Reagan occupied the Oval Office, and that is a united national commitment to peace through strength. In his first inaugural address, another time of transition for America, President Reagan made a firm declaration saying, quote, as for the enemies of freedom, those who are potential adversaries, they will be reminded that peace is the highest aspiration of the American people. We will negotiate for it, sacrifice for it, we will not surrender for it, now or ever. Those words are as true today as they were then. Americans who cast ballots for both parties believe that peace is best achieved through strength. Our mission is to ensure that we never lose that resolve. Our mission is to ensure that our policies match our principles. Our adversaries, the enemies of freedom and free people, are watching. As they see America in a moment of transition, they may be tempted to mistake that for a moment of weakness or an opportunity to exploit our divisions. That would be a mistake because, as this gathering today demonstrates, Republicans, Democrats, and independents always put aside partisan difference and come together for the sake of our national defense. In that spirit today, we will hear from leaders in the outgoing administration as well as those who may serve in the incoming administration. We'll hear from bipartisan leaders in Congress as well as those who proudly wear the uniforms of the United States military. Our tradition is to begin this forum with a conversation about the findings of our annual Reagan National Defense Survey. That way, our conversations throughout the day will be grounded in what the American people believe about the important issues we will be discussing. So we have a great group of panelists to start off that conversation. We have Senator Deb Fischer of Nebraska, Dr. Alex Karp of Palantir Technologies, former State Department spokesperson Morgan Ortagus, House Armed Services Committee Ranking Member Adam Smith, and our moderator, Abby Phillip from CNN. Please welcome them.
Okay, a very good morning to you all. Thank you so much for being here. My name is Abby Phillip. I'm an anchor at CNN. I anchor Newsnight with Abby Phillip, which this panel is very much not what our normal panels are like. We're here bright and early this morning to have a conversation about the Reagan National Defense Survey panel. And as you all know, politics and policy are both downstream of public opinion. So that's where we start today. I have the honor of introducing our esteemed panel, Nebraska Senator Deb Fischer, who serves on the Armed Services Committee. Also with us, Dr. Alex Karp, the co-founder and CEO of Palantir Technologies. Morgan Ortegas, former spokesperson for the U.S. State Department and a reserve member of the U.S. Navy.
Navy.
And Congressman Adam Smith, the ranking member of the House Armed Services Committee. I want to also remind you all in the audience that we will be taking questions. So if you go to your app for today's conference, you can submit questions through the app. I'll receive them here, and we will take them at the end. So please don't be shy, and you can begin including your questions at any point during our panel. So to start us off, Senator Fischer, I want to start with, I think, the biggest picture question of the survey, which is, what direction does the American people want for the United States' engagement abroad? We find this year that there is something of a high watermark. 57% of Americans say they want the United States to be more engaged and to lead in this, what seems to be increasingly chaotic world. What do you make of that, Senator?
Well, first of all, I think the American people are focused on kitchen table issues. They're focused on taking care of their families, but they've also, I think, become more and more aware of the threats that we face as a country. And that's something I know that I have been trying to get out there and be more open with Nebraskans so that they have that understanding of the threats that we face. I always say if the American people have a good understanding of the threats that we face, they will be more supportive of what we need to defend this country. And so I think as Americans are looking around the world, they see what's happening in Ukraine, they see what's happening in Israel. They understand that China is becoming not just an economic threat anymore, but a military threat as well. They are a peer nuclear adversary to the United States, along with Russia. They watch the Chinese work with the Russians. They watch the North Koreans send 10,000 soldiers to Russia. They watch Iran sending missiles and drones to Russia, as you follow that in the news. And so I think it's just a realization that, yes, Americans are focused on their daily lives, but they also have a broader understanding and more support, I'm happy to say, for the United States and our place in the world to keep the world a safer place.
Ranking Member Smith, I'm not going to shock anyone by saying that your party did not prevail in this last presidential election, and Americans narrowly, but still, voted for an America First policy. So when you see that survey that says, even still, with America First being the platform that the incoming administration ran on, Americans do want the United States to be a leader abroad. What do you think is the lesson for the country and also for your party going into this next 4 years?
Well, first of all, I think it's a little bit of a misinterpretation to say the American people endorsed an American First agenda. There were a lot of issues on the table in this election. I think dissecting exactly why they made the selection they did, I have a different take on why they made that selection. Second of all, I substantially agree with Senator Fischer about how the American people are looking at this. Number one, most important thing they're worried about is the economic insecurity in this country. That has got them uncertain, upset, and concerned about the future. And then when they look broadly, same thing. We have a world that is in conflict. We're not sure where it's going. And I think the encouraging thing is that they still look at that and say, it's going to be better if the U.S. chooses to engage. I think the reason that the numbers are higher now is they see a world in need of improvement, okay? And they still believe that the U.S. can be a positive player in that. Now, I will say, this is probably for later in the conversation, rest of the world, not so sure about that. And I think that's job one on the foreign policy stage, is to try to get the rest of the world to frankly see America the way Ronald Reagan was talking about it in the intro. Because too many people in the world right now don't. They don't see America as playing a positive role in the world and only being interested in peace. I disagree with them. I think we are. I think that's still our focus. But that's going to be, I think, the number one biggest challenge for the Trump administration. Make that case to the rest of the world that we can play a positive role.
Dr. Karp, did I see you want to get in there?
No, just so everyone, apologize, the acoustics are weird, so I can't, if I don't address what you said, it's because we can't hear it. But in any case, I as an unhappy Democrat with maybe one rep that I agree with in the whole world besides Senator Fetterman, I don't think these things, the interpretation of these stats is, well, America voted is in contradiction with these stats. I actually don't see it that way. Well, the way I see it is, Americans are the most loving, God-fearing, fair, least discriminatory people on the planet. And they want to know that if you're waking up and thinking about harming American citizens, or if American citizens are taken hostage and kept in dungeons, or if you're a foreign power sending fentanyl to poison our people, something really bad is going to happen to you and your friends and your cousins and your bank account and your mistress and whoever was involved. And when Americans are spending $1 trillion on defense, what I want and what I think my peers want is, why are these people keeping our citizens hostage, torturing our people, attacking our allies, maligning us in what was once called the United Nations, basically a discriminatory institution against anything good? We need to stand up, and those people need to be scared. And that's why this conference is so important, because we have the best products in the world, and we cannot have parity. Our adversaries do not have our moral compunction. If it's even, they will take advantage of our niceness, kindness, our desire to be at home in Nebraska or New Hampshire or wherever we live in our peaceful environments. And they need to wake up scared and go to bed scared. And if you give that to the American people will go back and say, and honestly, probably shouldn't say this is why I thought the Democrats were going to lose the election, why they did, because people want to live in peace. They want to go home. They do not want to hear your woke pagan ideology. They want to know they're safe. And safe means that the other person is scared. That's how you make someone safe. And the average American person understands this. Unfortunately, many of the intellectually captured institutions, funneled and intellectually owned by the Berkeley faculty, do not. And that's what they want. It's sure as hell what I want. And that's what Palantir and all the people in this room, I hope, we're here to serve the American people. And my version of service is the soldiers are happier, the enemies are scared, and Americans go back to enjoying the fact that we're the only one with a real tech scene in this country, and we're going to win everything. That's how I see it.
Would you like to respond to that, or?
I substantially agree with it. So, Alex and I have talked a lot. My interpretation.
I wanted to be fair. To
yeah.
Give you
No, fair enough. I don't disagree with that, but I do. There's one point that I think is important to make in there. I think he's absolutely right. And when you talk about, if Democrats look at this election and say we lost because America wants America first, they're fundamentally missing the point. I think we lost because the Democratic coalition is fundamentally broken, primarily because folks on the far left have a disproportionate amount of influence in the policy and a complete unwillingness to adjust their message. But the one point that I want to make is, I don't just want people to be scared of us. Okay, I love Alex. I think that's part of it, all right? But if we go to the rest of the world and say...
Our enemies.
Fair enough, but the broad sweeping statement like that is going to make a fair number of people in the world ever so slightly nervous about who we interpret to be our enemies. So I think part of the message, well, you know, no better friend, no worse enemy, right? That's what the military says. We got to focus a little bit on the no better friend part, not just on the no worst enemy part. I would say we need to balance those two. That's the main point I'd like to throw out there.
So I want to move into one of the main areas of the world right now where there is conflict, where that conflict has been grinding on now for some time, and where the next year could be very critical. That's Ukraine, Morgan. This survey question asked, do you support the United States sending U.S. weapons to Ukraine? And you can see there's a slight downtick. But to me, what stands out about these numbers is that both Democrats and Republicans, there's been a bigger drop in the ideological sides of the spectrum here. Ukraine is grinding out this war with Russia. At what point do you think that it will have to end? And with this incoming Trump administration, what do you think is the most likely prospect for a resolution?
Yeah, thank you for the question. So I think we have to frame it. First of all, I do think the American people voted for an America First foreign policy. If you look beginning in August of 21 through every year, actually, if you just look in the first 3 months of the Biden presidency, we saw Hamas attacking Israel. We, of course, saw Kabul fall to the Taliban, Russia and Ukraine. Again, Hamas attacking Israel, Iran behind it last year. It's still holding American hostages, as Alex pointed out. So I actually think that the American people do want an America First foreign policy. I don't think an America First foreign policy is isolationism, and I've written on this extensively. What Americans are concerned about is entanglement abroad, overextending ourselves, and not having clearly defined goals. So when you look to Ukraine, this is something that's very frustrating that this war even happened in the first place. So at President Trump's State Department, in the last 2 years of his administration, we focused on deterring Russia from invading. We provided that lethal aid. We produced more sanctions and more actions against Russia than any administration since the Ronald Reagan administration. We're very focused on deterring Russia from invading. They did not do it on our watch. So we do have to look comprehensively at why we had that deterrence failure and almost every major theater around the world, because if we don't tell ourselves hard truths, if we don't learn the lessons of why we have had these massive deterrence failures around the world, we'll repeat them. So when you look at ultimately, how does the Russia and Ukraine war end? It ends the way every other war ends, which is a negotiated settlement, the way that doesn't necessarily make all sides happy. But Americans have to ask themselves hard truths. We've seen the Indo-PACOM commander talk about this. When you look at these polling results, I believe it shows Americans want to be more engaged, but they don't want to be overextended. And giving Americans platitudes and saying that, well, we're in it, till the end, or whatever the Biden administration platitude was, I don't think that works for the American people because it wasn't a clearly defined end game. It didn't provide measurable steps and a path towards success. So I don't speak on behalf of President Trump right now, but I would say that he made clear to the American people in the campaign that he wanted to help see an end to the war between Russia and Ukraine, between Hamas, Lebanon, Iran, and Israel. And that's his commitment to the American people. And in the 2016 campaign, he really worked to actually deliver on those campaign promises. I suspect that's what you'll see in a second Trump term, that he will be working and negotiating, again, from a position of strength. And I think that's where he would take issue and do it differently than this current administration.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Two quick points on that. One, the reality of actually governing and making those decisions, I think, is going to prove more difficult. But the second is a real plea. If all of that is true, then Donald Trump and the Republicans should support funding Ukraine's defense. The fact that Donald Trump and his campaign did not support the supplemental aid package that went to Ukraine, and it was delayed for 6 months, had a devastating impact on the war. So yes, negotiated settlement. We're not going to get to a negotiated settlement if the Trump administration position is no more money for Ukraine. Okay, I get the whole America First thing, but you're not going to stop Putin by telling Ukraine, we're not giving you anything more. So I just hope, and I know a lot of Republicans in this room 100% agree with that. I'm just urging the incoming administration, keep supporting Ukraine if you really want them to survive. crucially important.
Senator Fisher, I mean, on that very point, the incoming Vice President, J.D. Vance, has said he does not think the United States' focus should be on Ukraine. What is the Senate going to say about that?
I think Morgan made an excellent point that we have to communicate better with the American people. I have asked the question early on with the war in Ukraine, what's the end game? What are we trying to achieve here? And to my colleague in the House, I would say that the administration didn't act, I think, soon enough in sending what was needed in Ukraine for them to be able to address the threat that the Russians brought in, to give them the needed munitions. I raised questions early on about munitions and sending munitions to Ukraine, and we need to make sure we have in this country what we need as well to protect our homeland. But this all goes to being able to have a policy that is understood by the American people, and to be able to communicate that policy to the American people. The first question about the support that we have for the United States to be involved around the world. We only have support like that if the American people, first of all, understand the threats, and secondly, understand what the strategy is, understand how we're going to achieve goals in order to do that. I am worried about being able to translate support for policies that are clearly understood and translate support for our military into funding it. You know, we see a lot of members in Congress overwhelmingly vote for the NDAA. How many vote to fund it? How many then follow through on the appropriations process and vote to fund it? That's where the rubber meets the road. You have to be able to translate support for our military, which is what a vote for the NDAA does, but then step up and fund those programs, fund those needs, and make sure that we can follow through on the policies that are set and achieve goals, achieve victory. So I'm looking forward to see how all that translates in this administration and in Congress.
Dr. Karp, I do want you to jump in here because I think that you do this very well. So can you make the case?
Thank you. What else do I do
well?
Make
the case. Absolutely nothing, right? But make the case for, if you were to do what the senator is asking, how do you explain what the policy in Ukraine is for? Well, the purpose of it?
This is just as a general macro thing, more as like a boring business lesson. Palantir, I think, is the largest by market cap defense startup in the world, and many of the people in this room are former Palantirians. We just did an announcement with Andrew, and then we have Doug Philippone, and basically your future is powered by us. Maybe not directly, but we were the most hated, most pariah, most disliked. We used to do meetings like in the backyard of the backyard of the backyard because you couldn't be seen with Palantir. And the reason I'm mentioning this is not just because I'm proud we succeeded, and quite frankly the people hated and us didn't, which makes me happy, but is that when you're dealing with skeptics, what we have in this country is a legitimation crisis. There is no one in this country, no expert, that where they say something and the American people are going to say, I 100% believe that's true because you said it. We didn't have that in the 50s. In the 50s, there was a famous professor, Ken Arrow. If he said you were smart, you got tenure. Because who would know better than Ken Arrow? And this was in every area. We do not have that in any area. So this is why I think the Doge is crucial stuff. We have to measure what is it being spent on, what is the output? Is the input less than the output? And then you have to explain what is that output? The only thing that will cure a legitimacy crisis is measurement. And that's where we are in this country. And anything else is a platitude, because honestly, and I tell this with great respect to experts, no one's listening. Everyone's thinking you have an agenda. Everyone thinks you're working back from who you like. My favorite example of this are analysts on Wall Street. The whole methodology they have is just a way of telling you if they like you. So what would I do in any of these cases? This is what we're spending. This is the outcome. And in a legitimation crisis, you got about 6 months. And this is true for everything in our country, whether it's Ukraine, Israel, spending, lethal systems, healthcare. We need to prove there is no one who can stand up. We don't have Ronald Reagan now.
Well, look, I think you're right. I think we're well past 6 months. I do want to just follow up on that and ask you, we're well past 6 months, right? So we've passed the window of opportunity.
No, I mean, like, you make decision. Look, the reality is that we have an incoming administration. I believe they have
6 months.
But they have a massive mandate.
How do you make, if you believe that Ukraine should continue to get weapons, how do you make the case, given the facts on the ground, that it is worth it, the value proposition for Americans is worth it?
I can take this. Yeah. I don't know, Alex, if you want.
Yeah,
no, look, note of bipartisan agreement. I was very frustrated at the Biden administration's communication strategy. And believe me, if you sat in a lot of the classified rooms when they came in and would say things to us, I had some very substantial arguments with, can you just clearly state the policy? And from the very beginning, Colin Kahl clearly stated the policy, which is sovereign democratic Ukraine, don't get into a war with Russia. That was our strategy, and yet it bounced all over the frickin' place and was not clearly explained. So I agree with you, okay? Now, you say, okay, it's not clearly explained, so therefore we're just going to abandon Ukraine and let Russia take them. That's the part where I had a little bit of a hard time disagreeing with it. It's like, we're not going to vote to fund them because, I don't know, I just don't think Biden really explained that one part very well. I mean, that was not going to do it. Ukraine was going to be taken over by Russia. Why is this important to Americans? Is because if you allow autocrats to believe that through force and violence they can take what they want, they will take more. And also, J.D. Vance's point that we should be focused on China, not on Ukraine, also made me insane, because Xi's watching. And if Putin's able to take Ukraine and it works, that opens up the door to him that, yes, this is a possible way to do it. And then you've got more war. Look, sorry, Ronald Reagan. Peace through strength and deterrence. If autocrats think that they can take what they want, then it is going to be bad for all of us. And right now, the one place in the world where that is most clearly happening is Russia and Ukraine. Granted, there's a whole lot of other stuff going on, civil wars, but the problem. Russia basically looked at Ukraine and said, yeah, we want that. We're going to take it. Okay, and we're going to take it because we're strong enough to do it. There's nothing you can do about it. If we don't stop that, I mean, that is the absolute definition of failing at peace through strength. And yes, I agree, Biden administration did not do a great job of explaining all of that. But I also think that a lot of Republicans took that as an excuse to not support Ukraine because for some reason, Trump didn't want to support Ukraine. He didn't want more money going to Ukraine. And that really also undermined our ability to show strength.
But there's also the counterexample is Israel. And my sometimes former party, it's like Israel's done very well. And, it's like my version of it is that's how you roll. And, it's like, why don't we learn from that? We don't learn from it because we have way too many people in this culture who are living in the faculty lab of their own ideology, and the rubber meets the road for the West, and you're attacked and massacred. You have to fight, and you have to fight to win. Oh, no, I know we're brothers in arms on these things. I'm not saying and honestly, the acoustic is so you can assume I didn't even hear. But I'm not saying I disagree with you. But I'm just saying, again, business 101. What worked, and we're not allowed to learn from what worked because, quite frankly, half the people or a lot of people are committed to an ideology that will not allow them to win, and I think the American people notice that, and again, I think a lot of this comes down to legitimation. Like, if you have to prove that one of the blessed things about this country, and I spent half my life in Germany, learned very pro-European culture. We're not that ideological. We want to know it works, and we want to know that Americans are being put first, and that's And if you're getting in the way of that, the American people aren't happy. And so I think there's a lot of that in these discussions.
So you're bringing up the next big conflict that's on the minds of the American people. And as with so many of these, the responses that we got in this survey, they suggest that there's some complexity here. So let's take a look first, the preference for the future of the Middle East conflict. This is between Israel and Hamas. The country is basically evenly split on whether Israel should continue the military operation or whether it is time for a ceasefire. And then on a second question, whether there's support for the United States sending weapons to Israel, you see just a narrow majority, 54% supporting that. Obviously, the partisan split is much more lopsided. But when you look at that number, 54%, that's actually just about where the number is for Israel, or for Ukraine, excuse me. That surprised me a little bit, Morgan, in the sense that you would think that there was more support for the special relationship that the United States has with Israel, but it seems to me that this data suggests that A, the American people are ready for some kind of resolution to that conflict, and B, that the partisan divide is kicking in when it comes to Israel, where perhaps it had not been before.
Yeah, I would say October 7th was the darkest day in my career and my life after 9/11, especially being a part of the Abraham Accords team in the last administration. I sat at the White House just a few weeks away from giving birth to my daughter, to a beautiful Jewish baby girl named Medina. And I remember at the White House thinking, my goodness, we've brought peace to the Middle East. What a different life she's going to have. And then to fast forward just 3 years later, to see these horrific attacks, to see the worst killing of the Jewish people on any single day since the Holocaust was gut-wrenching to me and so many, but especially to me having worked on Abraham Accords. So, and what we've seen play in the United States is horrific. And this is where I think, getting to Senator Fisher's discussion earlier about communicating to the American people, when you talk about why deterring Iran and not capitulating them to them matters and has real-world consequences, look no further than our college campuses, look no further than our major cities, where we have seen more cases of anti-Semitism than in any other time in modern history. Jewish parents like myself around this country have to think about where we can send our children to school so that they can be openly Jewish. I mean, it's so disgusting, it's so frustrating that we've gotten to this place in America. I think, how do we pull back from this anti-Semitism? We've of course seen allegations from the Biden administration that the Iranian regime is behind funding these anti-Semitic protests around the country. We know that they were meddling in the election. We know they're still trying to kill the former president, my former boss, Mike Pompeo, Brian Hook, another, Robert O'Brien, other of my colleagues. We have to think about how ridiculous this is, that a foreign enemy state has the capability and intent to assassinate American officials on US soil. That has to end. And that one of the ways I think that we get to this negotiated settlement between Israel and Hamas and whatever ends up happening is by getting our American hostages home. And I know that so many people were encouraged by President Trump's statement within the past week. I've been away at training. Madam, I've been down away for a month, so I've been out of the news. But I think it was in the past week that President Trump made it unequivocally clear to the terrorists that they must bring our Americans home. I know that he's working with the Biden administration on that. But we have had devastating lack of deterrence in the Middle East. So we have to restore that peace through strength in the Middle East. And how do we do it? We do it by holding the Islamic Republic of Iran accountable. We cannot go back to business as usual with them. President Trump has stated clearly and unequivocally that they will not obtain a nuclear weapon on his watch. He did that in the first term. I believe he has reiterated that policy. So we have to get our Americans home. We have to hold the Islamic Republic of Iran accountable for their involvement in all of this. And we have to stand up against the rise of anti-Semitism in this country and around the world. And we simply cannot tolerate the world's leading state sponsor of terrorism trying to kill American officials on US soil. We're not going back to business as usual on January 20th. All of this has to end.
The IC released a report just on Thursday saying that Iran was now closer to attaining a nuclear weapon. To your point about that becoming a major agenda item, when you look at the survey, there was a question about where the United States should focus its military forces. In this year, it seems like the American people understand it's going to be in all three fronts, essentially: East Asia, the Middle East, and Europe. Senator Fisher, that is a lot for the United States to handle at once. I'm not saying that they can't, but it is. And I wonder what needs to happen from this point forward to be prepared to deal with crises in all of these fronts.
Well, I would say we can't have three fronts. We have a national defense strategy that prioritizes one front. We're dependent upon our allies. We're dependent upon diplomacy. We're dependent upon economic tools that are available in order to meet more than one front and still be able to address terrorism and other issues. We don't have the capability to have two major conflicts at the same time, let alone three. That has to be looked at. That the reality that we face is that we have two peer nuclear adversaries. I focus a lot on nuclear modernization of our weapons and our platforms. And in order to maintain deterrence, which maintains peace, we have to be able to do that. But when we don't invest in our military at the level it needs to be invested in, the resources that are needed there, we need to be honest about the fact that we cannot address major conflicts all around the world. I also believe, as President Reagan did, that the world is safer when America is involved. So we have to be able to figure out how to make it work. And again, how do we translate recognizing the threats and recognizing the needs and being able to have Congress work with an administration to fund those?
Somewhat unrelated to, you know a lot more about this than I do, but I would say one thing that gets somewhat lost in these results is America is in the very beginning of a revolution that we own, the AI revolution. And we own it. It should basically be called the US AI revolution. Every single relevant company in the world is in this country. The second tier of those companies are in this country. The JV of these companies are in this country. There is no other place to do technology really at scale besides America right now. And Europe is basically decided to regulate its basically anemic and non-existent tech scene out of production. All those people want to come to America. The American tech community is booming. And so, behind all of this is a macro backdrop of, this is actually a revolution. It's very hard to see now because it's kind of the beginning innings, and a lot of these large language models, incorrectly applied, are just science projects. But if you have the right layer to implement them, you can actually transform your business in days. And this is happening across America. And it's not happening anywhere else. It's not happening in Europe. No one who wants to build a company in China or Russia, it's happening right here. And that macro trend is going to change everything that we do. Everyone in this room, every trend, war and peace, how we fight, where we fight, are humans fighting, are they not fighting? How do we code those decisions into code because it's too quick? How do we get ahead of our adversaries? And this is actually maybe the first time since we had the bomb and our adversaries before they stole it from us, where we have a massive structural advantage. And when you look at all of these things, like every single question, what the American people are reacting to is often what their space. But this is going to change every single thing.
I want to
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, go ahead, please do, and then I'll jump.
Alex, how do you calm the fears of people when they hear AI and they think, we're going to see technology take over our lives, and it could be in a very negative way. How do you calm the fears? How do you change the conversation to all the benefits that you have with AI and how we can use it in our military in cases just to do administrative work and things like that?
So first of all, you can be happy that we're asking this question, because the question they're asking in Europe is, why is this not real? So first of all, this question is the right question, because half the world and everyone else is like, oh, it's not real. I'm just going to sit on my soft cushion of yesterday's technology and some lock-in contract that's not going to work because I'm going to ignore the tsunami. So this is the right question. And then these are very dangerous technologies. And quite frankly, if we didn't have the world's worst enemies, I would be up here saying we should regulate this, charge energy, slow this down. And we do have to have a real conversation about who controls these technologies.
Well, can I ask you that, because that was going to be my question. Is it too early, in your view, for rules of the road? We are already in the realm of talking about AI and warfare. So should there be rules to the road established now?
Well, there obviously have to be rules to the road, but remember, our job, my version, no one else's, people didn't adopt American values because they thought inherently they were superior. This is kind of the German version. When you live there, they adopted them because they worked. Like, we have to win, we have to be ahead of our adversaries, and we cannot have rules that are only for us and not for China, because then we will get rules, their rules. And we will not like those rules. They're not meritocratic. They're not in favor of gender, race, harmony. This is a culture that does not believe in freedom, does not believe in all the things that bring people in this room. And they will set the rules, just like we did. And so then, but of course you have to have a real discussion. That discussion, again, has to be transparent. Because what was happening recently is you had ideological capture of certain companies preventing the rest of us from working. So, and then we do have to have a discussion also, people, like, I think, like, who's doing it? Are these people we believe in? And yeah, it's going to be very hard conversations. But do not forget, we need to win so that we can dominate the hard conversations, because we could lose. And one of the ways we lose is, it's very easy to lose when you're ahead. You just get lazy. Like, I'm constantly yelling at Palantirians, get off the sofa of the soft sofa of your share price and get back to work. We got to win. It's like, and that's the problem we have in AI right now. We own every company, and we have to actually dominate in the war space, and then build transparency. And people like political leaders, like the two of you, who are, people basically believe they want the best for our country and they're willing to talk to each other, have to be transparent. This is what we're doing, this is how we're doing it, these are the benefits. By the way, the other big question Americans have is, well, with all this AI, how do I have a job? Who's going to pay my bills? How is that going to work? Most Americans don't want to sit like in a matrix-like pod and get a payment from some large tech company for dreaming all day about some illusion that doesn't exist. They want work, they want to do things, they want to know that they're going to have health care. So all those things are going to have to be addressed and can be addressed.
Yeah, I mean, I think that is going to be, that's where the intersection of defense and domestic issues collide here. Ranking Member, I wonder if you have a view on this discussion about how AI is already changing the way that we think about how much can the United States handle? What does warfare look like in the future? Do you think that that technology will make it more possible to fight? I put that in quotes because I think when we talk about fighting, it might change what we're really talking about. But we're talking about cyber, we're talking about actual warfare. Does it change how those conflicts are carried out, and will it allow the United States potentially to handle more?
Yeah, yes, there's no doubt about it. In fact, it's the biggest thing in a bipartisan way that Chairman Rogers and I are working on the committee, is to Alex's point, how do we make sure we win that fight? How do we make sure that we take advantage of the new technology to the absolute best of our ability over our adversaries? I mean, the history of conflict is all about, well, who figured out how to use the horse better, okay? You know, who figured out how to use the machine gun better? Who got there first and then used it? And technology, AI, but beyond AI, you know, drones, missile defense, cyber warfare, all of that is crucial. And it's why, from a policy perspective, the most important thing collectively in this room that we need to do is to get the Pentagon in a better position to rapidly acquire new innovative technologies that are crucial to warfighting. And everyone in this room has heard the Valley of Death speech, so I won't go through the whole thing. Bottom line is we take too damn long to buy things. And we incentivize process over problem solving and winning. And I've said this at this forum before, and I'll say it again. The person who wrote about how the Pentagon is built to be the 1950s Ford Motor Company when it needs to be built to be 2022 Apple. No offense to other tech companies in the world, that's what they said. It could be Apple, it could be Amazon, it could be Microsoft, it could be Palantir, it could be any number of different ones of you. But to have that sort of creative thinking, that is a major problem. I do want to make one Middle East point because we kind of left the Middle East behind.
Yeah,
love the Abraham Accords. I think it's a great thing. The real challenge for the Trump administration, Saudi Arabia is the crown jewel of the Abraham Accords. Getting them into it is absolutely crucial to having a secure Middle East. We do not get there if there is no future for the Palestinian people. I do not say that out of weakness or out of non-desire. It's just a simple fact of where Saudi Arabia is at and how crucial they are. And I know Israel's fighting to defend themselves, and they absolutely have to, but at some point, there has to be a future for the Palestinian people, or Jordan, Saudi Arabia, UAE, Egypt, all these countries that could be partners to stop Iran. They're just not politically in a position to do that. So I hope we will focus on that piece of the question as well.
One of the things that the survey found, we asked a question about this issue of malign cooperation. Basically, the American people, they're all on the same page. They understand that this is a problem, that perhaps it's not going to be multi-front, it's going to be a coalition of our enemies. Morgan, I know you have a phraseology. I'll let you tell everybody what it is. You could call it the axis of evil, whatever it is, but this is going to be the future. How concerned are you about it?
Well, I didn't coin axis of evil. I think I was in college when someone famously said that, but I've actually been referring to it as the quartet of evil.
Yes.
When you look at DPRK, Iran, Russia, and China, of course. And when you look at them, what's interesting about what they've created is essentially a supply chain of terror. And I wrote about this in the Wall Street Journal of September of 22, when we saw the Iranian-made drones that were in use in the battlefield. Russia was using them, obviously, with Ukraine. And you see, of course, Iran's ability not only to resupply the Russians, but their terror proxies around the Middle East, which only continues the war between Israel and Hamas. And of course, they're all crucially supplied by China. So listen, this stuff is not insurmountable. These are all challenges that we could take on at the Treasury Department, at the Commerce Department, with the Department of Defense and the State Department as well. But we do have to realize that we essentially have allowed the supply chain of terror from these malign states, from America's enemies, to work to coordinate in multiple theaters around the world. I mean, we have learned, as you sort of said earlier, there's no Vegas rules in foreign policy. What happens in one theater doesn't just stay in that theater. And so they've been working and coordinating together. So you have to go to, you have to look at where can we pinpoint all of this coming from? And it's, of course, principally coming from Iran from a weapon perspective, but from the Chinese Communist Party as well. I think everybody in this room certainly agrees on the threat from the Chinese Communist Party to America. But we have for too long operated, in my opinion, the past 4 years, have been in a position of operating out of fear of escalation. Well, if we give the Ukrainians the HIMARS, what is Putin going to do? How is he going to react? If we support the Philippines, how will Xi Jinping act? And I think fundamentally what we have to get back to is not a place where we are making policy decisions based off of the fear of escalation and the fear of what our enemies will do, but instead our enemies need to start fearing America and what we will do. And until they get back to a place, again, I take note of what you said earlier, Congressman, that you want our enemies to fear us and not our friends. But I think through a robust policy at the Treasury Department, at the Commerce Department, in coordination with the national security agencies, we can disrupt the supply chain of terror, but it's operated quite proficiently in theater after theater over the last 3 or 4 years, and it's deeply concerning to me.
And I'm sorry, I think the problem is actually much broader than just the military aspect of it. That axis of chaos, whatever you want to call them, they have built an international anti-US message. It's not just on the military side, it's economic. It's the BRICS countries coming together to try to create alternatives to the US economic dominance in the world, which undermines the ability of our sanctions to be as successful as they could be. It's not just about those 4 countries, it's also about, if you will, the undecided vote. It's India, it's South Africa, it's Brazil, it's Argentina, it's the Middle East countries, and frankly, we are losing that message war right now, okay, for a couple of different reasons. One, because the other side is much more aggressively prosecuting it. At our dinner last night, General Fenton was talking about how he was in Indonesia, and Indonesia was deeply concerned that the Philippines was out there ramming into Chinese ships. Why do they believe it? That's not happening, but that's what China's telling them, and they're winning that message war, which is undermining our place in the world. But also because we still stand up with the rest of the world and say, hey, we won World War II, we defeated communism, therefore we're the good guys, you just have to accept that. And the rest of the world has moved on to a whole lot of other more troubling conversations. They do not just fundamentally believe that we are the good guys because we get together at these forums and tell them that we are, okay? They don't. We're losing that message war, and we're losing it in part because of arrogance, because we believe that we're just so much better than everybody else, that every other country in the world ought to just see it, and in part because we are not engaging in that broader message war. So, and that's what all filters down to make Russia, China, North Korea, and Iran more effective, because they get the economic support. India is buying all manner of different Russian energy. So we have got to figure out what the message is, and then go win the message war as well as the deterrence war.
But it's not, I agree with you totally, but it's not just a messaging war. Whenever you, when you have sanctions on the book in Iran that you don't enforce and they're able to export their oil with impunity, when you do a great, fantastic sanctions package on Russia and then never follow up with it, no secondary sanctions, never make a serious effort to stop their energy exports, their minerals and mining exports, we have a lot of effective sanctions measures, but whenever you don't implement them in one theater, every other theater sees that you could get away with it.
If a country like India is with us on that, then we're in a much better position to be successful whatever we do. Because if you start throwing secondary sanctions around, then India and China, all these other countries who you are now sanctioning are going to go, we better make a deal somewhere else.
And you know where we did that already? In maximum pressure. India stopped buying oil from Iran. It was hard. We had to do it at the State Department, but I've been there, I've lived it. You're absolutely right about India. We did it once. Through the max economic pressure campaign, we could do it again if we're serious about enforcement. We just haven't been serious about enforcement.
You make, Ranking Member, you make an interesting point that maybe the rest of the world has stopped believing that the United States is just better, that we are the good guys in the world. How do you change that? Because it sounds like what our adversaries are doing is changing that by also just giving those, I think you call them undecided nations, things that they need. So how does the United States combat that at a moment when the American public is actually talking a lot about pulling back financially, about spending less and all of that?
Well, first of all, I don't think there's any maybe about it, okay? I think we have, in fact, gotten to the point where we don't have that sort of universal, we're not as popular as we used to be. Let me just put it that way. You can quantify it in a whole bunch of different ways. But how do we do it? I think you did a pretty good job of outlining some of the pieces of it. But also, I think we are not really engaged in the messaging war. And I think one of the best ways to do it, I could make 1,000 different points here. I don't want to go on too long, so I'll just make one. If we're going out into the rest of the world and saying you need to be with us, it's just like passing a piece of legislation, okay? When I figure out I want to pass something, first question is, who do I need? Okay, who's going to need to vote for it? And then I don't go to these people and say, here's what I want, and here's why you should give it to me. I go, okay, what does that person want? Okay, I was able to accomplish quite a bit by figuring that out. We need to think, okay, if we want India on our side, if we want South Africa on our side, what do they care about? Okay, not just, okay, we're better than the rest of the world, so you have to be with us, or here's what we want, and we can help them, and we are in a position to help them in a variety of different ways. So I think the number one biggest thing is to really engage in it. And don't disagree with your formulation. I think it's a good formulation to say, we got to look at this problem. And right now, I think we're still, I've said it 5 times, so we'll try not to say it too many more times again. I think we're living on our past laurels. And I love Alex's point, you know, when, I think it was, who was it, with Avis, when you're number 2, you try harder. And I always said the corollary to that is when you're number 1, you get lazy. And it's just absolutely true. And we have to fight that. I guess part of it is, let's stop assuming that we're number 1. Let's get back to being number 1 and let's go earn it.
I think a lot of this, a counterintuitive stat is roughly between 60, I'll give you 2 counterintuitive stats. Between 61 and 92, roughly, France GDP growth was significantly better than the US's. Okay, and then another kind of counterintuitive stat is 85% of the top 50 companies in the world adjusted by market cap, tech companies, are American. 85%. I would bet that's going to be roughly above 90% next year at this time. So you have a lot of complexity in the world. Like, I suspect our GDP is going to grow in a very different way than our allies. So, like, you know, some of this, and that's going to adjust a lot of perceptions about us for good and bad. I also suspect one of the things we're going to end up having to do in Europe is, how do we do a tech transfer so that they can have GDP growth? And so a lot of these things are going to be really defined by the fact that you could imagine America healthy and strong in 200 years, and 200 years people up here disagreeing about a lot of things, but in a narrow spectrum, actually, because we all basically believe in fairness, winning, values, that America is the greatest nation in the world. You could have that same room here, and that's in 200 years. But you can't really imagine that in a lot of other Western cultures. And so we're going to have to navigate this, and I think a lot of what we're going to be navigating over the next year is actually going to be different and new. And you know, some people, again, without going country to country, don't like us because they didn't think we had a future. Some people like us a little too much because they didn't think we have a future. There are player haters, and you know, we have to. And what is it? I'll give you an AI trend that I don't quite know how to articulate, but I think is really, really important. And so, excuse the roughness of this, but it was the case 2 years ago that the tech was not really strong enough to take your company and reduce it to its essence. So the strength of the reason why Palantir and these newer companies and others, we're essentially essentialists. We reduce everything to the core principle. But now a country and a company and a nation can do that. So the core function of defense is to be lethal for our adversaries and safer for our soldiers. It's very hard to implement that at this scale. The core function of an automotive company is to produce the cheapest, best car, so you get a better product. Hydrocar, it's all, we can actually now do these things. And the fact, but then the counterintuitive thing is, the most valuable thing for a company, a country, a nation, is to have an individual idiosyncratic bias. What makes a company great now is its unique insight, its creativity. What gives America a structural advantage now over every other country is we are actually very different than any other country in the world on any parameter. But the fact is that just allows us to do something completely unique and different. And this uniqueness and ability to express in the world, we did not have this a couple years ago, and we do have it now. And that's going to change a lot of how people view us inside and outside the country, and it's going to be different. I think you're going to see real alignments outside the country, in other countries where people are like that, and some people hate it, and it's okay. No, again, I suspect our GDP is going to grow significantly, and many of these countries are not. So just think about the pain of that.
We're already seeing the United States outperforming our adversaries like China in terms of economic growth. It's already happening.
Making is we're going to outperform our friends.
Yeah,
like
and our friends as well.
By a lot.
Yeah. I want to take a moment for Doge here, because I know there's a lot of chatter in this room about what that will entail. Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy are planning to propose cuts. Senator Fisher, I wonder, do you think that Doge ought to come for the Pentagon as well?
I think there are a number of areas in the federal government we can look at, but we have to be very careful about it and make sure that Congress leads it.
Make sure that Congress
leads
it, yes. Which Congress is the
we will.
It's like our job, right?
That's the way that the law works. You know, I wonder though, Ranking Member Smith, do you, frankly, this seems to be an area where there could actually be quite a lot of bipartisan agreement. I think everybody understands the American people want
this,
something.
and then I'll shut up. We have a splendor of riches in this country. We have the world's most successful builder ever. Looking at our institutions, Americans want to know that the institutions are efficient, safe, and correspond to their purpose.
Right.
And you know, I'm sure there'll be some rough patches, but you know, I don't know how you do better than Elon looking at these things, and you know, I'm pretty supportive. And again, obviously, we all live under the predicate that we have a constitutional republic. And
but Americans want us to set priorities, just like everybody does in their own life. Federal government should set priorities. We should have core duties, core responsibilities. Those are laid out. And we cannot be everything to everyone. Defense is the #1 priority of a federal government. And the more we say that, and the more that the people of this country agree with that, the easier it will be to be able to fund the core duty of the federal government, and that's the national security of this country.
The problem with Doge is it's two separate conversations that are being blurred into one, and the difference between those two conversations is profound. Conversation one is, how can you make the government do whatever it does better and more efficiently? And gosh, that's important. And there's going to be a ton of bipartisan support for that. And I think, I don't know anything about Ramaswamy per se, but Elon Musk, I know what he did at SpaceX. I think he's a well-positioned person to have that conversation. How can you do things more efficiently and more effectively? The mistake is everyone's assuming that that is going to do anything to help us with our fiscal crisis. And that's the truly insane part of this conversation, okay? It's just, you have to sort of forget basic budget math in order to believe that that is true, okay? You can run the place more efficiently, you can run it more effectively, and you can maybe save tens of billions of dollars, maybe, okay? You know, but to get to fiscal responsibility, you have to do what Senator Fisher just alluded to. And that's a great statement about how defense has to be first, but 60% of the budget is mandatory spending. That's Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid. And I haven't heard a single solitary word out of a single solitary Republican, at least not recently, about how they want to cut mandatory spending. Sure as hell haven't heard it out of Elon Musk or Ramaswamy, and maybe they gave the two of them something that they never give us when we get elected to Congress, because the American people want us to balance the budget while cutting taxes and increasing spending. They never give us the magic wand in order to make that possible. I've been looking for it. I don't know. Maybe Elon Musk got one, and maybe he's going to save $2 trillion without hurting absolutely anything. No, he's not. Okay, sorry. I can stop that speculation.
I've heard.
It's just not going to happen. I hope they make government more efficient. The fiscal conversation is a hell of a lot more difficult to have.
I've heard people suggest that there should be a return of pay-as-you-go.
I'm sorry, but we can throw whatever gimmick you want out there. Gimmicks aren't going to get you there. It's a very, very straightforward math problem, okay? You know, we want to spend one hell of a lot more money than we want to pay for, okay? I mean, that's what the polls show over and over and over and over again. It's why, even to this date, I haven't heard anyone say one specific thing worth any money whatsoever that they're actually going to cut. And there's a reason for that. It's politically popular, and God bless Donald Trump's ability to go out there and promise that he's not going to cut anything that people care about, and that he's going to cut every conceivable tax you can think of, and everybody going, yeah, that's awesome, okay? Now, reality will come crashing in on the fiscal side. But what I hope, to put a note of positivity on this,
yes,
I hope we don't lose the fact that just because all of that fiscal stuff is pure fantasy that it's not really important to try to make government more efficient and more effective. It is, and we need to do that. It's just not going to solve a $34 trillion debt or a 1 plus whatever trillion dollar deficit.
All right, I got two.
I think when you look at any kind of efficiencies or cuts to any government program, any government spending, each and every one of us, each and every one of you needs to propose a program that you personally benefit from that you'd be willing to cut.
That would be a very interesting exercise. One thing I will say, though, is that I think a lot of Americans would probably like to see more of the government run like global entry, you know, just a little bit more efficiently accomplishing a task in front of them. I have two questions from the audience. I'm going to try to get through them in the last couple of minutes that we have here. Morgan, could you take this one for me? How can the U.S. government effectively counter misinformation that undermines public support for its national security objectives, especially when it comes from foreign malign actors?
Great question. You know, it's interesting. Throughout my career, I've been in the intelligence community, I've been in policy positions, and my last position was a communications position. So I've done all three. And at the State Department, I used to have people come in and say, well, Morgan, we're losing XYZ argument. We need a better communication strategy. And I would often say to them, you do not have a communications problem, you have a policy problem. So when it comes to misinformation around the world, you best counter that with the truth. And I think we need to get back as a country to telling our citizens the hard truths. Why do we have a recruiting problem, a recruiting crisis for many years in this country? We didn't solve it. We actually just lowered the standards in order to paper over the problems that at its core of our military recruitment. It's time to bring the standards back up. It's time to put the number of people that we need on ships, for example, not to cut the number on ships, but to bring the numbers back up and not to paper over our problems, to change the statistics to make it appear as if we've solved the underlying problem, when all we've done actually, again, is just paper over it. So you start telling the American people hard truths about where we are. You know, I think the message, again, coming out of Indo-PACOM was so important. As Senator Fisher pointed out earlier, it's not just 3 theaters. We also have our own theater here at home. If you look at this election, immigration and border security was a top 3 voting issue in most of the public polls. The American people know that the fentanyl crisis is killing their neighbors, their friends, and their communities. If you get outside of the Beltway, it's a huge, massive problem where you can find almost every family has been affected by the fentanyl crisis. Communities around this country are affected by our border security issues, by the immigration problem. All of these things need to be solved, and while we're trying to figure out how to prioritize 3 theaters, I would argue the Trump administration needs to prioritize our southern border and the catastrophe that we've seen happening there. And the American people clearly went to the polls and voted on that across ideological spectrums. So I think you counter misinformation by not papering over our problems, but by telling hard truths. We're going to solve the military recruitment crisis, not by lowering standards. We're going to take the standards back where they are, and we're going to figure out why we have a problem getting young people to sign up and fight and die for this country. If you tell young people around this country that this is an awful racist nation that has a terrible history, why would any of them sign up to fight and die for this country? That's not who we are. And if we can get back to not only in our military recruitment, but if you look throughout our national security organizations, through the intelligence community and others, we have to be honest. Do we have the resources? Do we have the capability to fight in multiple theaters and to protect our border? We know we don't. So let's tell the hard truths to the American people. Let's be very clear. Let's not give open-ended commitments around the world that we can't keep. And I think the American people can accept those hard truths. They can accept reality. What they don't want is chaos around the world. To me, this election was about restoring order around the world, and it was about getting rid of the chaos that we see in multiple theaters. You're only going to get there. We're only going to deter Xi Jinping if we're serious about where we are, if we're serious about rebuilding and improving our Navy, and if we're serious about restoring our economy. You only get there by telling those hard truths, and I think the incoming administration I certainly hope and pray for the security of America's future that they get those hard truths right. I think they will.
So we are just about out of time, but Dr. Karp, can I give you a quick challenge? This is our last question from the audience. If you were to try to say it in 1 or 2 words, what is the biggest gap between policymakers and the public?
I think policymakers, we're talking about the difference between A+ in tech and B- is the difference between a helicopter that flies and doesn't, basically. And like, it's just, this compounds into every area. And this is where America and California, it's like we're really, really focused on the best of the best of the best of the best of the best and building things. And then downstream from that, you know, they've all played around with AI. For the sake of our country, I think we should expose policymakers to like Maven, and like, this stuff is determinative for life and death, and it's not a play toy. It's going to change everything. And just because the large language model you have on your desk kind of that's like uranium in the ground. It processed correctly, it changes the world. And again, people understand this intellectually, but it's not in our heart yet. It's not emotional, and so that's where there's still a lot of disconnect.
All right, well, it was a pleasure talking to all of you, Senator Fisher, Dr. Karp, Morgan Ortagus, Ranking Member Smith. Thank you all very much, and thank you.
Thank you. That was great.
This concludes Breakfast in Panel 1. Please enjoy the morning break in our hospitality tent or the media center. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The panel session is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The panel session is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The panel session is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The panel session is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Panel 3, From Data to Decision. Intelligence is a force multiplier in 21st century competition and warfare. Please welcome to the stage Mr. Julian Barnes of the New York Times and our distinguished panelists.
Thanks everyone for joining me today for Panel 3. We're going to talk today about intelligence in our era of rapidly advancing technology, the impact of AI on defense intelligence, and how the Pentagon and the IC can get better at adapting to this technology. But I want to start today with the overall theme of the conference, peace through strength in a time of transition. At first glance, this is the obvious theme for this year's Reagan Forum. But as someone who's been attending almost every Reagan Forum, I detect a pointed question embedded in the theme. You know, President Trump frequently evokes President Reagan's mantra, peace through strength. But, you know, Trump and key members of the incoming administration regularly challenge the foreign policy consensus. Some critics, as we heard this morning, have described America First foreign policy as isolationist. Others push back on that. And with that overly long windup, I wanted to start with a question for the panel about how foreign policy will change in the new administration, and what does that mean for intelligence? Do we expect a retreat from our robust intelligence cooperation with Ukraine? How will our approach to China change? I want to start with Senator Rounds, and I hope you'll dive in with your thoughts there, and then I'll bring in Senator Kelly and the other panelists.
Well, first, thank you for the opportunity, and I think you hit on a very important part of the discussion that will go on over the next several months, and that is what will be the approach by the next administration. I don't have any direct insight, but what I can share with you is something about the history of what former President Trump and now our next President-elect Trump would do. If you look at what he did in the past, he worked from a position of strength. If you take a look at what he wanted our fighting men and women to be part of what was the most lethal fighting force in the entire world. He's a businessman. He wants to confront adversaries from a position of strength. When it comes to negotiating with our adversaries, he wants to have the upper hand. Examples? Do you remember last time around when children were being gassed in Syria? And what does this president do? He doesn't sit back and say, I'd like to visit with you. He simply sends about 160 of some of our more powerful warheads in and basically takes out their chemical operation. What happens when he sees the opportunity to take out one of the known terrorists in the world? He takes the initiative and he takes him out. So I think the president will want a strong military. I don't think he's going to try to get us into any wars. I think he's going to try to keep us out of wars. But you do that by being so strong that your adversaries don't want to mess with you. And part of that is refocusing again on what we need, and that's the best weapon systems that we can possibly create. And then tying it back into this, knowledge is power. The one thing that we did learn over the last 10 to 15 years is that if you know more than your adversary does, you can take advantage of that. And that's what I think we have done very, very well in terms of incorporating that information on a battlefield or in a particular theater, bringing it to bear. So you've got to be able to innovate, and that means allowing NRO, and in fact, those individuals who are collecting the data for us and getting that to a warfighter to put them into position as quickly as possible. I don't think you're going to see changes in the demand for that, and I think the next administration is going to focus on being able to make those decisions as quickly as possible.
Senator Kelly, do you anticipate that intelligence priorities will change? Are we going to pull back from our robust partnership with intelligence sharing with Ukraine? What do you think will happen? What should happen?
Well, I think at the highest level, I agree with Mike. I mean, since Donald Trump has been president, we can look back and see, how did he do the job over those 4 years. I'd say the thing that's different is who are going to be in certain key positions. SecDef, DNI, the head of the CIA, possibly even, I'd like to see General Hawk, stay in his position. He's done a fabulous job, but eventually there'll be another head of Cyber Command and the NSA in these critical roles. And advisors are important. People run these agencies. I would say with regards to the intelligence, I mean, that's one of our strengths, is that we have allies, and sharing intelligence, sometimes even out in the open, is something that's worked very well for us. I've seen no indication of Donald Trump not wanting to continue to do that. I am concerned about what is our posture going to be with regards to Ukraine going forward, based on some of the rhetoric from the president-elect, so that does concern me, and I think we're going to have to see. He's got a different style than President Biden or, other presidents. We saw this with how, just as one example, how he handled Kim Jong-un and just some of the rhetoric, but I think people know now they know that that's his style, and we can, expect how our adversaries and our allies respond to that.
General Hawk, how do you anticipate adjusting to a new administration? Does the importance of intelligence change? Does the kind of work you change, or is it continuity?
So thanks, Julian. The change we expect is what we see in every transition. As a foreign intelligence agency, we operate off the president's national intelligence framework priorities. So we'll expect to adapt to what those priorities are, and we'll align our resources to be able to inform our policymakers and the actions they take. What we owe to both our policymakers and our military commanders is decisive advantage. How do we use the capabilities we have and the talent we have to be able to understand what our adversaries' plans and intentions are? What does it look like for situational awareness for our military commanders and doing indications of warning? And then being able to use that information to the best advantage for the nation and with our partners and allies. And I think what Senator Kelly described is, and increasingly you also see us informing our policymakers, and then policymakers choosing to also be transparent with our population on what these threats look like, whether those were plans and intentions of our adversaries around our elections, whether it's the most recent releases by the DNI as it relates to Iran, the activities around cyberspace. More of that, we're protecting the how we collect the information, but what we know where it is value to both our policymakers and our population to be transparent and make it available.
General Hawk, I'm going to divert from the stated subject of the panel once more with a Salt Typhoon question. Salt Typhoon obviously is the hack by China discovered by Microsoft, or in which it was a deep penetration of American telecom companies. We've learned, though, that similar attacks were done overseas with India, with Taiwan, and I'm wondering, you know, whether this, for you, suggests that there needs to be any. It seems like the NSA did not see this overseas, did not. Obviously, you do not operate in the United States, so there was no. You can't be looking at what China's doing here, but should the hunt forward, the persistent presence, the kind of techniques that your predecessor developed, that you've continued, do they need to be, does this Salt Typhoon penetration suggest we need to do more to perfect our early warning?
So I think, Julian, first, as we talk about this activity, I think it's very important that we start with the discussion that this is part of the PRC's global cyber program. So that is an area that we have to continue to be able to educate our allies, our partners, and the American people of what the PRC's intent is, whether it be coming at our critical infrastructure or intending to do collection through a large-scale series of operations against our telecommunications industry. What we have done at NSA with the help of CISA and FBI and our industry partners, we have been reporting on this threat for some time. We did cybersecurity advisories in 2022 that laid out this exact series of things that we had observed overseas. And I think our question now is that we're working closely with industry is how do we bring the partnership together with industry so that we can together enhance that early warning? Because certainly we're not going to do collection in the United States. We're a foreign intelligence agency. But how do we bring our strengths to bear that allow us to think collectively how we defend U.S. infrastructure? And I think that partnership with industry is the component. We have made definite advancements in how we collaborate with industry across all of the agencies responsible. But how we do that in a timeline that gets us to outcomes that makes it more difficult for the PRC is one of our key components. One of the steps that the administration announced that we will do collaboratively with industry is use the enduring security framework that exists where CISA and NSA with a number of members of industry will come together and build on the hardening guidance for what this should look like to harden our telecommunications infrastructure and do that collaboratively with industry.
Brad Smith, I want to bring you in because that's a perfect segue to talk about that partnership. I think a lot of people I talked to was surprised that this was the kind of thing that Microsoft would find rather than the US government. Can you talk a little bit about Salt Typhoon, which you named, and as how bad is that threat? And then talk a little bit about what General Hawk was talking about in terms of this partnership and what can make it better, what industry needs to see from the US government.
Well, I think there's a few critical lessons we can all learn from this. The first thing, Julie and I would say is this is not a diversion from the topic. This is the topic. This is called intelligence as a force multiplier for China at the expense of the United States in 21st century competition.
I appreciate that you're saving my moderating job for next year. So.
There you go. No, I mean, look, without getting into specifics, but as General Hawk has said, as others, including Senator Warner, have commented, yeah, this is a serious intrusion of the nation's telecommunications infrastructure. As CISA warned all Americans this past week, if you want to have a secure phone call or text message, you're going to have to use an encrypted application, and you can't rely on the telecommunications system. That is a remarkable statement in and of itself. And the countries around the world that have been affected start with the list that you named, but they do not end there. I think there's a couple of things that we should all internalize. The first is, look, if peace comes through strength, strength comes through humility, especially when it comes to intelligence. No one can ever assume that everything they know is everything there is to be known. In fact, the opposite is the case. And Microsoft discovered this because we were humbled by two intrusions, one from China and one from Russia over the period of a year that led us to just devote an unprecedented number of engineers on every aspect of security from left to right. And as we did that, we learned more not just about ourselves, but about the state of security in the country. That in itself is critical because no one should ever assume that the United States government is ever going to know everything there is to be known about cybersecurity intrusions into the United States or the world. So much of the data resides in the hands of different parts of the private sector. So this focus on more collaboration is not just important, it is indispensable for the future. And I think as we embark on what needs to be done, we need to recognize that when you face something as frankly broad as we now face in the telecommunications sector, one does not rebuild that in just weeks or months, at least a small number of months. It takes a lot of arduous and dedicated work. And then when we zoom out and think about intelligence broadly, what I would say is we have to be excellent collaboratively in all four parts: collection, aggregation, analysis, and sharing. All four of these need to be excellent. Technology plays a critical role in each of these four steps, but as always, people are even more important. And the hardest thing, as always, with people is to get them to work together across organizational lines. But that actually is I would call it the indispensable recipe that we are going to need to pursue in every aspect of intelligence if we're going to make it a force multiplier for the United States.
Senator Kelly, I wonder if you could give us a little perspective here of where we have been, where we're going, how we are doing at bringing technology into the intelligence community, into the defense community. It seems to me from the outside that we always hear everyone embracing this at this conference, at other conferences, but then things move very slowly in the U.S. government. We see the most important parts of the national defense not necessarily embracing the cutting edge technology. Tell me a little bit about your work in this area.
Well, I think what Brad said about listed the gathering all the way down to the sharing of intelligence. And if this is going to be a force multiplier for us in the 21st century, I think the sharing part of this is really key. We're really good at gathering intelligence. We're sort of good at analyzing it. We don't always get it exactly right. The hard part is getting the information to the person who needs it. It's really complicated. And especially when you consider different services, different intelligence communities, different systems, different data standards, different computer systems that one does not talk to the other. Now we're trying to fix this. But if you go back to the 1990s, I'll give you an example here of like where we were, where we are today, and where we could possibly be in a couple of years. In 1991, I think it was probably February of 1991, during the first Gulf War, I was flying around in the northern part of the Persian Gulf, combat surface air patrol, couple ships, didn't know what they were yet, comes out of the Euphrates River, heading towards Iran. And I'm flying around there in my airplane, I see these ships and report them to the battle group. And they say, obviously, what kind of ships are they? And my answer was, I don't know. We could put a sensor on it. We could see the infrared picture of the ship, but we got to determine what they are. And there's no way to send that information back to anybody. So at that point, it's up to me and my bombardier navigator. We go down 200 feet. We go flying by the thing. We get a close look. I take out the little card that has a silhouette of what this kind of ship looks like. And I'm like, I hold it up. The guy starts shooting at us. Pretty good indicator that this is now an Iraqi ship. And it looks like a Polnokny troop carrier. But I can't pass any information other than voice, non-secure, by the way, over to the battle group to say, hey, what do you want me to do? 10 minutes later, not very quickly, 10 minutes later, they come back, they say, sink them, both of them. So we drop an LGB, miss the first one. Get shot at some more, have to go, and we eventually were able to hit one of the ships with our remaining cluster bombs. But my point is, at that point, there's no way in the 1990s. Now, where we are today, at least you can send secure comm and data back to the battle group through something called Link 16. And Link 16 is kind of like where everybody's sort of a node of a computer system, and you can share this information, but you can only share it over a couple hundred miles. Line of sight RF. What we need is a system where every shooter is a sensor, and that sensor is now part of this bigger system, and having a cloud-based system where all the information is uploaded instantaneously. So in my case, from our infrared sensor would go to the cloud, would go to the battle group. They could take a look. They could say, that is this kind of ship. We want you to put it at the bottom of the Persian Gulf.
So today, I can go to my Meta glasses and I can say, hey, Meta, what kind of tree is that? And instantaneously, it tells me what kind of tree it is. Are we at a place where
We're getting better. The F-35 does some of this stuff. But we still can't share from one service to another. We're working on it. There's this thing called JADC2, Joint All-Domain Command and Control. And we've done a test recently, and this allows all the systems to talk to each other. So we've got an initial tested capability. It seems viable. It seems like it's going to work. But now it's up to DoD to try to get all these systems to be able to do this, because having that information with the warfighter immediately and being able to communicate securely, seamlessly, is the thing that makes this a force multiplier. And we're not there yet.
General Hawk, how soon will the Lieutenant Kelly of today be able to, look at, not have to wait for the ship to shoot at him to know whether it's hostile, and not just tap into some generalized DIA, foundational military intelligence, but also get whatever NSA's latest intercepts are about activity in the area right down to the shooter? How far away from that are we?
So I think, Julian, one of the roles of the National Security Agency, we're a combat support agency. So we are responsible as an element of the Department of Defense to be able to enable military commanders at echelon. I think the test of that today would be to talk to the commanders of the various ships that are operating in the Red Sea. How are we doing in informing their threat and their response? And I think we're proud of the work that we do as a community to be able to ensure that they've got an understanding and indications of warning to be able to put their ship in position to be able to deal with the threats that they're facing. The other component that we're doing every day is our partnership with EUCOM, and in ensuring that European Command and its role today in support of Ukraine, that we're giving them to EUCOM the right sets of intelligence to understand, consistent with what General Cavoli is asking of us. So there are use cases underway today. We keep improving that. From my role is to make sure that from within the Department of Defense and within the nation, we've got an ability to deliver signals intelligence in a unified architecture to ensure that we're getting maximum value for both military commanders and our policymakers. And I'd really reserve it to the other combatant commanders to grade us on how we're doing.
Brad, what do you think? I mean, Microsoft has some of the best AI technology out there with its partnerships. Are you pushing the best stuff to the U.S. military? Or do they have a way to access the best stuff you're doing? Or are there barriers to intelligence agencies using the most cutting edge stuff that technology companies are developing?
Well, there will always be barriers. I mean, that's sort of the nature of life. I would say two things. First, when you think about the concept of sharing, the first aspect where it's, I think, more important every year is in the aggregation of data, even before you get into the sharing of the insights that are derived from it. And there's just an unbelievable supply of data in the world today. To me, what's fascinating to listen to this is to think, wow, you have to fly a plane close to a ship to figure out what kind of ship it is. I could probably make a phone call myself, and within an hour, I might have information from one of the civilian satellite companies we work with that scans the planet, basically every hour, and we use AI algorithms, and literally, every day for 2 years, we've been, for example, producing a report through this kind of technology that goes to the United Nations that will tell you yesterday whether the Russians, actually took out a school, a hospital, or a water tower in Ukraine. But so just think about all of the data that exists and all of the insights that can be derived when you aggregate the data and use AI to take the first round of gathering insights. Then you get to the question that I think you're asking about. And we, in my opinion, do have real challenges still in the United States government today because information doesn't necessarily flow freely always from one part of the government to the other. And in fact, we're designed that way. And there's even some good reasons we're designed that way. It's because you look at domestic data separately from foreign data. The entry point for most domestic data from, say, the private sector is through the FBI. Then we're all dependent on the FBI and the Justice Department to figure out how to get that data to the right part of the government. We do a lot to collaborate on foreign data with the NSA. I continue to believe that the NSA is the crown jewel, not just of the United States, but frankly, the gold standard for the world in terms of having this extraordinary analytical capability. But I do think we will continue to live in a future where we've got to figure out how to move data faster, give insights to people more readily, and then frankly decide what to do with the data. My biggest concern on the cyber front is we get smarter, but we don't actually do anything to deter our adversaries, so they just keep attacking us more and more.
I'm going to bring Senator Rounds in here, but remind the audience, if you have questions, you can use the app, and then they'll be delivered to this little tablet right next to me. Senator Rounds.
Look, here's part of what we're talking kind of a roundup here about, but you've got your domestic policy, which is one side, but then you've got what it is to project military power, and how are we going to do it? And so far, we haven't talked about what our adversaries are doing to stop us from actually doing these things that seem pretty cool. So let's first of all start by talking about how we're going to make this happen. They're going to try to disrupt no matter what we do. Our intelligence should, number one, provide us with targeting information to the warfighter themselves. But second of all, our intelligence also has to tell us what the bad guys are going to do to try to stop us. And thus, what used to be talked about all the time as being a kill chain, from the time you can find it to the time that you can work your way on through to get to the shooter, to get that weapon on the target and take out the bad guy. That sounded pretty doggone good for a long time, except we were doing it at a time period in which our adversaries couldn't stop us in that kill chain. But now what we've got to do is to create the intelligence, and using artificial intelligence to do it very quickly, to move into an era where we have multiple avenues to get from multiple different sensors on the ground, in the air, in space, and in cyberspace, and to create multiple ways of actually delivering back down to the right war fighters, meaning multiple trigger pullers, to take the right type of a weapon that has not been stopped by our adversaries from being able to complete their mission and take out a particular target. And we've got to do it basically at the speed of light. And that's what artificial intelligence can help bring into this whole program. But in order to train everything, you've got to have databases that, rather than holding up that card that Mark had to hold up, you've got to have that chip identified within an entire database from hundreds or if not thousands of different angles, so that when you ask a sensor to identify it, they know in advance that they can go through very, very quickly and identify that chip from a long ways off when one of our guys is not at risk. So it's the incorporation of this high-speed determination of what a target is, and then running it through multiple different areas and through multiple different avenues that aren't being blocked by an adversary who knows exactly what we're trying to do to actually make that warfighter be successful. And you've got to do that all the time in multiple different regions. And right now, it's not just going into one area, such as Ukraine or going into the Middle East in the sea. We're talking about places that are on fire around the world. And we're still talking about fighting one war at a time, but keeping somebody else at bay. And when you keep somebody at bay, what you're really doing is putting our young men and women in harm's way. We got to stop that attitude. So on the policy side, if we're really going to make this work, we have to let our adversaries know that we're going to put ourselves in a position to fight more than one battlefront at a time. And that's not something that we've been training for. It's not something that we've had the money to do in the past. It's not something that we've had the capabilities to do. It's time we face the facts that if we have, and if our intelligence is good enough to know that if we're going to get attacked in one location, whether it be air, land, sea, space, or cyberspace, we're damn well going to get attacked by one of their friends in another place to take advantage of our limited capabilities. And so we're going to have to face that as we begin to develop through the NDAA our mission long-term to keep this country safe. We have to acknowledge that our adversaries will work together to our detriment. AI can help us. Our intel is critical in this so that we know in advance what they're up to so that we can be more capable. But this is a big part of an integrated approach to actually keeping our country safe. And it involves the use of intel in everything that we're going to be using in the future, but moving it to a warfighter at literally the speed of light.
We've seen in the war in Ukraine both the incredible importance of real-time intelligence, the ability of both sides to see combat maneuver way faster than in previous conflicts, way faster than anyone could see the U.S. move, but now ubiquitous drones give a much better picture, much earlier warning. At the same time, electronic warfare cuts off some of that contact back home, cuts off access to the network. You made a good point. The adversary has a vote in this, right? How do you, Senator Kelly, what are your thoughts on this of how we develop an intelligence that can serve in this, both the importance of ubiquitous intelligence, but also in a denied environment?
Yeah, that's the challenge. And, we see that in systems that are now being developed that we haven't used before. I think a perfect example of this is unmanned vehicles or drones. Drone use in Ukraine is almost its entire new domain of warfighting. It's not something we'd seen in a previous conflict. And we're talking about hundreds of thousands of drones being used as lethal weapons very successfully, by the way. I mean, it is estimated that more Russian casualties have come from drones than from artillery, which is unprecedented in any kind of combat. The offensive part of the drone capability has been leading the defensive, the counter drone systems, which is the electronic warfare and some other systems, but primarily electronic warfare. I think you're going to see that catch up. And when there are new EW systems to defeat the drones, then the drones are going to have to try to make another leap forward. And I think you're going to see this as we see in other capabilities that we have. I mentioned Link 16 earlier. Link 16 is jammable. It's a very narrow frequency band. We've got to build a system that is not subject to jamming from the Chinese and the Russians. Otherwise, having artificial intelligence helping us make decisions and then trying to get that, whatever that decision is, to the trigger puller, not going to work if you're getting jammed. So we're doing a lot of work in this area on all fronts, but we've got to figure out a way to make this progress move faster.
Brad.
I just think this is an extraordinarily important point, and it's worth thinking a little bit more about it, because what you're fundamentally describing is the difference between protecting the economy or fighting a war with, say, the technology frontier of 2025 versus 1995. That's really captured in those anecdotes. That's a space of 30 years. That would be like going into World War II with the technology of World War I. It's the same, that was a shorter difference in time. So, if you are an adversary of the United States, one of the things you might want to do is take away 30 years of technology advance for American defense and warfighting capability. How would you do that? Well, you might say, I'm going to pre-plant malware in all of the critical infrastructure of the United States, including the electrical grid and the water supply, the air traffic controller systems, the Pentagon, and the like. You might do that. And then we might pause here and say, that is what China did last year with what was called Volt Typhoon. And then you might couple that with an advanced intelligence capability where you would create, you would hope, the ability to listen to any phone call or read any text message of anyone that you wanted, which then you might say, well, that is what China did this year through Salt Typhoon. So then you have to ask, I think, not one, but two fundamental questions. The first is, how do we harden our defenses to better protect against this? And second, what is the consequence in the international relationship between countries when the Russians, the Iranians, the Chinese engage in this kind of activity? Because I would argue that over the last 4 years, the country has made a lot of progress in strengthening our defenses, but has not even sought to create a deterrence strategy. And so we sit here at the end of 2024, and we at Microsoft see 600 million cyber attacks against our customers every day. And until we combine defense with deterrence, the problem will grow and will place more burden than can be sustained on the defensive side and, frankly, on the private sector. So we need to broaden the strategic aperture as we look to the transition ahead.
General Hawk, can you react to what Brad just said about Volt Typhoon, Salt Typhoon, whether China can be deterred from this? I mean, we seem to be in a place where China is our equal now, or potentially even better than us in some of this cyber espionage, cyber warfare in the case of Volt Typhoon. What's your reaction to what Brad said?
So I think there's two different components as to how we think about it. First, what I'm responsible for and what our both NSA and Cyber Command are to inform this. What is happening? What does this threat look like? And I think when you look back to the reports and the cybersecurity advisories that were done last year, that were collaboratively done between all the elements of the US government, industry, and our foreign partners, to lay bare at an unclassified level exactly what China was doing to target critical infrastructure. That's part of what we're responsible to do. Inform that threat in a way that then we can determine as a nation, how do we respond to that? The other component that I owe in that discussion is, what is the cyber component of that response? What options do we offer to our policymakers? But I don't think we see this as a cyber v. cyber discussion. There's a component of that in terms of how we harden ourselves and the options we deliver, but it's really how do we bring the tools that we bring as a nation with our allies and our partners to be able to then have consequence that matters. And we should be informing that from both NSA and Cyber Command.
Senator Rounds.
Yeah, look, the general is absolutely correct on this. And what we have to be able to do is very, very quickly move our capabilities. And these capabilities are going to change rapidly. So if we take an exotic system and we purchase an exotic, brand new, very expensive system, unless that system is capable of what we would consider plug and play, where we can take out one segment of it which is obsolete and replace it with another segment very quickly, then we're not doing ourselves much good. And so what I think what we have to be talking about here is if we really want to defend our country and if we really want to be in an offensive position to respond to adversaries in such a fashion that they decide it's not worth it, then we've got to take the next step in technologies to be one step ahead of them all the time, and that's not cheap. We're going to spend almost $900 billion on our defense this year, and it's a huge amount of money. And there's going to be some waste, fraud, and abuse. As much as we try to fight it out, there's going to be some, and we're not going to justify it, we're going to try to tear it out. But here's the part that I think we've got to remember. As we look at the most exotic and the newest capabilities, and we're constantly trying to upgrade so that our adversaries are in a position to where they don't want to fight us, it's going to cost us more money. But I challenge this, and I know I'm talking to the choir here in many ways, but here's the deal. If we underestimate what we require in order to be the absolute best, where nobody will dispute it, we risk the possibility of a war. What's the cost of a single war, just in terms of our treasury? Do we start at $1 trillion? And that's not including the cost in terms of bloodshed on our own young men and women. And that's if we win. So for me, it looks to me like the best thing that we can do is focus and absolutely deliver the best we can with regards to the best technologies that we possibly can that can be upgraded regularly, and that we do it in such a fashion that our adversaries will never question our ability to cause huge amounts of damage to them in a very, very short period of time. And if we do that, then the price we pay in terms of the defense budget is an insurance premium, but one in which it protects us and our young men and women from having to go into harm's way.
So in classic deterrence with nuclear weapons or conventional deterrence with an aircraft carrier, it was easy for the adversary to measure American power. In the intelligence realm, in the cyberspace realm, it's much more difficult for an adversary to understand the capabilities of the United States. It is, while you can have a cyber deterrence that goes beyond cyberspace, that is a difficult policy leap for a president to make, to say some attack in cyberspace to go into a physical world response. So how do we create this? We've been talking about it for years, but we have new technology now. How do you seem strong in cyberspace? How do you seem, Brad, you have an answer.
Well, first I would say it's a hard problem, but let's not make it harder than it is. I think the first thing we should really do is step back and say, we have some work to do to develop, I'll call it a more, I won't even call it a more effective deterrence strategy, because I don't think we have a deterrence strategy that is really robust today. And so you have to start by making clear where the lines are that, if crossed, will lead to some kind of response. I then think that one needs, in my opinion, this is an area where you all are obviously more expert, but build a toolbox with more tools, not fewer. And obviously, step one is often private dialogue, which I think has been pursued. Step two is public attribution. That is the first way that one holds someone else accountable. And I would advocate, where feasible, and I would say it's often feasible, to have multilateral attribution. And different countries react different ways to that kind of public attribution. For some, it's sort of a badge of honor. For others, they get very chagrined when they're called out. Then you have a range of economic responses. And over the last few years, we've always thought about responses in terms of sanctions. Now, frankly, they've often been very narrow, focused on specific individuals. If tariffs are going to be a new government tool, then maybe they should be part of the cyber response and deterrence toolbox as well. And I've done all of this, and I haven't even gotten to anything that the military side of the government would undertake, and others here have a much better sense than me. I don't think that's the role of the private sector whatsoever, but I would just say we need to spend more time developing an approach to this, and we should make it more comprehensive.
I will say, between Microsoft and NSA, we get much quicker attributions for cyber attacks than we used to, and other cybersecurity companies. I remember 10 years ago, if you were a reporter, you were scrambling to find out, like, is it China, is it Russia, is it Iran? And that was hard. And now we are much more quickly either to get a pretty confident statement from Microsoft or a CISA NSA statement. So I think there's been progress in communicating with the public on attribution. And I wonder, General Hawk, do you think there's more to show about, in the interests of deterrence, in the interests of strength, of showing what cyber capabilities are, both defensive, but most importantly, offensive as well?
I'll emphasize the defensive right now, Julian. I think, what are our strengths? And if we start really at our core, what are our strengths as a nation? Our strength as a nation is our economy and our industry. And so when we think about the cyber domain, it's different than every other warfighting domain. This is a man-made domain largely built by our industry. Are we capitalizing on that partnership and the opportunity in a way that thinks about collective defense of our economy and our critical infrastructure in a way that allows us to get beyond simply information sharing? What does that collaboration look like is an area for us. Where we have put a lot of time is also in our foreign partnerships, because every nation is feeling this same threat. So our allies and our partners, whether that be our military partners or the other nations' SIGINT entities that are trying to understand how to be able to track these threats, report to their leaders what's at risk, that becomes another part of the collective response opportunity. The more we can lay that bare about what adversaries are doing and how they are targeting our allies and our partners, also brings along another teammate when we think about how we bring together responses to make impactful things that would change a behavior in the future.
Senator Kelly.
Yeah, and I think we've had some positive examples of when we've done this recently, but also historically. If you go back to 1962, Cuban Missile Crisis, sharing images with the United Nations about missiles in Cuba. It got us at least moving in the right direction to eventually get them moved. We did come pretty close to, I think some would say, possibly a nuclear exchange there, but it eventually, worked out. More recently, with Ukraine and Russia intending to invade, now we had the information, we shared it, we made it public, so we declassified it, made the information public, the US public knew about it, Ukrainians knew about it. It did take a little while to convince them that this was actually going to happen, this invasion. But I think those are good examples of when we declassify intelligence that we have, we put it in the public domain, and it does work to our benefit.
Technology is changing intelligence very rapidly. The United States is taking advantage of it, but so is everybody else. I, at the New York Times, now have the capability of tasking satellites to go take a look at things. Like, I never imagined that I'd be able to do that, but we do it. And we look there and we go to experts, hey, this looks like something interesting here. So intelligence has long been an American advantage, but lots of places, lots of countries, lots of news organizations, they're all catching up. So is this technological advance something that is giving America an edge, or is it helping the rest of the world catch up? What's your bottom line? Senator Kelly.
Well, yeah, I totally think it gives us the edge because, you know, I am convinced that we are the best innovators and the inventors of technology. So at least today, you know, in 2024, I think we still have the edge over adversaries. In some areas, especially with the Chinese, they've caught up, and I would say in some very specific places they have gotten ahead. But when we realize they're ahead, we have the ability to catch up and match them and eventually get overmatch. An example of that might be air-to-air missile systems, where we're working to get back to where we have superiority over adversaries in, you know, systems that have greater range. Any kind of combat, the length of the stick is what really matters, whether it's artillery, you know, sniper rifle, missile systems. So I do believe we have the edge, but we've got to maintain that. And that means getting the right people into these jobs in the defense industry, into the intelligence community, having an education system where we're training the best scientists and engineers, getting folks working for the NSA that have the right language and cultural background and a fluency with artificial intelligence. That's the challenge, you know, that we face. And right now, just being kind of parochial here with, you know, in my state, in the state of Arizona, we're, you know, struggling a little bit with public education. We've got some things we've got to improve, but we need a smart, innovative workforce.
General Hawk, what do you say to adversaries catching up?
So I think what we focus on every day is to create advantage for our policymakers and create advantage for our military commander. We do that. I think our question as we go forward is, we have done an amazing job of innovating. We have a workforce that works with artificial intelligence every day. But what we're going to be graded on is how quickly can we leverage the advances that are happening in our industry, in our workflow, and having the compute to be able to do that, having the workforce that's ready to adapt to the changes that are happening at a really impressive rate in commercial industry, and getting those into the department, executable at a pace that allows us to keep that advantage. That's one of our critical components that we have to be able to deliver.
Senator Rounds, the next Congress is going to have a Republican majority. It's going to be able to pass a lot of things. There's a lot of pressure to do a lot of cuts. We have a new Department of Government Efficiency. What is your priority as you look at defense and intelligence, at spending the money more wisely, at preserving this edge? What are you going to be looking to do in the next Congress?
First of all, there will be a team put together, and hopefully it'll be bipartisan in nature, but it's going to be one that's going to try to make government as efficient as possible. We want to make sure that our tax policies are in such a fashion that our businesses can grow and thrive, our economy becomes even stronger than what it is today. I think those are some of the focuses that we're going to do. The American people said they wanted to make sure that we've addressed the southern border. That will become a major issue early on that will be addressed. But there's something else here that we should talk about, and that is with artificial intelligence, it will impact every single part of the average American's life. We want to make sure that in America, when we start talking about it, it's not something bad, it is something good. We have to incorporate it, and that means we've got to have the industries or the innovators who are directly involved in this. They've got to see Washington, D.C. as a place where they can go and work with us to get the best for our military operations. But on the second piece of it, to the American public, we've got to show the American public that the innovation that you find with artificial intelligence works to improve their quality of life. And that means, for many people, health care. I'm just going to hit this up. American people want to see a way in which we can provide better health care and do it in such a fashion that they can afford to have it. Artificial intelligence can be incorporated in that right now. And if we do both, we use it for our defense, we use it for using it from our business community, they're growing it, they grow our economy. It's a win-win all the way around, but it is here, it is for real, it's not going away.
Brad Smith, you get the last word.
Well, I would just say I think the United States has one huge strength, and also it's worth thinking about here one significant weakness. The strength, I think, especially when it comes to developing and using intelligence, is to recognize that at the end of the day, it really requires great acumen in both STEM, or say computer and data science, and acumen in social science. And when you look at our adversaries, I see the Russians with this very impressive capability in both, but especially social science, the Chinese more with the acumen in, say, computer science. I think the United States educational system produces an extraordinary mixture, and our greatest successes come when we combine people in this multidisciplinary way. There are very few countries that can match that. Then the weakness. There's a sort of an organizational law that was derived a few decades ago that basically said that software companies would largely develop software that matched their org chart. People would create a product that they themselves could create. And so that's why there are so many reorgs in the tech sector. If you want to change the product, you move around the org chart, so you bring the teams together. And as somebody who works on these issues with many, basically all the NATO allies, all the democracies of the world, the United States is unique in the degree to which the person who is elected the head of state isn't allowed to reorganize the government. We gave to the legislative branch so much of the authority for the organization of the executive branch that these two senators may have more impact on the organizational structure of the Department of Commerce than the Secretary of Commerce. And so, we're largely going into the second half of the 2020s with an org chart for the executive branch that was created in the first half of the 1950s. And that gets in the way of developing capabilities and sharing insights. And somehow, it's a good time to think not only about efficiency, which I absolutely applaud as an end in and of itself, but just sort of a more modern way of working to overcome what is a very rigid organizational system.
We've gone over our time. Please join me in thanking the panel.
Nicely done.
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes Panel 3. Panel 5 will begin in 10 minutes on this stage, and Panel 4 will begin in 10 minutes in the Presidential Learning Center. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The panel session is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The panel session is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Panel 5, A New Axis, how cooperation between malign actors impacts military planning and operations. Please welcome to the stage Mr. Oren Lieberman of CNN and our distinguished panelists.
All right.
Oh, there's the tape.
I'll give everyone just another moment here to get comfortable, and then we'll get going. All right, I'll do a quick intro for my panel here. Not that they need any introduction, certainly not in the company we're in here. Secretary Robert Wilkie, former Secretary of Veterans Affairs and leading the transition team for DOD and VA. Horacio Rosansky, CEO of Booz Allen. Congressman John Molinar, who heads our select committee on the CCP. Admiral Lisa Franchetti, the CNO, Chief of Naval Operations, and way down at the far end of the stage, General Fenton, Head of Special Operations Command. General Fenton, I start my days every day in the Pentagon by talking to military officers, and this morning is going to be no different, so you're up first, way over there on the other end here. You have talked about the convergence of U.S. adversaries. The U.S. doesn't face one bad guy at a time anymore. When we're focused on China, Russia, North Korea, and Iran, they are signing agreements for long-term cooperation in multiple domains in the long-term future here. And we see the power that has brought. Iranian drones, North Korean artillery, and now troops, and Chinese systems have kept Russia in the fight now for 3 years, something they almost certainly couldn't have done on their own. Given that, how do you see the global security environment right now to get us started?
Yeah, Warren, thanks. First of all, thanks for moderating this panel and bringing us all together. Glad to be up here with my august colleagues as part of this panel. Thank you. I'd say just a straight shot, it's the most complicated or challenging I've seen in 37 years in the military. And I say that in the way you've heard me talk about it, convergence, but I'll talk a little bit about them in isolation first, then some convergence, and then probably one that needs mentioning, has been mentioned a couple times, the changing character of war, that bring that all together. All that's against the backdrop of global view as Special Operations Command, 7,000 teammates on any given day across 80 different countries, 24/7, 365, and also my own experience. I came in 1987, and we had one threat, one foe to worry about, USSR. That's all we did. And I never heard anything about, at that time, China, didn't hear anything about North Korea, didn't hear anything about Iran. And now, in 2024 with the NDS, 4 state adversaries and a group of VEOs, all noted as threats and challenges for us. And if you go in isolation, 2 of them are nuclear-armed nations. 2 are pursuing some level of nuclear ambition. All of them have militaries that are the state actors that are in some level of movement or with some capability. 2 of them, the Iranians and the Russians, already in action. And then all of them using other instruments of power to pursue their outcomes and desired objectives. And terror has not gone away. I think there are folks out there who see me each and every day say, hey, terror's over, what are you doing? My point is it's absolutely not. When you think about ISIS, Al-Qaeda, Al-Shabaab, they absolutely still wish to conduct actions in the homeland and partners, certainly capitals abroad, that are untoward. And while we may have them semi-contained, as General Kurilla and many of us like to talk about with the actions in Syria and Iraq, the ideology, the caliphate that is, the ideology is still running the internet,
social media unconstrained and inspiring or aspiring folks to action. And that's in isolation, and there's certainly a high level of concern in that. I think when we talk about the convergence or maybe a fusion of these, it gets even more certainly concerning. And the vignette through the eyes of the special operators that are out there across the globe, they point me to routinely is Ukraine. And they said, sir, if Ukraine ever was just fighting Russia all alone, that's not the case now. Now Ukraine is fighting Russia plus Iran, as we know, with material solutions, Shaheeds, and certainly other material solutions are providing the Russians, plus the North Koreans who, until a couple of weeks ago, were doing only material solutions, and now there's humans, carbon life forms from North Korea working alongside the Russians. And then when you get to the PRC, certainly material support. That type of fusion, concerning. We know it's transactional in some way, but certainly concerning. And they don't stop there. They say, well, take a look at Yemen. And when you think about what's going on in the Red Sea and the challenges certainly General Kurilla and others are getting after, Houthis 10 years ago maybe by themselves, but not now. Houthis supported by Iran, both material and certainly advisors, and probably making inroads or some level of connection with the Russians and the same variety. And just to kind of round that one out, I would throw in attempts by non-state actors and VEOs to also have some level of connection point. And a couple weeks ago, I think it came out that the Houthis were looking to make inroads with al-Shabaab, whether it be for transfer of weapon systems that would be very concerning to us, or communications, or for finance. That type of converging across all the three of those are just some examples that we're seeing out there that are a bit of a challenge. And then I'll just end with the changing character of war. I think that's a challenge and an opportunity that I make sure I never miss. And when I lay that down, I again point to Ukraine and really talk about, if you look at the way Ukraine with no Navy has imposed cost on the Russians with uncrewed systems, doing that in the air as well, at scale, that is a fundamental, maybe even a revolutionary change in the character of war. And as I think about that, at scale, and certainly with sprinkling of artificial intelligence and autonomy, so that the systems can do it on their own and with less humans, on top of that, maybe even adaptive manufacturing, all of that, with even open source, is a fundamental, maybe even revolutionary change. That is a challenge matched up against those threats. So extremely complex, more than I've seen in 37 years. Sorry to give you that grim news on a Saturday in California.
Did somebody else want to chime in there? I'll ask two Syria follow-ups, only because it's the topic of the moment, and it feels like the Assad regime may fall before this panel is over. And it's a two-part question. The first part to our military officers at the end: does the collapse of Syria as a nation state, as a semi-functioning country, affect how you think about the viability and wisdom of U.S. troops there? And then the broader question, and how we look at our topic, and this may be for Congressman or for the Secretary: what does it tell you that Syria, which relied for more than a decade on Putin, has been abandoned in the blink of an eye? What does that tell you about the relationships between our adversaries?
Can I use politicians' privilege and interrupt?
Yes, of course.
Before the experts talk. I want to say that I think in a very strange way, the collapse of the Assad regime is heralding the apogee of Iranian power. I think we see that they will be on an inevitable decline. The props that they have used, the Houthis, Hamas, Hezbollah, and now the murderous Assad regime, are being taken care of systematically by the Israelis. And the last thing I'll say, because I wasn't supposed to answer this question, but I see Senator Shaheen here. She's one of the people who has been warning the nation, and I think she would agree that Senator Tillis has been there with her, that this is a symbiotic problem. Weakening the Iranians, weakening the Russians in Eastern Europe weakens China. And the reason I point to her is that she's also been, I should have her up here answering these questions, but she's also been arguing for a return to what I would call the mundane aspects of national security. because Ukraine has shown us that the lessons of the 20th century's barbarism are still with us, as well as the promise of high tech. And that's why we have to focus, and I think in the transition, and right now I'm not speaking officially for DoD transition in Trump, but we will be focusing on producing artillery shells, producing precision-guided munitions, putting more hulls in the water and making sure more ships and submarines are at sea and more aircraft are in the air. The killing fields of Ukraine are a warning to us all, and a warning that this is a multi-headed monster, that we have to prepare for multiple theaters. We'll need industry. But the good side is that I do believe that the collapse of the murderous Assad regime, not that the Islamists are going to be any better, but this is a blow at the heart of the Ayatollah's regime. And I think if sanctions and the return to American energy independence is achieved, that will put them on the inevitable downslide into oblivion, which we would all welcome. So I apologize for
no apology needed. That was a fantastic answer to the second question. Back to the first question, do you think differently because of frankly, the chaos in Syria about our own military footprint there?
Yeah, what I would say is, I think still too early to tell. I wouldn't want to speculate, where this thing goes and any thoughts on our own footprint. So lots of changes still to come and for us to absorb and understand. But what won't change and isn't changed, and has not changed right now, is at least in SOCOM and support of General Kurilla, is our focus on disrupting, degrading ISIS and the global caliphate inside of Syria, and staying on that, and certainly imposing cost and keeping that thing disrupted and disconnected. The other thing we're staying focused on certainly is the force protection of our troops. That absolutely, those two things that I mentioned just last, they will not change. I think it's a little
threats
early
are still
for us
there.
to tell what's going to happen
If not more
as this
so.
thing unfolds.
Can I make a point?
Yes, and you have the next question, Horacio.
Well, just jumping on the point you were making and General Fenton's point about convergence. I had an opportunity over the last year to spend significant time in both Japan and Taiwan with an effort to try and understand how they see the world. And the thing that surprised me the most, and was true in both places, is how much detail they're absorbing about what's happening around the world and translating it to their situation. So in Taiwan, I was there shortly after October the 7th, and they were looking at how Israel had mobilized their population and trying to understand what that meant for them and their ability to do so. In Japan, we think about Japan in the context of China, but their neighborhood includes Russia and North Korea as a potentially a more immediate threat in the way they look at it. And so even everything that's happening in the world is shaping everybody else's policies. And I think the entire world is going to be looking at Syria very closely, to your point, to understand what does that mean for me, what does that mean for my allies, what does that mean for my enemies.
And Horacio, this leads into my next question for you. Our panel is officially called A New Axis, How Cooperation Between Malign Actors Impacts Military Planning and Operations. But we've talked several times now, and you made the argument, it is not an axis the way we think of that word, it is more a block of countries. What do you learn from that, and how does that affect your work with the planning and prep for the military, that it's a block and not an axis?
So from our perspective, the thing that my only argument with the word axis is axis speaks of World War II, and to me block speaks of Cold War. And that this is, what we're seeing is not just a formation of a military alliance, but also an economic bloc, which has the secondary advantage of allowing them to evade sanctions and do a number of very troubling things. And I think that dimension is equally important. Economic security, we're in the Reagan Library. Economic security and national security go hand in hand. And then that speaks to the role of industry. I think I've said it several times, the industry that I'm a part of, I think has been a little timid in terms of leaning forward and bringing forward solutions and technologies and taking some more risk to really meet the moment and meet the needs for speed in this moment.
I'm going to come back to that point in just a moment here, but I'm going to go to Admiral Franchetti for the next question. We, the U.S., had vast economic superiority over the Soviet Union. And when you look at the current environment, that's simply no longer the case. China is the world's second largest economy. It's allowed Iran and North Korea to keep their economies afloat and evade sanctions. When you look at that part of the competition, you don't need me to tell you that their ships outnumber ours, although we have greater tonnage for the navies. How do you think about the economic part of military competition with the bloc of countries that are our adversaries?
Yeah, well, just to build on your point, they're really intertwined. I mean, if we think about the Navy's job, for many years, our job, our Title X responsibility was really to provide for sustained combat operations incident to the sea. But in 2023, in the NDAA, Congress codified that we have a responsibility for the peacetime promotion of national security interests as well. And that's really about keeping the freedom of the seas, enabling the global flow of commerce that is really the lifeblood of our economy. America is a maritime nation. 70% of the world is ocean. If you think about, all the trade that flows, through that, is about 90% of trade goes through the seaborne. We've got 95% of international communications going through undersea cables every day, about $10 trillion of financial transactions going through those cables. So our job, and the job of kind of the navies all around the world, is to promote that freedom of the seas, standing up for that rules-based global security order that has provided for that prosperity. So as I think about our Navy and where we need to be and where we need to be postured, it's that we need to be out there operating everywhere international law allows to make sure that we do have that freedom of the seas that promote the global economy for our nation and for our partners around the world.
A quick follow-up.
If I might, just to double down on the perspective of the nations I get a chance to visit, certainly in this job, this idea that economic security is national security, doubling down on it. As we go across the globe and we have an opportunity to engage chiefs of defense, a minister of defense at all levels, very grateful for the military manifestation of commitment from the United States, in this case through the lens of Special Operations Command. But more often than not, they ask, we'd really like to have that same economic relationship, because they understand, like we do, that those are both key parts of national security. And what I've come to really think through is, at the end of the day, the military, your military, the U.S. military, along with our partners and allies, is really the most prominent, at sometimes visible manifestation of national security. But the economic side is actually the most potent, the one that more often than not folks are really, really interested in to co-join. And we're blessed because we live in a nation that's, we're the envy of the world in the private markets and our economic engine. And I think those are important points as we go forward, that not only from our perspective, as the CNO and Horacio just mentioned, but also through the view of the teammates I get a chance to engage with across the globe in my SOCOM commander duties.
Admiral, the quick follow-up I was going to ask there is, we just saw several weeks ago, maybe a couple months ago, for the first time, Russian and Chinese bombers flying just off our ADIZ in Alaska. Hadn't seen that before. Where do you expect that relationship to go? I think they've basically signed a lifelong buddy-buddy relationship. And how do you prepare for it or counter it?
Yeah, well, definitely they talk about that no limits partnership, and it's something that we watch with concern. I would say that since 2015, they've done about 23 exercises, engagements together, about 5 in this past year. So the rate is increasing a little bit. But when you step back and you look at what our military forces do, just in the Navy perspective, we did 120 exercises, engagements in the Indo-PACOM region alone. And so when you think about an exercise like RIMPAC and the month-long effort that we put together with many 25 different nations, 43 ships and submarines, 150 different aircraft, 15 land forces. This is what we do. And, people want to be part of that exercise. We have international partners as commanders. We do everything from humanitarian disaster relief to 2 live SYNCEXs in this last one. So I think what we need to do is continue what we've always been doing, which is really drill down on those capabilities and the interoperability with our partners all over the world, because that's what we have to be able to do, because in the end, that's peace through strength. That's what deters our adversaries, and I think that's really part of what we bring to the table every day as a joint force.
If I had a nickel for every time the Secretary said allies and partners, I would retire before the end of this.
Well, and let me add to what the Admiral said. I mean, we sometimes look at this situation as a one-off, the United States and China. Remember, China is surrounded, and the chairman can speak to this at greater length than I can. China is surrounded by nations with 1,000-year memories of Chinese aggression. In my lifetime, they fought a war with Vietnam, which they lost. A couple of years before I was born, they fought one of 2 wars against India. The center of our strategy in the Pacific has to be centered on our allies in Japan and South Korea, the Philippines, Australia. And there have been great strides in that. We have to take advantage, and I would argue that I think in the Pacific, overall, we actually have a stronger allied base than we do in Europe. Not in Eastern Europe or in the Scandinavian countries, but other sections of Europe. And that is what we have to we have to hone in on, because China is a country with massive contradictions. 900 million of its own people live the way they did 2,000 years ago. Xi has built an economy on playing cards. It is incredibly fragile. We can't look at them the way we looked at the beginning of the Cold War at the Soviet Union, that these are 10-foot tall people. We have enormous advantages, but we have to be smarter. We have to embrace our allies even closer than we have. And I would argue, and this is not official from the Trump people, this is just me speaking, we have to eliminate the last of those Cold War barriers that prevent us from even more fully cooperating with the Japanese, the Australians, and the rest of our allies in the Pacific, because China cannot compete in that part of the world if those strengths are enhanced by that cooperation.
And Mr. Secretary, could I also build on, we had 7 different European nations participate in that RIMPAC. And, just this last fall, the Italian carrier with its F-35s deployed into the Indo-Pacific. The French, Charles de Gaulle, is on her way now. The British is going to come a little bit later in the year. We've also had multiple other nations like Germany, Australia, Canada, New Zealand doing Taiwan Straits transits. Again, it's all about getting everyone to stand up for that ability to operate wherever international law allows. So I think bringing in Europe, also we see good partnerships between Japan and other partners, and a lot of different opportunity there to build on, I think, in the coming years.
Yeah, and I would offer that that's going on across all the department. If you think of all the services, top of the CNO service in the Air Force, the Army, the Marine Corps, Space Force, and certainly in Special Operations Command. So when you add all that together, on top of those partners and allies that have been participants, the outcomes and the consequences are phenomenal. They have placement and access and locations that we don't have, and that they don't have. You put that together, at some point the pie is a lot bigger in terms of solving these challenging problems that I laid out earlier. Same thing with capabilities and/or capacity. Some have capabilities we don't. We have much of what others don't. Again, we put that together, again, across all the services and certainly SOCOM with partners and allies. You just have a sense now that there's a much better approach at being able to solve these challenges, either just in support of our own nation or in support of kind of the global community. And that's going on at scale across the department.
Chairman, you have something you want to add, and then the next question is coming your way as well.
I would just agree with a lot of what's been said about the encouraging relationships. You see Japan and Korea building relationships. You see, what's happening with Australia. When you think of, as you mentioned, the history with Vietnam and China, there are a lot of very encouraging things. But I would also just point out that it is complicated because you have China that's such a dominant economic player, and you have within these countries, division within those countries. And I think, in the case of Korea, you have a situation where the president's been very strong partnering with us. I'm not sure the parliament is quite in the same place. Even in Taiwan, you have differences in terms of the executive branch and the parliament. And I think it really behooves us to continue to reach out, build those stronger relationships, look for ways to partner, but recognize, Ronald Reagan was successful because he had a strong military, strong economy, and he also made the moral case for freedom. And as you point out, the rules-based order that we've all benefited from, I think we have a lot of work to do in that sense to win over these countries kind of across the board, because I think China works very hard. You know, we saw with Taiwan during their elections how active they were trying to influence that election. And I think we're going to see more and more of that, and we just have to be prepared. Even in this country, when you look at the partnerships that the CCP has orchestrated, you know, different universities have partnerships with, you know, Chinese universities, research projects that are funded by the Department of Defense that, you know, involve a Chinese national and an American professor. And I think we have to rethink this whole strategy of how we engage with China, because they've really abused those relationships.
Well, let me just add what the chairman just said in my own life. My son attended a science-specific school in Fairfax County, Virginia, Thomas Jefferson High School for Science and Technology, which has traditionally been ranked the #1 public high school in the country. I'm glad he became an engineer. He could stay away from law and politics and contribute to society. But we've just had a story break in Northern Virginia where the governor and the attorney general are investigating Thomas Jefferson because the last 2 principals have been sending projects like my son engaged on planetary mining straight to Beijing. Beijing has now taken plans given to them by public school officials in Fairfax County, and they've built 27 Thomas Jeffersons. That's the kind of thing that we have to be on guard for in this nation that we're not talking about, because it hits us at every level. To reinforce again what the chairman said, that's happening now, and it's already down to the high school level.
They have already figured out ways to do that, and we're just catching up and responding. Chairman, next question. Your committee recently ran a tabletop war game that looked at our defense industrial base versus China and found 2 conclusions I thought were interesting. First, China's on a wartime footing. Second, it has degraded U.S. deterrence. I don't know if the conclusion was U.S. deterrence is lost, but given the results of that, how do you view restoring deterrence? What is it you want to see? I don't want to say different, but new, or in the next 4 years, what new approach would you like to see? And then what does it take to restore that and compete in the ways we're talking about here?
Well, thank you. You know, the exercise was really to look at if there was an invasion of Taiwan, you know, how long, you know, what would that look like? How long would we sustain our military industrial base? And what we found is, you know, we're very strong to begin with, but as you think of the different conflicts going on around the world, we're spread thin. And their capacity, just, and you know, I feel like I'm speaking with experts on this, but you know, 240 to 1 in terms of shipbuilding capacity. And when you consider the munitions that ran out after a week because so much is being used, the loss of life that would be. So I think the lesson for me was, you know, when we look at Ukraine and you say, well, if we had gotten them more munitions earlier, would that have deterred that? Because now we're in a situation where we continue to support that. But with respect to Taiwan, you know, we've got a year-long wait for some munitions. We've got, you know, a desire to help them, but it seems like, you know, we don't have the capacity right now to provide what they've already purchased. And in doing so, does that create a perception of weakness for Xi Jinping?
I would normally never ask a yes or no question in this scenario, but I'm about to anyway. I'm curious, and this is a question for all of you, would you like to see a U.S. and a legal environment that when it comes to the defense industrial base allows us to purchase destroyers or some other warship from a South Korea, a Japan? Would you like to see a scenario in which that becomes possible to expand not just the U.S. defense industrial base, but sort of our allies' defense industrial base?
Well, I would just say, you know, we visited Korea. We heard about their shipbuilding capabilities, their capacity, and some of their interests in partnering here in the United States. And I think that makes a lot of sense to me. I think we have to look at working with like-minded allies. You know, I recognize there's a lot of, you know, considerations that go into it, but I'm not convinced we're able to do it on our own. I think we do need to partner with like-minded allies.
Let me put some meat on the chairman's observation, and of course I yield to the Chief of Naval Operations. But we have probably 10 shipyards that are fully engaged in shipbuilding. This is not the days of Franklin Roosevelt and the Liberty ships. The maintenance on our nuclear submarine fleet alone would take the full capacity of those shipyards for the next 30 years. I think given the scope and the breadth of the Chinese threat, and I mentioned this earlier about knocking down some old Cold War barriers to cooperation, and maybe the CNO can answer this, there's absolutely no reason why we shouldn't be in shipyards in Japan for repairs, looking to expand that capability. And even, let's go to Europe, our friends in Sweden in particular. Their ability to build icebreakers and cooperate with us to engage in the Arctic. We don't have that capability right now, and sadly, and I hope I'm not offending any of our friends in the true north up above us in Canada. Canada is no longer a three-ocean power, Pacific, Atlantic, and Arctic. In fact, I mean, when I was born, the Canadian Army was the 4th largest in NATO. Now it's probably the size of the Alabama National Guard. And their shipbuilding capacity has cratered. So we do need to be more creative given the scope of the Chinese threat. And I think that kind of cooperation with, I mentioned Sweden, Japan, the Koreas, I think we have to seriously look at that. We can still protect assets we want to protect, but they have a latent capacity that right now we don't have.
Admiral, any thoughts on that?
Well, you know, I'd like to say my focus on getting more players on the field. You know, I've talked about that a lot. You know, it's the ones we can build, it's the ones we can get in and out of maintenance on time. And I think looking for creative solutions is really important. And it's not just on the shipbuilding, but it's also on weapons production. You know, where can we do some co-production and really accelerate what we need to do? I think as you step back, though, and you look at, you know, the history of U.S. industry and how U.S. industry has really been able to rise to the occasion, you know, how do we really prime that pump, whether it's, you know, sub-suppliers, suppliers, whether it's working across departments, Department of Labor, Department of Education, you know, how do we really get people enthused about blue-collar trades, about getting out there and being part of this defense industrial base, weapons industrial base, because that's going to grow the capability that we need for the long term. So I think some short-term actions as well as a long-term growth mindset is really where we need to go to get that Navy that we need.
And the Admiral's right. We've lost 17,000 small and mid-sized defense companies in the last 10 years. And with them goes that precise that innovation, competitiveness, and that's the kind of thing, and I think you'll see that in some of the early transition programs to incentivize the return of some of those companies that can provide innovation and move us into the second half of or the middle half of this century.
See, just like I said, a yes or no question. That was quick. I just have to make reference to the chart right here in front of me. This is from the Reagan survey. It says 85% of people are concerned about malign cooperation among authoritarians. The only question I have about that survey is, who are the other 15%? And let's do a panel with them just to see what their answers are. Horacio, a question for you as we look at this. We are looking at three very different kinds of warfare going on right now. We're watching sort of historic trench warfare in Ukraine. We're watching advanced drones, very often Iranian drones, both in Ukraine and in Lebanon, to a lesser extent in Gaza, that are able to penetrate Israel's air defense system, which is nothing to sneeze at. And then you have China in the Indo-Pacific pushing the bounds on hypersonics and what's technologically possible. I don't think anybody here would say the U.S. has the resources to prepare for all of those kinds of warfare. When you look at that, how do you drive the innovation at DoD to prioritize and help DoD in terms of where it needs to be focusing?
You know, this three time frame problem that you're describing it's a little bit like the three body problem in physics, which cannot be solved by conventional math. This cannot be solved by conventional means. If you start with the premise that more investment is needed, absolutely. But there's never going to be enough money to fully supply all of the needs across all of these investment timeframes. So to me, the only plausible answer is we need to accelerate across everything. We need to modernize faster. We need to put the new tools in place faster than we ever have. There's a good example for that. If you go back to Operation Warp Speed, in 18 months, the country built what would be 10 years worth of therapeutics and vaccines because we mobilized, because we're willing to take risk differently, because it was a public-private partnership, because a lot of the traditional rules had to either be suspended or revised, and that produced extraordinary results. And by the way, it was set up to where failures were expected. Somebody in the department described it to me as when the Super Bowl ends and they always have the T-shirt of the winner because they make both, and they know they're going to throw away half of them, but that's not the point. If you compare that to the system that we all live in, it's almost the opposite. Our system is not built for speed, both in the private and the public sector. The system is built to reduce and try to eliminate perceived risk at all costs, which makes everything more expensive when you say at all costs, and which frankly says it doesn't matter how slow you go. And so at some point, every time something becomes a perceived failure, new guardrails get added. And at some point, there's no more road, there's only guardrails. And that's what we need to break through. It's the work of Congress and the work of the department to create different incentives for industry to drive acceleration, but it's also the work of industry. We need to act differently. We need to take a lot more risk. We can't be sitting around waiting. To brag about Booz Allen for 30 seconds, we're the #1 provider of AI and cyber to the federal government. Because we started working on cyber in the 90s when nobody cared about it, because we started working on AI in the mid-2010s where nobody cared about it. Now, I'm not here to talk to you about all the things we also worked on that never made it, because those don't matter. What matters is ultimately you can deliver a solution, but you have to accept risk, you have to accept failure, and you have to go for it. And I think both industry and the department, and with a lot of help from Congress, that to me is the only way we get through this.
General Fenton, we've talked a bit about, over the last few days, you want to see an increased relationship and a driver of innovation between the military and what we're seeing in Silicon Valley from the tech companies. How do you get that relationship closer, and what do you as a warfighter, especially as you look at the effectiveness of small drones in Ukraine and elsewhere, what is it you want to see come out of those relationships?
Yeah, thanks, Warren. I'll double down on what I think. First, it starts, and I have talked a lot about this, and it's not just Silicon Valley, it's also manufacturing. And it can be, across the United States, it's certainly hardware and software, and across the gamut. And I think it starts with almost this chart that you just had up. A common narrative, a common sight picture, a common theme of what we're dealing with when we talk about the convergence of not only the state and non-state, but the changing character of war that makes a challenge for us in the military, as concerning as we certainly see it. So I think once we establish that, then I think the second thing is thickening up the coordination communication channels. There's got to be a better understanding first, and we do try to do this quite a bit at SOCOM in a number of different varieties. Show folks our modernization priorities. What are we in the hunt for? And not make it so opaque, not make it so challenging for folks. We don't want folks guessing. We want them to know. And yet at the same time, we may be wrestling with a problem that somebody else already has the answer to. Getting teammates from industry downrange with us to see what we're dealing with has been certainly a winner when we've been able to do it. And we've done that for a while. And I think at the end of the day, me reinforcing that quite a bit of what SOCOM's looking for as we think about the fundamental change or maybe the revolution in the character of war, looks like we're seeing in the uncrewed system of any variety. When I talk to my team, I say, look, we need attritable, asymmetric, A, affordable, A, plenty, mass for lethality or kinetic or non-kinetic effects. We need it. We need cheaper things to go at some of the exquisite stuff of the adversary by the hundreds, by the thousands. If I'm tracking my math right, I think Ukraine in the last year has produced 1 million drones to be used.
And I believe their goal is 3 million a year.
Exactly.
I know the number correctly.
To impose cost on, the Russians with, again, Ukraine with no navy, putting warships down the bottom of Black Sea, doing the same thing in the air, doing it, in a way that this type of warfare has really come to be. So I think there's education on the common narrative really is it's followed by the education between us, and then some clever ways to get over the various bridges. And I'm not talking about the proverbial discussion on the valley of death for a program. I'm talking about the valley of communication between all of us, and then really going at not only the department but at Congress in ways that we can be more flexible, more agile, even as proofs of concept. And I think all of that fits SOCOM's DNA. I would bragging on SOCOM a little bit here. SOCOM's DNA. And we're a bit, we're edgy, we're a startup, we're an innovator, and in many ways we've been around only 37 years. That's not a long time in the history of the department. And we still keep, I think, our edge to pathfind and trailblaze for the department, and I think that's where we've been trying to go.
What we're talking about here is essentially how the Pentagon purchases, what it acquires, how it innovates, how it works. But the Pentagon, and you all know this very well, is an organization with enormous inertia. Getting it to do something differently requires nothing short of an act of God. We can sit here and talk all we want about the small, cheap stuff, if we want to use the fancy words, the non-exquisite attritable systems. Do you see, what would it take to change that mindset within the Pentagon to place a value on that instead of the expensive, sort of exquisite high-end items? Both are necessary, but how do you shift the priority? How do you get the Pentagon to shift the priority to the smaller stuff? Can the system be reformed, or does it need to be in some way broken?
Well, let's go back to Operation Warp Speed. That was the Defense Production Act used for a purpose it was not necessarily set up for. And you had leadership in the White House, and I was part of the task force, directing, using the emergency powers of the executive, industry to produce these things, the response to COVID. Now, play that out on a broader scale. We need a couple of things before we go down that line. First of all, we need to have the Congress and the executive go to the American people, as Harry Truman did and Dwight Eisenhower did, and say, this is the world we are living in. These are the threats we confront. This is something important for all of us, for our quality of life and for the sustainment of liberty on the planet. That's the rhetorical flourish. And then there has to be that direction, I think, starting from the White House. Industry, we're going to demand of you better processes. We are not going to stand for cost overruns. I can give you one $16 billion example, but I won't, that is going on right now that we can no longer afford. That is where we have to be. And again, I'll go back to what I said at the beginning about Ukraine. Ukraine has shown us the way, both on the conventional side, but also on the high-tech side. And if you want to play that out in Eastern Europe, you can. Let's use Taiwan as an example in the Pacific. The kinds of technologies that the Ukrainians are using, developed on a shoestring. Just think of what we could do with Taiwan if industry gets behind. We could turn that place into a hedgehog. Not high-end capital ships, but making sure the Taiwanese have enough aerial drones, undersea drones, conventional sea drones, precision-guided munitions, air defense systems to make coming across 120 miles of the Taiwan Strait prohibitive. We've been down this road before. We've been down this road in the 1930s. I know because in my hometown, you can still see the warehouses in New Orleans that were owned by a fellow named Andrew Jackson Higgins, who built supply boats for oil rigs in the Gulf of Mexico and the bayous of Louisiana. And because people like George Marshall had interesting ideas, he went to Mr. Higgins and said, can you take those supply boats and help me land an army in North Africa? And we did. So I don't mean to wax poetic, but we can do these things, but we need a consensus. But we need a consensus based on the American people understanding the threat. And we haven't had that.
Hey, Warren, I would just add, as we talk to our international teammates, many of them say that this era feels eerily familiar to other eras, and they pick different ways to say it. If you think about, as President Kennedy, I think it was in 1961, said something akin to, we are a nuclear-armed world, but we are not at nuclear war. But we are at lots of low-intensity conflicts around the globe that are pulling for the cognitive space of humankind, either toward communism or away from communism, a Western-based approach. This articulation, in that sense, certainly makes me think a little bit about today, and then how we approached it after that, call to arms, so to speak. Then, in many ways, from going to the moon, things we built in this country, even for us, part of that was President Kennedy saying, and I need a different type of force. I need a special operations force that is able to go out and do irregular, unconventional, below a threshold of conflict, languages, partners and allies, and the like. And I think much of that is, in some ways, back again today. This whole of nation approach, whether it be here as a defense industrial base and a national industrial base and the clever ideas that we all have to get after it, or the way we think about the adversaries using elements of their power well before they go to military, though some have. And how we approach with all of that, I think, is certainly, in my mind, the challenge for SOCOM as we think about the next 10 years and the decisive decade.
I think it's a little bit about the yes and the yes. We need to have that conventionally manned power, and we need to bring in these innovative systems as well. And I think if you look at our experience down in the Bab el-Mandeb, trying to, again, keep this freedom of the seas, the commerce going alongside allies and partners, it's about a 10 years worth of investment that has really paid off in our conventional weapon systems. All the standard missiles that we've been able to use. There's been 180 maritime attacks in the Red Sea. We've had 3 carrier strike groups there, 2 amphibious readiness groups, and ARGMUs there. So a lot of time in there. And the most amazing thing is that thanks to industry and our engineers and our weapons and warfare development centers, we've been able to really understand what the Houthis are doing, of course, informed by many other partners, and be able to adapt our tactics, techniques, and procedures to stay ahead of them. And again, be able to defeat these attacks, save mariner lives, protect that flow of commerce, protect regional partners, and really stand up again for that global security order. So some of it is being able to just take a page from, all of the innovative people out there, the Ukrainians, take what you have, use it differently, and get it to work in the battle as you need. We had a petty officer who was a gun weapon systems operator. He saw how he could use the gun differently against a UAS. He sent that procedure back. It got validated by the engineers. Then we work with industry to update that tactic, the technique, and the procedures. In other cases, modify some of our other equipment to address the threat in that particular environment. And those skills that we're learning now are going to be able to be replicated and used in any type of warfare anywhere in the world. So, we are really improving our lethality in that conventional space. And then you take a look at all the drones and all the work done across all of the services to get after that. The counter-UAS technology is really scaling rapidly. So how do we get that, and how do we get that out in the hands of the warfighters so it can improve at a very lightning speed?
I'm going to make a very quick point, and then somehow we're going to ask a question that everyone has to answer. Part of the challenge there is you're on the wrong side of the economic curve. An SM-6 is just too expensive of a system to use to shoot down a drone, and that gets at the challenges we're trying to address here. Which leads to my final question, and I'm just going to go down the row. Secretary, you're up first. NDS, NSS, we're expecting them here in a couple of years. What is the one new idea or change you want to see in the national defense strategy or national security strategy?
Well, it really is how the Pentagon operates. And the way forward is the special operations community. General Fenton's got the ability to go to industry and take anything he needs off the shelf. We have to return the Pentagon to its sense of innovation. And by doing that, bringing back those 17,000 companies that I said have gone away in the last 10 years. I mean, you heard it earlier from Mr. Karp. The Pentagon's budget process was put in place before I was born. It is Henry Ford's vision through the eyes of Robert Strange McNamara in 1961. It's a Ford Motor Company assembly line. And we have to be more cooperative with industry to break through the ossified bureaucracy of the Pentagon. Last thing I'll say, at VA, I was able to dismiss 8,000 people who were not doing a job, or their vision of serving veterans was not in line with what we needed to do. We have to return accountability and blast through that bureaucracy that is holding up the kinds of innovations that we need. We've done it before. George Marshall did it. We can do it again.
Horacio.
Real briefly, artificial intelligence is a defining technology of the 21st century, period, full stop. Over the next 50 years, it'll be the defining technology in our national security, and we're beginning to see it. I would love to see an Operation Warp Speed focus on AI. For the Trekkies out there, we can call it Operation Warp Drive. But at the end of the day, we need to get done in the next 2 years what would naturally, in their current processes, take 10.
Chairman?
I would like to see what we've talked about, this all of America strategy that would inspire, you think of Sputnik and what that marshaled in terms of resources, people wanting to be part of exciting vision. And I think it needs to be with young people who want to serve our country. I think it's got to be with the private sector seeing a place for innovation that could be used to serve our national defense. And so to me, that's going to be very important because I don't think people understand the threat, especially from China, because I think we're still in this mindset of we're intertwined economically, and I don't think people realize the significant military threat, and I think we need to express urgency in a positive way that brings people in.
Admiral?
I don't want to speculate on the policy decisions that will be coming with the new administration, but as a service chief, what I would really like to see is really an unpacking of this complex global security environment. What are the priorities going to be? What is our area of emphasis? Where can we take a little bit of risk? And then again, what size force do we need to get after all of those challenges that lie ahead of us, and how are we going to get after it, working as a partner with the industrial base and our allies and partners?
General, you're the only thing standing between us and lunch. No pressure.
Oh, no pressure. So 2 things. Sorry about that, folks. So I think the first one I'd like to see maintained is the value of special operations that has been articulated in there. 3% of the DoD population, less than 2% of the budget. My sense, conflict of interest here for sure. Guilty as charged, significant return on investment and outsized impact. Providing options, either irregular warfare, crisis response, counterterrorism, in support of our COCOMs and the department, and challenges and dilemmas for the adversaries. And second would be that all of this that we just chatted here is articulated in the fusion we've mentioned in adversaries, and then what that spawns off is an articulation that then unlocks a national and industrial base and defense industrial base. More cleverness.
Our time here is up. Thank you to our panel, and thank you to our audience.
Thank you.
Great.
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes Panel 5. Please make your way to the first floor of the Air Force One Pavilion for our Peace Through Strength award ceremony and keynote luncheon. Gentlemen, please take your seats. The Peace Through Strength award ceremony is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The Peace Through Strength award ceremony is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The Peace Through Strength award ceremony is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The Peace Through Strength award ceremony is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The Peace Through Strength award ceremony is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Chairman of the Board of Trustees of the Ronald Reagan Presidential Foundation and Institute, Mr. Fred Ryan.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to our Peace Through Strength Award Luncheon. We'll begin the presentation with the presentation of colors by the USS Ronald Reagan Color Guard, then our national anthem by Aviation Boatswain Mate Handling Third Class Alexis Bradford, also from the best ship in the Navy, the USS Ronald Reagan. So please rise for the presentation of colors. Present colors.
Mark time. March. Detail. Halt. Present. Arms.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we held at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Forward. March.
Thank you. Please be seated and enjoy your lunch. The program will begin shortly.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Chairman of the Board of Trustees of the Ronald Reagan Presidential Foundation and Institute, Mr. Fred Ryan.
Thank you. I think we have a new addition to the Reagan Defense Forum. It's that chime. I want to get one of those at home. It really quiets the room. We're now going to begin the award presentation part of our luncheon. And let me start by saying it's always a great honor to present the Ronald Reagan Peace Through Strength Awards at the annual Defense Forum. But the honor to present the first award of this year was not supposed to be mine. Our dear friend and friend, I think, to so many people here, the legendary Ted Olson, was meant to be the one standing here this afternoon. I know it would have meant a great deal to Ted to be up here because he, like I, have great admiration for those who are receiving the awards today. Ted got his start in Washington in President Reagan's Justice Department and later served as his personal attorney. He was respected by so many of us as nothing less than a legal icon. As you know, Ted passed away 3 weeks ago, and I know he would have gotten quite a kick out of seeing me try to live up to his oratorial skills in presenting this important award. This summer, NATO marked its 75th anniversary with a summit in Washington, D.C. At the Reagan Institute headquarters, just across Lafayette Square from the White House, we welcomed President Zelensky of Ukraine for a special address as his nation continues its noble fight for freedom. Republican leader Mitch McConnell led the gathering that day and captured the meaning of the moment, saying, quote, "President Reagan knew well that being a master of rhetoric, public diplomacy, and soft power wasn't worth much without the hard power that gave his words their weight. This marriage of words and actions is a dying art, but we can't afford to lose it." Leader McConnell continued, saying, "The West must ensure that our promises and our threats are backed by hard power, and nowhere are the West's interests and its credibility more plainly and immediately at stake than on the front lines of Ukraine." With those words, Leader McConnell perfectly described President Reagan's view of peace through strength and how it applies in today's world. That marriage of words and actions may indeed be a dying art for some, but for Leader McConnell, it remains a bedrock principle. Leader McConnell began his Senate career during the Reagan years, and though the balance of power has shifted back and forth, he has demonstrated unfailing commitment to those principles that he shared with President Reagan. When aid for Ukraine and our allies was in doubt earlier this year, a lesser leader may have folded. He could have said the politics were too hard. He could have said there was no way forward. But Leader McConnell always plays the long game. He persevered to deliver historic support for Ukraine, for Israel, and for allies in Asia. He epitomizes that Reagan-esque quality of refusing to give up or give in when matters of principle are at stake. And just to be clear, though stepping down from his leadership position, thank goodness Senator McConnell does not plan to go quietly. As he said earlier this year, he will continue to keep promoting a Reagan-esque vision on foreign policy as his #1 focus for the next 2 years. Today, we are honored to recognize Leader McConnell for his leadership this year and for his extraordinary achievements across a Senate career of 4 decades. The Peace Through Strength Award features a bronze eagle perched on a granite base. The eagle projects American courage and strength, and the eagle's talion is an actual piece of the fallen Berlin Wall. It's a reminder of America's role in bringing freedom to the oppressed and of the peace that is achieved through projecting that strength. And now, to present the award for his decades of service, for carrying forward President Reagan's vision in the Senate, for reminding Americans that supporting allies abroad is supporting our national security at home, for standing firm for freedom and democracy around the world, the Reagan Foundation presents the Peace Through Strength Award to Senate Republican leader Mitch McConnell. Please join me in congratulating him.
Well, thank you very much, Fred, and I particularly appreciated your mentioning Ted Olson. We were generally on the same side of things, but the only case I'm ever familiar with that had my name in it before the Supreme Court, he was arguing the other side. Not surprisingly, he won and I lost. He was an extraordinary human being, and I thank you for mentioning him. A noble public servant, a real lawyer's lawyer. He leaves a tremendous legacy, and he'll be clearly missed. Secretary Austin, thank you for your decades of honorable service in and out of uniform to the nation we both love. I'm glad to be with you all today, and I'm so honored by this recognition. I believe in American primacy and in the power of alliances. I make no apologies for those beliefs, and I trace them directly to the example of our 40th president. President Reagan's leadership was a source both of professional wisdom and personal inspiration to me. And I suspect the same is true of so many of you here today. Even in the climatic moments of a struggle that defined half a century, the consummate Cold Warrior spoke for posterity. President Reagan knew that the principles that guided the West's triumph were not to be discarded with the rubble of Soviet tyranny. He called our attention to the old adage that America is great because it is good. And if America ever ceases to be good, America will cease to be great. And just as greatness follows goodness, he reminded us of another principle no less important: peace through strength. The value of these lessons is timeless. But as we know, their endurance is hardly certain. At the Reagan Library, I'm preaching to the choir. I know that. But in Washington, as we face down a new era of great power competition, influential voices want to leave the lessons of the past competition, the Cold War, just leave it at the door. At both ends of our politics, a dangerous fiction is taking hold that America's primacy and the fruits of our leadership are actually self-sustaining. Even as allies across NATO and the Indo-Pacific renew their own commitments to hard power, to interoperability, and to collective defense, some now question America's own role at the center of these force-multiplying institutions and partnerships. With the party Ronald Reagan once led so capably, it is increasingly fashionable to suggest that the sort of global leadership he modeled is no longer America's place. But let's be absolutely clear. America will not be made great again by those who are content to manage our decline. So how do we turn back this tide? How do we renew a firm American commitment to peace through strength? As I take on my next role as chairman of the Defense Appropriations Subcommittee, these are some of the questions that I'll be focused on. The answers would be rooted in the centrality of hard power and the importance of alliances and partnerships, things our 40th president understood all too well. It'll mean standing with friends in need, whether they're resisting neo-Soviet imperialism in Ukraine, Iran-backed terrorist slaughter in Israel, or PRC hegemony in the Indo-Pacific. And we'll have to bring back into focus another lesson of President Reagan's leadership, and that is the link between capability and credibility. The 40th Commander-in-Chief knew that changing Soviet behavior required both the military capability to prevent or punish hostile action and the will to exercise this power and follow through on threats. Today, the United States has given the world reason to doubt both our capability and our credibility. For years, we've neglected our military readiness, the depth of our magazine, and our defense industrial base. We've allowed our deterrent capabilities to atrophy, and we've let hesitation and half measures drain the potency of the capabilities we have maintained. Rebuilding this mechanism of deterrence and influence begins with generational investments in the national defense enterprise. We were right to call out the growing alignment and coordination of China, Russia, and Iran. They represent the gravest combined threat to U.S. security since the Cold War, or even the Second World War. But if we mean what we say, then we ought to invest accordingly. As the Bipartisan National Defense Strategy Commission recently argued, a challenge this great requires an effort at least on a par with that of the Cold War. So let's put that in perspective. In 1945, America had just finished pouring untold human sacrifice and material investment, listen to this, reaching 37% of our gross domestic product. That's what it took to win the Second World War. Over the course of the Cold War, we invested nearly 14% of our GDP during Korea, over 9% during Vietnam, and 6% in 1986, the height of the Reagan peace strength. How about today? We spend roughly 3% of our GDP on defense, barely half of the Reagan buildup that buried the Soviet Union. I should point out that even Jimmy Carter invested more in defense than we do today. There's no escaping the fact that quantity has a quality of its own. The sort of great power war America's military must prepare for today would entail staggering requirements we haven't seen since World War II. The Pentagon is not equipped to meet the demands of protracted or multi-theater conflict. Neither is our defense industrial base. Blame for this chronic deficiency is plentiful. It begins with anemic defense budget requests that encourage using critical munitions as bill payers for other priorities. And of course, Congress bears the blame for the glacial pace of appropriations. Consistent demand signals or critical capabilities are a square one requirement. At the same time, the need for interceptors and long-range munitions is perfectly obvious. The demand from both American forces and our allies and partners isn't going away anytime soon. Industry partners should recognize it and plan accordingly. Patriotic companies have more work to do to expand production capacity. And they need to do it today rather than wait for contracts we all know are coming. We need to adopt new technologies more quickly, expand production capacity at the same time. This is simply not the time for idle, abstract promises. The challenges before us require serious, sustained commitments and durable solutions. The threat of simultaneous conflict in multiple theaters is real, and half measures are simply not enough. As Admiral Harold Stark, naval commander through the early months of the last war in the Pacific, put it, dollars cannot buy yesterday. So the task before us is urgent. We can't afford to miss opportunities to restore American hard power and industrial capacity before these conflicts ignite. We need to be investing yesterday in long-range fires, munitions, air and missile defenses, shipbuilding, and more. It's all well and good to spend time talking about grave threats, but our enemies care much more about what we do than what we say. Merely invoking peace through strength is not enough. We have an obligation to provide for the common defense, and it calls us to actually build and maintain that strength. Unless we're willing to spend the necessary resources to address them, talk is cheap. And a defense authorization bill that fails to set top-line funding above the President's request would be a tragic missed opportunity we would likely come to regret. A rerun of the Budget Control Act's harm to military readiness would be a devastating abdication of our responsibility. We need to make the sort of investments in American primacy and hard power that the world hasn't seen since Ronald Reagan was calling the shots. And it's not just proud Reagan Republicans saying that, but the Institute's latest survey, the American people understand intuitively what this particular dangerous world demands of its greatest military and the arsenal of democracy. There's been a lot of talk about the politics of all this, so listen to what I have to say right now. A clear majority, 17 points greater than just 2 years ago, agree that America should be more engaged, and take the lead. And surely to the dismay of proponents of managed decline or leading from behind, when asked what objectives the U.S. military should be prepared to achieve if faced with simultaneous major power conflicts, the largest share said, victory. These citizens have it exactly right. America shouldn't play for a tie. And to accept decline is to invite defeat. The American people's message echoes a chapter of history that Washington would do well to brush up on. Think back to 1940. Isolationism had already lost its grip on the American public opinion. In the Nazi conquest of Poland and France and in the Blitz over London, Americans saw an aggressor who wouldn't stop at the water's edge. They saw their own security and prosperity hanging in the balance. And they said so. Overwhelming majorities of Americans told pollsters they supported massive new investments in defense and even the institution of a draft. But as we know, their leaders didn't feel the same sense of urgency. At critical moments, their president waited for events to force his hand. Meanwhile, the anti-interventionist bloc in Congress continued to protest, equipping frontline allies and partners to fight back, and literally scoffed at the notion that the war overseas somehow threatened America's interests. That is, until 83 years ago today. 83 years ago today. Arthur Vandenberg, one of the Senate's staunchest anti-interventionists, confessed that December the 7th, 1941, ended isolationism for any realist. And thank God it did. American industry already had its work cut out for it. Already had its work cut out for it after years of neglect of military might. It's reckless to assume once again that we can buy readiness overnight. It is dangerous to pretend that America's credibility is divisible. President Reagan knew better than to wait for calamity to force his hand. And so should we. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome member of the Board of Trustees of the Ronald Reagan Presidential Foundation and Institute, Michael Castine.
Thank you. You don't have to clap. I'm just introducing the awardee. Because we are a great nation, our challenges seem complex. It will always be this way. But as long as we remember our first principles and believe in ourselves, the future will always be ours. During his final days in office, President Ronald Reagan delivered those words from the Resolute desk in his farewell address. His time in the White House was coming to an end, but the values that he spent his life advancing transcended a single presidency. Today, we honor a leader who has spent his life advancing many of those same values. A leader who also believes that as long as we remember our principles, our first principles, the future will always be ours. We know that in part because Secretary Lloyd Austin has attended every Reagan National Defense Forum during his 4 years as he led the Department of Defense. Now, let me be clear, this is not an award for perfect attendance at the Reagan Defense Forum, but though we are very honored to have you back, Mr. Secretary. This is a recognition for a lifetime of service. Secretary Austin has committed himself to nothing short of excellence, beginning with his time in Mobile, Alabama, and at West Point. Across 5 decades, his Army career has included command at the Corps, Division, Battalion, and Brigade levels. After earning a Silver Star during the invasion of Iraq in 2003, he went on to assume the duties of Commanding General of United States Forces, overseeing all combat operations in the country. He concluded his uniform service as the commander of the U.S. Central Command, and to many, that alone would have been an impressive capstone on an illustrious career. But his commander-in-chief called, and he stepped up to serve his country again, this time as a civilian. And we are grateful. Mr. Secretary, we are grateful for the clear-eyed assessment of China and Russia that you brought to the Pentagon. We are grateful for your firm recognition that freedom is something for which we must always take a stand. And we are grateful that you have demonstrated that our national defense need not be partisan, that big ideas like peace through strength transcend politics. They speak to our shared American identity. They erase the lines we've drawn to divide ourselves. You said here at the Reagan Defense Forum in 2021, I hope that we can again summon Ronald Reagan's sunny conviction that this country can be stronger, prouder, and better. His confidence in the power of liberty, his enthusiasm in the face of challenge, and his openness to seize an opportunity for statesmanship. We shared that hope then, Mr. Secretary, and we share that hope today, as do so many Republicans, Democrats, and independents alike. And so, to this combat veteran and statesman, this patriot who has given his country a lifetime of service, we present the Peace Through Strength Award in gratitude for his achievements, in recognition of his leadership, and in honor of his history-making career. Please welcome our honoree and keynote speaker, the 28th U.S. Secretary of Defense, Lloyd J. Austin.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. Michael, thanks for those kind words. This makes 4 years in a row for me at the National Defense Forum, Reagan National Defense Forum. And it's great to receive this award alongside Leader McConnell, who believes so deeply in President Reagan's legacy and who has done so much for a free Ukraine. The department has once again sent a superb delegation here this year, including members of the Joint Chiefs, combatant commanders, and other senior leaders. So let's give these outstanding public servants a round of applause. It's also great to be joined here by ministers of defense, ambassadors, members of Congress, and other leaders. Now, I spent a brief 41 years wearing a U.S. Army uniform. I spent a long time in combat, including 3 lengthy tours in Iraq and 1 in Afghanistan. And I've now served for 4 years as Secretary of Defense. So I can say without reservation that America's military is the finest and most lethal fighting force on earth. Our mission is blunt. The U.S. military exists to fight and win America's wars. Now, wise leaders will always try to deter conflict, but if we are forced to defend ourselves, we will fight and we will win. With help from Congress, we have made major investments in America's military over the past 4 years. Today's U.S. military is an extraordinary gathering of volunteers, brave men and women of every race, color, and creed. America's greatest strategic asset has always been the talents of the American people. And we are stronger when we welcome every qualified patriot who is eager to serve. That's not just a matter of national principle, it's a matter of national security. The U.S. military is relentless about excellence and merit. Our promotion process is ruthless by necessity and by design. We do not lower our standards, and those who want to join us must raise their game. You see, we take good people and we make them even better. It is our sacred duty to do right by our troops and by the families who serve right alongside them. Now, American democracy is not a sprint, but a relay race. And we are preparing to pass the baton yet again. And I am proud of the progress made by American leadership. The state of America's defenses is strong. You know, 4 years ago, America faced a moment of great challenge. The world was reeling from the COVID-19 pandemic, and our allies and partners feared that America had lost its way, and America's rivals and foes had hoped that it had. Yet President Biden followed in the bipartisan tradition of U.S. global leadership. And America and the Department of Defense are far stronger and better postured for the challenges of the 21st century. We invested heavily in our military. We helped secure the capabilities that America will need over the long term, and we provided principled civilian leadership for an apolitical military. With bipartisan support from Congress, we are set to increase our defense spending in fiscal year 2025 by more than $100 billion compared to the 2021 projections. And the most recent National Defense Authorization Act supports an historic $841 billion in funding for the department. And that helps to ensure that the U.S. military will remain the strongest fighting force in history. And ladies and gentlemen, we face major national security challenges. That includes coercion and bullying from the People's Republic of China, imperial aggression from Putin's Russia, malice from Iran, North Korea, and terrorist groups, and autocrats worldwide who believe that democracy is a thing of the past. But we have stood up to Putin, stood up to North Korea, stood up to Iran, stood up to Hamas and Hezbollah, and stood up to autocrats and thugs and bullies worldwide. We have stood up for American values and American leadership. So I'd like to talk today about what the department has achieved in the past 4 years. And I'd like to focus on a few key areas. Renewing our alliances and partnerships, meeting the pacing challenge of the PRC, rallying the free world to stand up for what's right in Ukraine, and supporting Israel's right to self-defense and preventing full-scale war in the Middle East, investing in our capabilities, taking care of our people, and defending our values. First, we know that our unmatched network of alliances and partnerships is one of America's great strategic advantages. Our allies and partners magnify our strength. They project our power, and they deepen our security. And of course, President Reagan understood that. As he said in 1983, the starting point and cornerstone of our foreign policy is our alliance and partnership with our fellow democracies. So here is the stark military fact. Our allies and partners are huge force multipliers. In today's world, any policy of peace through strength depends by definition on alliances. American power projection depends by definition on our friends abroad. And American security depends by definition on those who freely join us in common purpose. Our alliances and partnerships have always been rooted in shared interests and in shared values. Ultimately, America is weaker when it stands alone, and America is smaller when it stands apart. And there is no such thing as a safe retreat from today's interwoven world. For our men and women in uniform, standing shoulder to shoulder with our allies and partners is just how we operate. And during my decades in uniform, everywhere I went on the battlefield, our allies and partners stood alongside us, making us stronger and more effective. And the more alone we are, the more danger our troops face. Now, serving as secretary has only strengthened my belief in the power of partnership. NATO now brings together 32 countries. In the Indo-Pacific, we have long-standing alliances with Australia and Japan, the Philippines, the Republic of Korea, and Thailand. We have 14 other major non-NATO allies, including Israel and Brazil. India and the UAE are outstanding major defense partners, and they are joined by many steadfast friends and partners worldwide. We have access agreements with more than 40 countries. We have logistics agreements with more than 120. And that helps us project power with our partners where we need to, when we need to, and how we need to. You know, our rivals and foes look at that with envy. They see our alliances and they want to wreck them. Yes, autocrats may band together, but when Putin turns to North Korea for troops, it is not a sign of strength, it is an admission of weakness. And autocrats resort to partnerships of convenience. But America leads partnerships of conviction. And the Department's National Defense Strategy rightly calls the U.S. network of allies and partners our greatest global strategic advantage. And that brings me to my second point. The profound progress that we've made with our friends in the Indo-Pacific. We've heard decades of warnings about the rise of an increasingly aggressive and bullying PRC. It is still the only country on earth with both the desire and increasingly the capability to reshape the international order. And this administration has done more than any other to posture the department to meet that pacing challenge and to make the Indo-Pacific our priority theater of operations. You know, I've made 12 trips to the Indo-Pacific as Secretary of Defense. And I'm leaving right after this speech for a 13th, this time to Japan. I've led 4 years of sustained defense diplomacy in the region, and that has sped up what I call the new convergence of our Indo-Pacific allies and partners around a shared vision of security. That means historic upgrades to U.S. posture across the Indo-Pacific, fortifying our position from Northeast Asia down to Australia and the Pacific Islands. It means modernizing our command and control framework with Japan. It means forging a defense cooperation agreement with Papua New Guinea. It means signing landmark defense industrial cooperation deals with India. It means major strides forward for trilateral security cooperation among the United States, Japan, and the Republic of Korea. And it means drawing on every tool that we have, consistent with our long-standing policy, to provide Taiwan with the self-defense capability it needs. Just think about the changes in our bonds with the Philippines. In just 4 years, we've expanded our enhanced defense cooperation agreement to allow U.S. access to 4 more sites in the Philippines, for a total of 9. I visited one of those sites on the island of Palawan just 18 days ago, and I was incredibly impressed by the progress that we're making together. I just got back from Darwin, Australia, where we announced that Japan will begin to integrate into the rotation of U.S. Marines in Darwin. We're also deepening our historic trilateral AUKUS partnership. It will provide Australia with a conventionally armed, nuclear-powered submarine capability. And that's a generational capability. And meanwhile, AUKUS will bring even more cutting-edge tech to our warfighters. In the Indo-Pacific, we produce steady progress driven by a strategic vision. But that hasn't stopped us from tackling other major challenges. In February 2022, the world was jolted by Putin's all-out invasion of Ukraine. But we understood the danger to American security and global order. And so we rallied some 50 countries to help Ukraine defend itself. And that's the most consequential global coalition since the time of President George H.W. Bush in Iraq's 1990 invasion of Kuwait. America and our friends have become the arsenal of Ukrainian democracy. The United States has delivered 2 Patriot batteries, 24 HIMARS rocket systems, thousands of armored vehicles, and millions of rounds of artillery ammunition. We've seen strong bipartisan support for Ukraine from Leader McConnell and other leaders in both parties. And I'm proud to announce today the commitment of a new Ukraine Security Assistance Initiative package worth nearly $1 billion. Now, that package will provide Ukraine with more drones, more rockets for its HIMARS systems, and more support for crucial maintenance and sustainment. And that brings the total of U.S. security assistance committed to Ukraine since February 2022 to more than $62 billion. The engine of our efforts has been the Ukraine Defense Contact Group, which first met in April 2022 at Ramstein Air Base in Germany. Now, the contact group has helped ensure that Ukraine has what it needs to defend itself and to forge a future force to deter more Russian aggression. And I have convened the contact group 24 times now. Its other members have committed more than $57 billion in direct security assistance to Ukraine. And as a percentage of GDP, more than a dozen contact group members now provide more security assistance to Ukraine than the United States does. And together we have helped Ukraine survive an all-out assault by the largest military in Europe. And meanwhile, Russia has paid a staggering price for Putin's folly. Russia has suffered at least 700,000 casualties since February 2022. It squandered more than $200 billion. You know, in recent months, Russia has taken as many as 1,000 casualties a day. And Russia's losses in just the first year of Putin's war of choice seem to have been more than Moscow's losses in all of its conflicts since World War II combined. And under the specter of Putin's aggression, we have led a stronger, larger, and more united NATO. We've avoided a nuclear confrontation with Russia. We've reinforced NATO's eastern flank. We've deterred further Russian aggression. And we've underscored our solemn commitment to Article 5 of the North Atlantic Treaty. We've welcomed Sweden and Finland to the greatest defensive alliance in history. And we continue to be crystal clear that Putin's war was not the result of NATO enlargement, but the cause of NATO enlargement. In recent years have also brought an historic increase in annual defense spending across NATO by almost $80 billion. And all NATO allies agreed in 2006 to spend at least 2% of their GDP on defense. In 2014, only 3 allies hit that target. In 2021, only 6 allies did so. But this year, a record 23 NATO allies are meeting that goal. That's because we understand that Putin's assault on Ukraine is a warning. As I said in Kyiv in October, we are seeing a sneak preview of a world built by tyrants and thugs. A chaotic world, violent world, carved into spheres of influence. A world where bullies trample their smaller neighbors, and a world where aggressors force free people to live in fear. So we can continue to stand up to the Kremlin, or we can let Putin have his way and condemn our children and grandchildren to live in a world of chaos and conflict. This administration has made its choice, and so has a bipartisan coalition in Congress. The next administration must make its own choice. But from this library, from this podium, I am confident that President Reagan would have stood on the side of Ukraine, American security, and human freedom. That brings me to my next key area, the Middle East. On October 7, 2023, Hamas committed the worst terrorist attack in Israel's history. Hamas murdered 1,200 civilians, including more than 40 Americans. It also kidnapped 251 hostages, including 12 Americans. It was the bloodiest day in Jewish history since the end of the Holocaust. I flew to Israel just 6 days afterwards, and I was the first visit. It was the first visit by a Secretary of Defense to Israel during wartime in more than 40 years. And I made it crystal clear that America's commitment to Israel's security is ironclad. And we have worked to support Israel to ensure that Hamas can never again commit atrocities like October 7th. And so since then, we have expedited security assistance to Israel through 391 foreign military sales cases worth some $13.6 billion. And at the same time, we pushed hard to protect Palestinian civilians and to rush far more humanitarian aid into Gaza. As I said here last year, protecting Palestinian civilians in Gaza is both a moral responsibility and a strategic imperative. And throughout this crisis, we've moved urgently to prevent all-out war in the Middle East. And right after October 7th, we sent a strong message of deterrence to Iran and its proxies. At the height of the crisis, the U.S. presence in the region included not one, but 2 carrier strike groups, an amphibious ready group, a Marine expeditionary unit, more air power, and a guided missile submarine. And when required, we have used direct action to defend our forces and our friends. We rallied partners to defeat 2 unprecedented and outrageous Iranian barrages against Israel. We helped Israel defend itself in April of 2024 against more than 300 Iranian missiles and drones. And in that attack, U.S. forces destroyed more than 80 one-way attack drones and at least 6 ballistic missiles launched from Iran. Our forces operated side by side with Israeli and partner forces to defeat 99% of Iran's projectiles. And we were there again for Israel in October 2024, when Iran launched over 200 ballistic missiles. To further strengthen Israel's air defenses, we have temporarily deployed to Israel a THAAD battery and its crew of U.S. military personnel. In the Red Sea, U.S. forces have been defeating attacks on commercial and naval vessels by the Iran-backed Houthi militia in Yemen. And we have destroyed hundreds of Houthi weapons in a series of deliberate strikes and self-defense strikes. In Lebanon, Israel has smashed Hezbollah. Now that has dramatically weakened Iran's strongest proxy. And it's created an opening for a diplomatic solution that will let civilians on both sides of the Israel-Lebanon border return safely to their homes. We've secured the November 26th ceasefire for Israel and Lebanon, and that paves the way for a ceasefire in Gaza and a deal to finally free the hostages. We will remain focused on that. It brings us closer to a more hopeful vision for a Middle East that's peaceful and prosperous and secure. Now, we've balanced our own readiness even as we surge security assistance to Israel, Ukraine, and Taiwan. Leader McConnell is right that we've all got a lot more work to do. But the department's investments since 2021 in the defense industrial base have positioned America to outpace any rival and ensure our enduring military advantage. But he is right. We have a lot more work to do here. And the industrial base is delivering a far more agile and lethal joint force. We're growing our own production capacity. We're implementing the first ever National Defense Industrial Strategy to modernize the defense industrial base, and that will make our supply chains more resilient and our acquisitions more flexible. But again, there is much more work to be done here. We've been buying to the limits of our defense industrial base. And we've been pushing hard with many in this room to expand those limits. This includes investing more than $5 billion since 2022 to drastically increase the production of critical munitions, everything from Patriots to 155 millimeter artillery rounds. And we've made major investments in cutting-edge capabilities such as cybersecurity, AI, and autonomous systems. And we've produced the department's largest space budgets ever. And over the past 4 years, the department has pulled the future forward. And one especially lasting legacy is our work on a combined joint all-domain command and control. CJADC2 will connect U.S. forces across all operational domains. It used to be a pipe dream. And so many had said this cannot be done. No longer. In less than 2 years, we fielded capability for CJADC2 that is in active use at INDOPACOM. And we've established a minimum viable capability for CJADC2 across other combatant commands. Another key legacy is the B-21 Raider, which you will recall I unveiled 2 years ago on my way to the Reagan Forum. The Raider is America's first new strategic bomber in 3 decades, and it delivers an unmatched combination of range, stealth, and durability. To build on all of this progress, I elevated the status of the Defense Innovation Unit. I visited DIU yesterday in Northern California. And I saw again how it's helping us work much more closely with commercial companies. DIU is removing barriers to innovation and letting the department take far greater advantage of private sector talent and tech. DIU also advanced the Replicator initiative, which helps the department swiftly deliver capabilities to the warfighter at speed and scale. And Replicator is already delivering attritable, autonomous systems to our forces. 2 years ago, at this forum, I launched the Office of Strategic Capital. And we partnered with Congress on authorities and funding. And this office is on track to issue its first loans for equipment financing early next year. And meanwhile, we're deepening our partnership with private firms, and that includes new players that would have once stayed away from the so-called Valley of Death. Since 2021, at least $375 billion in DoD funds have gone to non-traditional defense companies, from commercial firms to defense tech startups. Now, in recent years, the threat of unmanned systems has grown exponentially. These systems are cheap, easy to use, and evolving at breakneck speed. And less capable foes are using them to threaten our troops, our bases, and our interests. And these systems have been front and center in both Ukraine and the Middle East. This threat will only grow. And so yesterday at DIU, we unveiled a department-wide strategy to counter unmanned systems. And this roadmap will help to ensure that our joint force can fight and win in an environment increasingly dominated by unmanned systems. And I am proud that we've mobilized the entire department to tackle this urgent challenge and to remain masters of the changing character of warfare. And that brings me to my sixth key area, and that's doing right by our all-volunteer force and our veterans and their families. So we've taken concrete steps to take the best possible care of our people and their families. Base pay for our troops is up almost 10% since January 2021 with the help of Congress. And we proposed another 4.5% pay raise for 2025. I've also directed actions to make moves easier, to help military spouses pursue their own careers, to introduce universal pre-K in our outstanding DoDEA schools, and expand access to affordable child care and high-quality early childhood education. We've also tackled some tough problems that have no simple solutions and no place in our ranks. We've been driving hard to end sexual assault and sexual harassment in our military. We're implementing the approved recommendations of the Independent Review Commission that I stood up. And in fiscal year 2023, the prevalence of sexual assault in the military decreased for the first time in more than 8 years. We've also established the offices of Special Trial Counsel. They take cases of sexual assault, domestic violence, and some other serious crimes out of the military chain of command and entrust them to independent and highly trained military lawyers. Now, that's the most important reform to our military justice system since the creation of the Uniform Code of Military Justice in 1950. In 2022, I established the Suicide Prevention and Response Independent Review Commission, and we're moving out urgently on its approved recommendations. And let me be clear, the only acceptable number of suicides in the U.S. military is 0. Now, I took office amid major headwinds in the recruiting environment, including a competitive job market and the aftermath of the pandemic. But we focused on a renewed call to service and on bending the curve, and we turned around the recruiting picture in 2024. And I'm very proud that the department has kept up the high levels of retention throughout all the services. And finally, in everything that we do, American values matter. Each soldier, sailor, airman, Marine, and Guardian swears to defend our country and our Constitution. We protect not just the American people, but also the American idea. That is what we do, and that is who we are. The Constitution charges us to provide for the common defense, and we will continue to do just that. That means holding true to what makes America exceptional. It means keeping faith with our friends. It means standing up to our foes, and it means knowing the difference between the two. I say all of this as a lifelong military man, and I know a few things about the American way of war. And over my decades of service to America, I have deepened some core beliefs. They are battle-tested, and they are tempered by decades in uniform, and they are forged by years at war. So what do I believe? I believe this: peace is not self-executing. Order does not preserve itself. And security does not flower on its own. The world built by American leadership can only be maintained by American leadership. As President Biden has said, American leadership is what holds the world together. And from Russia to China, from Hamas to Iran, our rivals and foes want to divide and weaken the United States and to split us off from our allies and partners. So at this hinge in history, America must not waver. American leadership rallies our allies and partners to uphold our shared security. And it inspires ordinary people around the world to work together toward a brighter future. But the troubles of our times will only grow worse without strong and steady American leadership to defend the rules-based international order that keeps us all safe. And if we forfeit our position of responsibility, our rivals and foes will be glad to fill the vacuum. Those beliefs were true when I said those exact words from this podium last year. They are true today, and they will be true tomorrow. Of course, there is far more work to be done. But as this year and this administration draws to a close, America is positioned to stand strong. Our alliances have been renewed and reinforced. Our recruiting trends point upward. Our investments in the future are vast, and our military reflects the full strengths of the great democracy that it defends. And so the baton will soon be passed, and others will decide the course ahead. And I hope that they will build on the strength that we have forged over the past 4 years. Thank you very much. May God continue to bless the United States of America.
This concludes our luncheon plenary. Please proceed to the Annenberg Presidential Learning Center for the next fireside chat. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The panel session is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The panel session is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The panel session is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Panel 7, A Secure and Free Europe, NATO, Ukraine, and the Arsenal of Democracy. Please welcome Ms. Karen DeYoung of The Washington Post and our distinguished panelists.
Good afternoon, and I apologize that we're starting a little late. What a great crowd. This is great. I want to first briefly introduce our panelists. You all have bios of them in your whatever materials you've been given, but I'll just give you, just so you know who is who in case you don't. Senator Jean Shaheen of New Hampshire, now the senior Democrat, or about to be the senior Democrat on the Armed Services Committee, also serves on the Foreign Relations Committee, and also the co-chair of the Senate NATO Observer Group.
Can I just correct you, because Jack Reed would be very upset if he heard that I was going to be the senior Democrat on the Armed Services Committee.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's actually the other way around, the Foreign Relations Committee.
My apologies.
In this defense crowd, I can't let that go
Yeah.
unaddressed.
Well, Jack could have been here.
That's right. That's right. Ryan McCarthy, former. Wait, you guys switched on me. I'm going to go to Ryan McCarthy, former Army Ranger, served as Secretary of the Army, and since then in the defense industry and in the forefront of thinking about modernization. The Honorable, and I think I can pronounce it right, Paul Jonsson.
Very good.
I looked it up. Who has a long history in defense policy in Sweden and has been the Swedish Minister of Defense since 2022. Correct me if I get anything else wrong. Now I'm going to go back to Brian Schimpf, who is the co-founder and chief executive officer of Anduril Industries, which has obviously been in the forefront of autonomous defense technology. And then finally, last but certainly not least, Senator Kevin Cramer, Republican of North Dakota, also a member of the Senate Armed Services Committee, where he too has been especially active on the question of modernization, among many other things. So our panel title is A Secure and Free Europe, NATO, Ukraine, and the Arsenal of Democracy. I feel safe in saying that all of us in this room have probably closely followed the ups and downs of the Ukraine war over the past almost 3 years now. And like all wars, the question is always, how does this end? I think for both the United States and NATO, we can also ask what the conflict has taught us about warfighting and about the future. In recent months and weeks, there have also been some significant developments on how to answer at least that first question. A negotiated end to the war has always been vaguely in the future, but now it's come to the forefront of discussion. I think that's a product both of what is actually happening on the ground and the US election of a president who has said he will resolve the war very quickly and whose aides have outlined some very specific plans on how to do that. We have to ask what would be the terms of this resolution. What do Americans want? And so I think on that count, I'd like us first to look at the results of the RNDF annual survey that was released just this week, which I hope they're going to post up here a few questions. There we go. Which I believe is the first nationwide survey to ask these questions since the election. In the first slide, you can see that a plurality, nearly half of the US public believe that Russia will end up with at least some of Ukraine's territory. And in the second slide, we can see that most Americans of either party support a negotiated settlement, even if it means giving up some Ukrainian territory. So the Biden administration, while insisting that it's in it to win it, has publicly acknowledged that its most recent release of funds, with an additional nearly $1 billion just announced by Secretary Austin less than an hour ago, has also acknowledged that the answer may not be to drive Ukraine totally out of Ukraine, but to put President Zelensky's government in the best possible negotiating position. But while all the wheels are turning, today in Paris, President Macron convened a tripartite meeting between President Zelensky and President-elect Trump, and we haven't yet heard the results of that. So I'd like to begin first with our two senators and ask you, what does the US commitment to stand with Ukraine to the end mean right now? And what's the likelihood that there can be a quickly negotiated solution that does not give away the door to Vladimir Putin? Senator Sheen, can we start with you?
Sure. Well, first of all, thank you. Thank you all for joining us. For those of us who were at lunch, we heard what I thought was a very passionate defense of our efforts in Ukraine and how important that is, not just to the future of our relationship with Russia, to what happens with Iran, with North Korea, and with China. So I think there continues to be a strong bipartisan consensus in the Senate, certainly, and in Congress, that we should continue to support Ukraine in their courageous efforts to address the Russian aggression in the country. And as someone put it to me earlier today, that's not only in the United States' interest, it's in the interest of Ukraine. And long term, it's probably in the interest of Russia to see if, to know that there is a Ukraine that is going to be stable. I think we need to put NATO membership on the table as we're looking at any future discussion around what happens in Ukraine. And obviously, the Ukrainians need to be part of those discussions. It can't just be the United States and Europe and Russia. So I think we will continue to have that kind of support, and we'll see how the new administration deals with this issue.
Senator Kramer, I think it's fair to say that you're a Reagan Republican. Is that good for you?
First name I ever checked on a ballot in my life, yes.
And somebody who's concerned about the lessons of the Cold War sort of fading away.
Yes.
How important is the outcome in Ukraine to making sure those lessons aren't forgotten? I know Senator McConnell talked about this at the lunch today. Republicans are about to take over the majority, and Senator Shaheen talked about a united Senate. How united is your party? And also I wanted to ask you and ask both of you about, you mentioned, Senator Shaheen, the putting NATO membership on the table. I'm not quite sure what that means. Does that mean that the commitment that NATO's already made can be pulled back, or that we have to continue to insist on it? So Senator Kramer, why don't you start on that?
So on that question, Jean's statement caught my attention as well. All of these things all of these questions, even in the survey, they sound like they're simply yes or no. I think the conditions matter, and when Jean mentioned that, I think if I understand what she's talking about, she can certainly correct me. Leverage matters. So if we're negotiating a deal, if they're going to negotiate an end to this war, who has the leverage? You're seeing posturing take place recently. Putin's folks have made it pretty clear he's not interested in a negotiated deal, probably because he feels like he's got the wind at his back a little bit. Even though in the long run, it's in his best interest to do something different. So I think that the next president, President Trump, will have to set the parameters for victory. What's it look like to us, and see if those two agree. And I'm not going to get in the middle of all of that. I appreciated the survey question about, and I'm not surprised, by the way, by the results that a majority, a pretty good sized majority of Americans overall support some sort of a negotiation, or support Ukraine get into a negotiation, even if it means giving up some territory. The question is, how much is some? Are we talking about letting them keep Crimea? Or are we talking about letting them keep Crimea and some more? Are we saying what they have now? Those things matter a great deal. So you asked if my party was united, and I think it's pretty clear that we have a pretty wide range of views on the war in Ukraine, more particularly on America's continued support. This is about the arsenal of democracy, quite honestly. If history is the lesson, and I think history is, and it's unfortunately a lesson that we seem to have to learn pretty regularly throughout history. I do go back to the Cold War lessons, but we should have learned some lessons since then as well, about how the fight generally comes to us if we're not presenting a posture of strength that threatens the ability to go to them if they come to us. So having said that, I do think we're unified around a peace through strength message, but I do think the question on Ukraine itself is unsettling to us. But I would say, with the president of our party, he's going to drive drive the message or the position more that direction. But I would say in combination with our Democratic friends, a majority of the United States Senate still supports Ukraine, and will probably, and when it comes to negotiating in our chamber, we'll just have to negotiate a little differently. And I think nobody should be fooled by the idea that we're somehow just going to offer up what we've always offered up. This is going to require transactional business.
Senator Sheen, could you just explain that, what you said about NATO being on the table and any...
What I meant to say, I may not have been clear, was that I think as we look at any negotiation, clearly Ukraine's security is a concern, because what we've seen from Russia is in 2014, they took Crimea, then, 2022, they invaded Ukraine. So there has to be some guarantee for however this war ends that Russia's not going to continue to do this every 5-6 years. And by the way, as I talk to some of our other Eastern European allies, they're very worried about this too. I had a meeting with some Estonian parliamentarians who are very concerned about where the Baltic states are. Poland is concerned about it. We've seen Russian meddling in Romania, in Moldova, in Armenia. This is, as Senator Kramer put it very well, if we're looking at peace through strength, we need to be looking at how we stop Putin now. And one of the things that would provide that kind of a security guarantee is membership in NATO. Now, obviously, NATO is a consensus organization, so there would have to be agreement, but it needs to be on the table as we're looking at negotiations.
That's exactly what I took you to mean.
Yes, thank you. You and I are in agreement, Kevin.
See, we have bipartisanship here. That's. I want to, Mr. Jönsson, I want to ask you that same question, but as one of NATO's newest members, Sweden's quickly become, I think, outspoken in terms of support for Ukraine's military. And you said last month that Ukraine is Sweden's #1 security priority, and Ukraine has the full right to defend itself inside and outside its territory. I wonder if you could talk to us about how you, on the European side of things, see the prospect of a negotiated settlement, particularly one in which Russia, in one way or another, continues to occupy part of Ukraine. What does that mean to Sweden, and what does it mean to Europe? And if there's a ceasefire, what are the next steps? And I also want to ask you that question about Ukraine in NATO, and perhaps my understanding of it isn't correct in terms of the level of commitment that's been made to Ukraine.
Sure. Well, thank you very much for the invitation to this panel. Great to be back. Last year I came as a partner, and this year I come as an ally. It feels very good to be inside NATO, as Sweden's safer and NATO is stronger, I think. Now, from our perspective, this is so closely connected to our security as well, what's happening in Ukraine. So I would say supporting Ukraine, that's both the right thing and the smart thing to do. And we see this as supporting Ukraine is an investment into our own security, and I think that Ukraine is the shield against further Russian military expansion. So we're very concerned with what is happening. I think there is a false narrative that Russia is winning this war. We're 1,000 days, well over 1,000 days into a war which Russia thought they would win in a week. Russians haven't achieved any of their main strategic objectives in this war. Yes, Russia has the initiative right now, but during 2024, they gained about 35 kilometers. And anyone who's been to Ukraine knows it's a huge country. They did this at the loss of 300,000 casualties in 1 year. Just to put things in perspective when everybody's saying that Russia is winning this war. So I think stopping supporting Ukraine now would cause a lot of problem for our security, both in terms of military strategic situation, if Russia would advance its assets and capabilities, but of course also huge reputational damage to the credibility of the West. And immediately, they would not just be Russia who would cash in on this victory, but its cronies such as Iran, North Korea, and also China, which is a decisive enabler of this. So I think continuing supporting Ukraine. Now, how is this going to end? I think the one who's going to determine this is Ukraine, because otherwise we just, forcing a bad deal on Ukraine would mean a weaken Ukraine and embolden Russia, and we would have lots of problem within 6 months. I totally agree with Senator Shaheen that NATO membership really has to be on the option. On the table, and for good historic reasons. I know also that the Ukrainians are hesitant about having bilateral security arrangements which are not real security guarantees due to the experiences from the Budapest Agreement as well. So, and of course they have the biggest land forces. They're great on the innovation. So we need them in the Euro-Atlantic family, if you ask me.
But do you, as you said, Russia has not won the war, but Russia still occupies, regardless of how much or little it's gained in this particular offensive, but it still occupies about 20% at least of Ukrainian territory. Is it okay if they stay there?
Well, I think that if you hinder Ukraine from continuing fighting in that way, you're also hindering them the right for self-defense. And I think that's a very difficult moral argument to be making. And therefore, we get it as Europeans. We have to step up across the board. After the United States, it's actually the Nordic and the Baltics who contribute the best. But we can do more. If this is a war of attrition, which it is, it's also a war of warehouses. It's a war of industrial production. And only the EU, we have about 7 times bigger economy than the Russians. So if we put our will to this, we can do more. And we understand that the United States also have facing challenges otherwise. You're a security provider also in the Indo-Pacific in a way that we aren't. So it's only natural that we also shoulder more responsibility for Ukraine in the long run. But we want you on board as long as possible, of course. And the last point then, just in our position is that it should be international law who guides the whole thing, and that means according to international law, since Russia is the aggressor, Ukraine has the right to defend itself inside and outside of its territory. And I think it causes also a lot of military problems for Russia if Ukraine has the right to defend itself also outside of its territory.
I should have said at the beginning, there is a way for people in the audience to post questions, and I'm not sure I understand quite what it is, but maybe.
Use the app.
Yeah, that's right, use the app. And I even see there are some questions.
Yeah.
I want to go to our other 2 panelists to address the questions of lessons learned about the arsenal of democracy and its future, and maybe they have different perspectives about it. I want to introduce that by reading something that Anderil's Chief Strategy Officer said this week in testimony in the House of Representatives, the Select Committee on the Chinese Communist Party. Here's part of what he said. America's industrial base has failed to keep pace and adapt with the time. It's being left behind by evolving great power threats, technological innovations in areas such as low-cost robotics and artificial intelligence. America and our allies increasingly lack the industrial capacity to deter and, if necessary, fight and win a great power conflict. For decades, U.S. and allied military power has been defined by ever smaller numbers of exquisite, expensive platforms and weapons that are slow, difficult, and costly to manufacture. Our stockpile of critical munitions has taken years to produce and would take just as long to replace. And yet years of war games suggest that the U.S. military would run out of these weapons in less than 1 week of war with China. This is not hard to believe after Ukraine expended a decade's worth of U.S.-produced tactical weapons in just the initial months of combat with Russia. President-elect Trump has focused in the past, and surely will be in the future, on the need for Europe to spend more. And there are rumblings in Europe, not for the first time, that Europe needs to figure out how to stand on its own 2 feet. Most NATO members are now on the trajectory to 2%, but I wonder if that's the metric that we should actually be using. Secretary McCarthy, Ukraine's been kind of a stress test of our industrial base. And I think we'd all agree that the grade hasn't really been an A on either side of the Atlantic. So is more money from Europe or more money from the United States, is that the answer?
The 2% metric that was established in 2014 in Lisbon
is interesting, but it's not compelling. The investment strategies are what matters. Can you produce a sustainable brigade combat team and put it on the border? Germany, it's about 90 billion a year, USD. They can't produce one. Our colleague up here is going to send an infantry battalion next month to Latvia.
Mechanized battalion.
Mechanized battalion. Thank you. Even more firepower. Yes, sir. All right, thank you.
More power.
I was trying to give you a shout out and I blew. But all seriousness, that matters. Your exercises, training in those operational plans and rehearsing sends the message, we're prepared. You come across this border, we're going to give you lead. The capacity is a huge issue. The others is infrastructure. I was out in Vilnius in March, Baldwin Military Conference. 4 years ago, we put a battalion task force, U.S. military over there, 3rd Infantry Division, and they've sustained that heel to toe for the last 4 years and counting. Well, the most compelling thing I saw was the investments the Lithuanians are making to expand the size of the interstate so they can land C-130s on them. Building drop zones so you can bring airborne battalions from other countries to reinforce. Yes, they are well above the 2% metric, but it's the types of investments that matter. So by your comment about, or the question on Ukraine, I will say our weapon systems have performed very well. I mean, they're slaughtering Russian soldiers. There's no doubt about it. The challenge is parts, sustaining those weapon systems. The others is force generation, training and creating new Ukrainian soldiers so you can have replacements, so you can expand and have a large enough force to do combined arms maneuver and try to take the land back if that's the national objective. So those are big challenges. You have companies like Anduril, I don't work for them or get paid by them, but they are looking at very innovative and creative ways to learn from this, in particular with autonomous drones. Challenge is the sensor fusion, command and control to do that at scale. And we've learned a lot that we can't do that, but we are learning on the battlefield. I don't know if it's enough, but it's changed the posture in the Pentagon. And we have to learn, but we do need to get a lot faster.
I somehow have screwed this up and now I can't see the questions. Maybe someone will come and help me readjust.
Why don't you jump in there, Brian?
Yeah, but Brian, I want to ask you. I mean, obviously, we're looking at the future, and Anduril, as I understand it, makes the case that it is possible to provide low-cost, high-volume technology to the United States and allied militaries and to increase mass by supplementing big, expensive items like the F-35 and aircraft carriers with thousands of autonomous drones, anti-drone systems, underwater drones, and other electronic and unmanned warfare systems. So I guess what your colleague was arguing before Congress was that we've seen that it's not a question of making the traditional industrial base better or the Army procurement system better, although those both need to happen, but that they're simply not capable of producing what we need on a relevant timeline. So I wonder if you could talk about that, talk about how adversaries like China perhaps are more capable of doing it, and where you see things going in the future.
Look, I don't think this is like sort of a question of like competence or incompetence or something like that. I think it's fundamentally boils down to we've gotten into this world where the U.S., you look at something like an SM-6 missile or any of these things, they're incredible. They're incredibly good. Like I would take those all day long. They're phenomenal. But it is so expensive to produce. There are multi-year backlogs. And then we have underinvested in a lot of these areas for decades. You look at air and missile defense. We didn't need to invest for a very long period of time, so we didn't, and it atrophied, right? And it was very hard to ramp that back up when we needed it. And so I think there's just kind of this belief that we could get away with relatively fewer of these things, but the reality is the industrial capacity really does matter. And whereas the U.S. has struggled to ramp production on these things due to lots of systemic challenges on capacity in the supply chain, all these different regulatory things, all of that, Russia is in many ways outproducing us on a lot of different weapon systems today. Like that is a problem. Russia, right? Like does not have the economy that we have, the money that we have to be able to do this. So it is a significant empirical problem of where we're at. And you look at it vis-a-vis the Chinese capacity, we're not going to outbuild them on ships, right? Like, we're not going to do it. It's not going to work. Traditional shipbuilding, they're going to outpace us. They're going to be able to outproduce in many, many ways. But I think the U.S. has an immense amount of industrial capacity at its disposal. If anything, the defense world has gotten so segregated from the rest of the U.S. industrial capacity that we're not able to tap into it. We're not able to utilize these things. Our view in this is, we have some of the best automotive production in the world. We can produce, consumer electronics, industrial electronics like nobody else. We have some of the best, aircraft design companies in the world. We have the ability to tap into these supply chains in a very different way, but you probably can't just wish your way through it on the weapons as they were designed now, right? Like, that will require design from the beginning and looking at this with a different strategy, how I design, how I build, and how I produce, that today we don't have, right? It is not what we asked industry to do, and it didn't seem like the right strategy when we went down the path on a lot of these weapon systems. So our view of this is, look, we've got to fix shipbuilding. We've got to get these phenomenal weapons we do have, as many as we can get. But to get the mass, to get the capacity, the only affordable options look a bit different than what we've done to date. And I think on top of that, there's a lot of lessons to take away from Ukraine on different strategies that confront the realities of what does survivability mean on a modern battlefield. Can you really actually have air superiority? Can you really do these things that were the basis of our assumptions of a lot of the weapon systems we have invested in to date? So I think there are a lot of shifts that are required. I think there are different classes of these things that are going to be necessary. And I think there's a way to drive production and make it scalable in a time of war that we are not addressing today.
If I could just add on to that, I think one of the other experiences we've all been through is, but for industry, we wouldn't have a space program, much less a space force. And but there's a commercial application there that drove in the economic model that while we wake up one day and we need more space stuff, and there's space companies because they've been doing it so long. But when it comes to the alliance and to the base and to the supply chain challenges, and I would be remiss not to throw in workforce, which is part of the supply chain that we are very strained at. And I look down at my friend Kevin Rudd, and I think about an AUKUS. You guys, I think we have to change how we look at a lot of these things. First of all, if we're going to have allies, and we're going to push them to spend more on national defense, but they have to only buy our stuff, but we can't build our stuff, maybe the alliance ought to include the building of stuff like an AUKUS, and where 1 + 1 + 1 = more than 3. I think we're not even interoperable between the various services, much less among friends. And then we have our closest friend, mine anyway, in North Dakota, Canada, who's like down there with Luxembourg.
Oh, poor Canada.
Yeah, poor Canada. And we need to continue pressure on those that aren't stepping up. Your example, though, the Sweden example, is the best example because from what Sweden's done in such a short time ought to be an inspiration to all of us and a reminder that let's do it before it comes this close to us. And so I think the moment is right. I continue to be optimistic, but I think we have to change how we think about lots of things, not just how we build something in the United States.
I want to add something to the challenge that we're facing, and that is Congress bears responsibility for this problem too, because we're not putting out appropriations bills on time in a way that gives certainty either to the Department of Defense or to the defense industrial base. And that's got to change if we're going to address this problem.
Sure.
You mentioned, Brian, interoperability. I wonder if I could get Senator Shaheen and the minister to talk about this whole concept of European independence and how that factors into interoperability. It's not rocket science to figure out that if every country makes a tank or if every country makes a jet fighter, or the ones that can afford to do it, that's not the most efficient way to do business as an alliance. Do you see, I know President Macron, who has said, not for the first time, that Europe needs to be independent, needs to have its own army, needs to build its own defense industry. What is the likelihood of that actually happening? And how can we really integrate Europe and the United States defense industries in a way that actually gives everybody the best bang for the buck and makes everything interoperable in a way that it isn't now?
Well, I would defer to the defense minister on what Europe is thinking, although we have heard this before, not just from France, but from the EU. And I don't think we should be concerned about that to the extent that I think the more Europe does, the better for all of us, right? Because they're our closest allies. And the fact is NATO has been working on interoperability and standards for weapon systems and for operations for a long time now, and they're getting a lot better. And that's part of why NATO is so strong, is because we are integrating those systems in a way that allows everybody to be interoperable.
Well, I think I'm saying what Europe should be saying, at least, and we should be thinking, to my mind, a few things. There was an old idea drifting around called strategic autonomy. No one is seriously talking about that any longer, because we know that this moment we need to work across the Atlantic, both to support Ukraine and to keep NATO strong. Now, there's lots that can be done when it comes to standardization and interoperability. I don't have so much problems that we have different kinds of tanks, but if those tanks have different ammunition, if they have different logistics, if they can't communicate with each other, then we have a problem. So I want the element of diversity on the market, but I want interoperability and I want standardization. We have 14 different types of 155 shells in Europe, for example. That does not make sense. And I just want to reinforce what Secretary McCarthy said is so important. We talk about the 2% target. That's not nearly enough. We're at 2.2. We're going up to 2.4. That's not going to cut it either. So what we should be measuring is available and capable military power. And that demands focusing on expensive and boring things, but enablement, ammunition, logistics, maintenance. That's what we need to do on the groundwork in Europe right now, because we want to make sure that those new defense plans that General Cavalli is doing a wonderful job in presenting and transforming NATO, we want to make sure that those are executable and NATO can deter and defend every inch of the Allied territory. But it is also the way we have to approach Ukraine. It's not enough just to send a tank. You have to provide them logistics, maintenance, and assure that they achieve operational effect. And what they, of course, are absorbing is the fragmented defense industrial landscape from Europe, because they're getting a whole bunch of different tanks who can't communicate, who aren't interoperable. So there's lots to be done on interoperability and standardization if we want to achieve real operational effect, which is absolutely critical at this very dangerous time for European security.
And also, I wonder if you could, whoever wants to, speak to the whole question of replenishment when you're not in a hot war yourself. I mean, I know that through all the discussion about who's going to give long-range fires to Ukraine and how many are they going to give them, the sort of undercurrent of all of those kind of policy arguments was, we don't have very many of those and we can't produce them very quickly. How do we get around that? You know, we don't have enough for our own needs, let alone give them to somebody else. And they would all be, as was said here, you know, exhausted very quickly in any kind of conflict with China.
Very briefly, we are investing into their own industrial capability. I think that's gone under the radar, but the Ukrainians has really shown that they have the ability to scale up their industrial production. They have the manpower and they have the security supply of doing it. They've been able to develop long-range strike drones and long-range strike missiles. So we're, through a Danish initiative, we're putting money into that industrial capabilities, and it's generating results. I think they've been doing very well, for example, on producing new artillery ammunitions and so forth. So those European leaders who says we can't support Ukraine because it's emptying our stocks, fine, then provide the shape book, because that's going to get you a far way in building up Ukraine's own industrial capabilities. And from a logistics standpoint, it's of course easier to transform from things inside Ukraine to the front than sending it from Europe.
But Senator, just on the whole question of what we need for ourselves, I think one of the things that's become apparent as the sort of arsenal of democracy is that we may not even be able to produce enough for ourselves if we were actually in a war ourselves.
I think that's why we've seen such a focus in the last year or two on procurement and how we better address procurement within the Department of Defense, and what kind of flexibilities are we putting in, and longer term authorizations so that we can stockpile some of the equipment, some of the munitions that we know we're going to need. And again, I would say that as Congress, we haven't done a very good job on that. We've had a fight in Congress when it became apparent that Ukraine needed our help and we were trying to figure out how to better support them. We were looking at how do we put in place a multi-year process to get some of these things done, equipment, munitions. And we had the Appropriations Committee, and I'm a member, so I can blame myself as much as anybody, but we had the Appropriations Committee saying, wait a minute, this is a violation of what our authorities in the Senate, you can't do that, you can't have a multi-year procurement because that's going to violate the appropriations process. Well, we got to get over that. We have to identify what our priorities are and what we really have to do, and we have to get on board with how to get those done.
Gene's right on point on that point. Yeah, 5-year spending and authorization without 5 years of money isn't worth very much. So I think we can do those kinds of things, and then you'll hear occasionally senators will talk about we have to force the industry to do this or force the industry to do that. Well, we don't force industry to do things in the United States. However, leverage does matter. So if we're going to allow 5 years, certainty in producing something, then in return we ought to say, we love your shareholders, but this is the other part. This is the other half of the deal. We have to. I think, Gene, you mentioned earlier the flexibility as well, right? So if during that 5 years there's a shift in demand for a similar product, we need to allow the people at the Pentagon to make that decision, report it, be communicative and transparent in it, but we just have to move at the speed of relevance, as I think Secretary Austin said earlier today.
Karen, if I may, two things: that it's cost, and then it's business's ability to forecast, is that going to be there in 2 years or a year?
Yep.
We just don't do things well enough, efficiently. 883.5 billion, however much it is, 2/3, 70% of it is just people and O&M. So how much real buying power do you have to procure all the exquisite weapon systems that Brian's talking about, or just to continue to stockpile the munitions for tactical weapon systems? It's awe-inspiring when you see how large it is, but we got to get better and more cost effective. When I was in the Army, we cut $30 billion and we tried to just finance 24 new weapon systems. We could only get them to low rate. That means a handful of brigades. When you have 61, when only 2 of them have the unique, cool stuff, we're not going to get better. So it's a problem, and you have to be on offense every day when you're in the Pentagon and cutting.
Well, you've seen this problem from 3 different perspectives now: in uniform, in the Pentagon, and in industry. Is anything changing? Are things has Ukraine really been the kind of wake-up call that people say it should have been?
No, I look at, we create all these new organizations to go get closer to tech guys. It was when I came back in 2017, the Pentagon, everywhere you look, there were guys in hoodies and everybody's talking about AI. It was 10 years before that, it was cyber. We always get that new cool trend, and we're the smart people from Silicon Valley to tell us how to do this. And we don't change the way we buy things. We used the OTA authority more than the entire department combined in the Army. We didn't scale. 61 brigades, 1 million people on active duty. And you can't have one thing look like the other, to the point that the defense minister brought up. It's just our costs. Too much management. It's killing us.
So what about, do you feel close now? Do you feel close to the Defense Department now?
Close to the Defense Department, yes. I don't know if that's good or bad. Look, I think I agree on the, this isn't about a cool tech trend. This isn't, there's no whiz-bangy solution. Look, I think it's just buying better. Right? An example recently, the Army took 5 years to figure out the small drone that it was going to field to the service. That should cost less than an iPhone. 5 years. Like, we probably should have bought 5 different drones in that time frame and turned it, and just show the demand signal, show that these things can actually move. I think a lot of this stuff boils down to just, kind of buying in a better way. The other part of this is, the set of things that need to be bought like an aircraft carrier are going lower and lower. I don't think, if you go back 20 years, I'm not sure that space launch on the GSA schedule was really on anyone's bingo card, but it is now. Like, that is just easily accessible. I think a lot of these things are very different in terms of how you invest in them and how you can actually build them. And I think it can be incredibly more efficient. So I completely agree with sort of everything said here in terms of good signal and all these things. I think that's right. I just think it's, from our experience, there's so many problems that there may be a more efficient or better way to solve it or something like that. Just can't. It's no opening. Wait 10 years, then we'll reconsider whether we're looking at this thing again. That's just kind of the reality of doing business with the Defense Department, and I get it. But I have seen a lot, kind of changing for the better. There is a lot more velocity. There's a lot more willingness to actually try new things, to try different kind of approaches with this. It's a lot better. I've been working on this for like 17 years now. It's a lot better than it was. I'm quite optimistic as well. But it is still really hard, and I think the key thing is just being a better buyer on this stuff. Like, that's the number one thing. Just buy stuff in a predictable way. You'll get a lot of good outcomes from industry.
Drones is going to be a huge cultural problem, though.
How so?
Because you're taking all the humans out of it. Telling kids at the Air Force Academy, you're not going to get to fly a plane, you're going to fly a drone. Now, they might be better, that generation will be better. But 14 years ago, when I was working for Robert Gates, it was, to quote him, pulling teeth to get the Air Force to fly more Predator drones. It was the single biggest killing system on the battlefield. It's probably killed more terrorists than the special ops teams have. It's a remarkable weapon system, the Predator drone. Couldn't get them. Couldn't get to increase the caps. He had to personally get involved. Culturally, it's going to be very hard to embrace it. It is in the Army, not just to beat up the Air Force, but the Army too. So that's going to be the human dynamic, and someone's going to really have to lead through that and push that through.
Well, I'm going to, on that point, I'm going to go to something that Elon Musk tweeted a couple days ago, where he said that, and this is the person who's supposed to figure out how we can be more efficient and have fewer people. He said that people who support building more F-35s are idiots. He said that their main, should I say this here? He said their main purpose was to allow Air Force pilots to get laid, because it makes them sort of the best of the best. Is that, what does that say about, I guess that is one way of going at the kind of big ticket items and saying, look, you can get all this other stuff. He was comparing it to drones and of how you can get away so much more cheaply and your lethality can be spread wider. And what Ukraine has shown us is how these things can be used. So I wonder if anybody has a comment on that.
Well, I guess I worked on the F-35, so I guess I should step up here. It is the most complicated. I mean, it's 33 million lines of code. That's more than the space shuttle. Think about that.
I don't want to think about
There's 3 different variants, 18 different customers. You have 44 states make parts. It's too big to fail. It's just, and it's the most complicated contracting process. It takes 2 years to do a lot buy of an airplane where you have like 654 of them in the U.S. Air Force. I mean, how many do you have now? Why is it so hard to keep buying the same airplanes? The contracting acquisition strategy, it's incredibly complicated. They have a real challenge. I mean, whether you got about 2,000 tactical fighter airplanes, how many of them do you need? How many of them are going to be autonomous? How many are going to be manned? I mean, I think huge challenges in front of them, and the cost again. How much cost can you bear? And that was the ultimate decision when I was working for Robert Gates, why he killed the F-22 program. Mm-hmm. We couldn't afford to sustain it over time. That's going to be obviously front and center this next administration.
Mr. Minister?
Well, I was glad he didn't mention the Gripen system, but
I didn't want to go with that other stuff.
well, listen, just to compare it to Europe, I think you probably made more progress during the last 24 months than we did in Europe. We still in Europe have a defense industrial base shaped for peacetime situation at the same time as we have a full-fledged war going on the European continent. So there is a high sense of urgency. When I talk to my friends in the industry, I find that they ramped up prices probably more than production so far. And I think the way to get around that, which we are getting much more serious about in Europe now, is aggregated demands and doing joint acquisition and joint procurement. Just a few weeks ago, Sweden together with 4 other countries were pooled and shared, and we went to buy 1,000 interceptors for the Patriot systems, which we are operating. So I think that thereby you send a strong demand signal to industry, and the industry together with the government has to share an amount of risk as well. We've done the same thing also on 155 and thinking through your supply lines and so forth. And it's a homework that we haven't been doing for the last decade, but it's absolutely crucial that we do it for the future, because a strong defense industrial base is of course part of credible deterrence these days. I mean, that's obvious to everybody.
Senator Shaheen, you're on the Defense Appropriations Subcommittee, and it was mentioned, and Secretary Austin mentioned it today, that I think he said 44 states provide parts for the F-35.
A lot.
Sorry?
A lot.
A lot. How do you deal with that? How do you get the leadership to say, look, this is what we have to do? I'm not particularly talking about the F-35, but that's an example.
Well, again, as we know, defense spending is driven not just by our defense needs, but it's also driven by the industrial base and by the jobs that are created in that industrial base in states across this country. And we have a great defense industrial base in New Hampshire. I'm very proud of it. There are a lot of good jobs that are created there, and I want to do everything I can to keep those good jobs and to ensure that what they're producing is contributing to our national defense, and that's the trade-off. But I want to go back to the drones just for a minute, because I think, as Secretary McCarthy pointed out, it does create a real challenge, but they're not going away. And the threat that drones pose, not just on the battlefield, but here at home, is very real. And one of the things we've got to do is figure out how to defend against those drones, the swarms of drones that we're seeing places. And so we can't just say we're not going to produce, we're not going to defend against those drones. We've got to do that, and we need the help from the private sector, as Brian knows, in order to make that work. And one of the lessons that we should be taking to heart is what Ukraine has done, because Ukraine has been very creative and very successful in drone warfare. I mean, I don't know my history as well as lots of people in this room, but I can't think of any other country that doesn't have a navy that's destroyed their opponent's navy without a single ship, and the Ukrainians have done that with the Russian Navy in the Black Sea. So I think this is an area where we've really got to figure it out, and there are a lot of lessons that we're learning from this war in Ukraine.
We've pretty much run out of time. I just want to close with one question. President-elect Trump posted this morning on Syria and said that Russia's apparent weakness there was because of their great losses in Ukraine. And I wonder what you think, just briefly, anyone who wants to opine on this, whether that changes anything at all on what we can expect from negotiations with Russia over Ukraine.
Well, I've often said that Donald Trump's a master at branding, but he's even better at positioning. And I think he doesn't accidentally say these things. I hadn't heard this, so this I'm kind of pleased, to be honest. I think that those simple words send a fairly significant message.
It was a much longer message that kind of jumped on Obama and said a lot of other things, but that was the basis of it.
You put it very well.
Anyone else? Thank you all so much. I'm sorry we did have a couple of questions from the audience. You guys are much more technically proficient than I, but I apologize that we didn't get to them. But thank you all so much, and thank you to our panelists.
Thank you all.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The panel session is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The panel session is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The panel session is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Panel 9. Can we build again? Overcoming production and manufacturing constraints to build the future force. Please welcome Mr. Aaron Mehta of Breaking Defense and our distinguished panelists.
All right. Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining us in one of the late sessions. I know it's been a long day, but I think we're going to keep everyone's attention with some, I think, really exciting conversation here. Obviously, incredibly esteemed panel here. So I think we want to just jump right into it a little bit. And I think, look, the topic of this day is manufacturing. That's what we're here to talk about. There's a widespread agreement manufacturing is important. We actually have the poll, I think we can put up from Reagan's poll, which talked about some of the numbers that we've seen with the American public that agree with this. Let's see if we can get that up there. Well, while they're working on it, we'll keep going. There's a lot of different topics that go into manufacturing. What is the challenge of manufacturing? You know, how do we actually get back to where we need to be for the arsenal of democracy? Given that we have here an end user, acquisition official, two representatives from industry, a distinguished legislator, what I want to start with is to go down the line and ask the panel basically, what do you think is the single biggest challenge or roadblock to getting manufacturing to where it needs to be for American national security? And Senator, if we can start with you.
Well, I'm going to start with my own visual aid.
It's great. Professional senator, he has his own chart here.
This is a chart that Jim Inhofe created when he was at the Armed Services Committee. And basically what it shows is the time from concept to an operating prototype of aircraft and automobiles. And it goes back into the 60s and 70s, and you see the line for commercial aircraft and military aircraft are pretty similar. They're right around 4 or 5 years. Something happened in the 70s. This is the trajectory of the time to develop a military aircraft versus a commercial aircraft. So the first part of my presentation is on, I have 3 Ds for you today, but the first one is delay. This is one of the biggest constraints is why does it take so long? Is it process? Is it requirements creep? Is it, what are the provisions that makes it, and frankly, at this point in the world, we can't afford to be even close to this graph. We've got to be able to react to things within months, let alone decades. So I think one of the first biggest barriers in terms of production and acquisition is time. And so I am anxious to hear from some of my colleagues on the panel about whether this line is improving. Bill Plant at the Pentagon thinks it's improving. I'm not so sure, but that's what I think one of the most important things we need to talk about is time, because that's what we don't have in today's conflict situation.
Dan?
Well, I guess you steal a little bit of my thunder there, but I would echo the fact that things just need to move faster, and I think that part of the reason for that is that not all the incentives are aligned, and sometimes they're counterintuitive. And I've been around a lot of different programs, different industries. If you want more of something, you should incentivize it. If you want less of something, you should tax it or regulate it. So if you want more speed, if you want faster development cycles, you actually need to incentivize that as a criteria in how you do it. You need to promote and pay people based on the programs getting through faster to get to successful outcomes. And yes, I absolutely think that time and speed are the things we need most of, and we need to create the right incentives for them.
General?
I would use Senator King's same display that he had. I think it's process change is what we got to get after. I think that's the biggest challenge that we have. And I'll give you 3 examples. I'll really start with back in 1960, DOD had 11 big pots of money, and we didn't have all these programs. We could move money around and we could spend it, year after year. Now we're up to 1,800 or 1,900 different program lines. So especially when you're talking about, the first thing I think we need is agile funding. I really do think we need to be more agile in our funding, especially when you're talking about UAS, counter-UAS, and EW, and we know it spins very rapidly, and we have to be able to respond to that. Second thing that I think we have to do as users is change how we also put our requirements out. And we don't need 30-page documents. I'll give you, one example we've done with our network is put out a characterization of need. We have a lot of amazing companies that can come in and help us do these things and change for us. We just need to let them go and tell them what they can do, and be more rapid about doing that. And I think that the hardest thing is going to be with process change. I also think, and we've been talking about this a lot in the Army, is we're also going to have to stop buying some things that we know are not going to be war-winning, down the road. And that means you can find better value for your money and spend your money on the things that you know are going to make the biggest difference on the battlefield. So I would say it's process change.
I think that's a great point. I'll just pick up on something that the General said. I think for us, we've got to think about the design. I'll pick up on what you said, Senator, on your chart there, which is I think we design to the highest level of requirements, to your point, General, and that takes time. That's a very high bar. I think we got to get back to a more modular design philosophy, get it out into the field, and then continue to iterate and upgrade in the field as we learn more about the threats, about the threatscape, about what our adversaries are doing. I would say that's sort of number one. And then number two, and it's not something we do terribly well as an industry, which is design for manufacturability. We design for performance, obviously because of the threats that are out there. We don't necessarily design with manufacturability in mind. Why do something with 5 parts when you can do it additively in 1? So the more we can continue to design for manufacturability, the faster you can continue to ramp up the production phase of any program.
Well, I agree with everything that my teammates up here have said. I kind of come at this problem from a couple of different lenses. So I've been in the department now for about 18 months. Before that, I spent 13 years at Apple, which is a place that's all about disruption at scale. I also been in the military for about, part-time at least, for about 28 years, and spent a lot of my career living back and forth throughout Asia. And the first thing I'd say is, I just want to foot stomp and underscore, we simply cannot meet the strategic imperative for us that we've been talking about for the last couple of days unless we're able to fully leverage the incredible power of our commercial tech sector. This is what Ash Carter's to DIU up to get after, and we're now focused on the bridges that have been built. It's pretty amazing to see the collection of folks from the tech sector who are here now, and build on the experiences that we have now, proving that you can solve real military problems the way that General George is talking about with commercially derived tech, to now doing that with the focus, speed, and scale that we need in order to deliver. So I think, as I think back from my experience in the tech world, where we do see transformation at scale, massive innovation, often with capabilities that put something from a concept to 100 million of something under a tree within less than 6 months, that there are just a few things that really drive that. The first one is relentless demand, which from billions of consumers around the world, the enterprises that serve them, which doesn't necessarily mean that we know exactly what the demand will be shaped like, but we know it will be there. And then second, massive competition also from around the world that forces innovation, forces investment in that innovation, because if you don't do that, you lose. And in our more traditional approach, defense procurement, we really have neither of those two things. And instead we've got something that looks a lot more like the traditional 5-year plans from the old Soviet system, which the Chinese have actually spent a whole lot of time themselves trying to get away from because it doesn't work. And then we make it even worse by not even being able to consistently pass the budgets to do that. So my recommendation would really be to address directly both demand and competition. First, we need a much more clear, consistent, and flexible demand signal. It doesn't have to be exact clarity of demand for the next 5 years, but in fact, if you give exact definition and just port more money against it, then you actually don't incent the kind of behaviors that you want. Instead, for those major areas of tech change, we should provide a consistent demand signal of the critical areas we'll be buying in, rather than specific programs, areas like AI, autonomy, space, biotech. And then I like to call those portfolios of record instead of programs of record. Then we should give the flexibility to move within those, so that General George can change from this one to that one as the tech evolves and the companies delivering it evolves. And then I think we've got to have also enough budget consistency to be able to deliver against that and give the confidence that we will. And then second, we need to use that flexibility to open up the aperture so that that competition can force the innovation investment. That means bringing the non-traditionals in and alongside the more traditional players, wherever possible, in hardware as well as software, making it easier for them to participate and compete. In some cases, the best tech's going to come from there, but in every single case, that will drive competition, that will drive innovation and performance. DIU works everybody from large traditionals all the way to brand new startups. We work wherever possible, helping them collaborate skills. So that can come from anywhere, but competition helps to drive it. And so this is what we're after at DIU. We're just getting started using the tools that Congress has provided us and working with our partners like General George here, hoping to get an opportunity to talk a little bit more about some of the specifics of what we're after. And I'll just close by saying there is a huge opportunity right now for this incoming administration to partner with Congress and do something big on this.
Senator King, you wanted to chime in there?
Well, everybody's been talking about demand. It would be nice if Congress could pass a damn budget on time. I mean, continuing
I was going to say that, sir.
Continuing resolutions are just terrible. They cost the Defense Department something like $5 billion a month. It's pitiful that we can't. There's no earthly reason we couldn't have passed a budget on September 30th. And by the way, in my little old state of Maine, we had a 2-year budget. I don't know why we can't have a 2-year budget. Also, the federal government has no capital budget. We're paying cash for assets that are going to last 50 years. So I think there's some real significant improvements that could be made, but it would start with just pass the damn budget on time, and then you'd have a steady demand signal throughout the whole system, and people could understand how they could invest and get involved in these kinds of long-term projects. So that's a simple solution. Through some oversight, I'm not in charge over there, so we'll keep going. We're going to pass another continuing resolution next week, till March.
You think that's going to happen now through March? That's the plan?
I absolutely don't know, but there's no reason that we can't do this. Have negotiations over the top line, have the Appropriations Committee work out the distributions, and go from there. It ought to be pretty straightforward. And by the way, this isn't the fault of the Appropriations Committees. They work very hard. They go through all these numbers. They have that meeting after meeting after meeting. They do all their work, and then it never happens. Pretty frustrating.
So one of the themes I think you might have heard through coming down here, and I should say you can use the app to send questions in. Please don't wait to send them in. I got a little thing here that'll pop it up for me. We'll try to work them in as we're going through the conversation. I think one of the themes that you heard, and certainly something we talked about ahead of time, is speed and the need to figure out ways to be able to go not just faster in terms of actually putting things out, but in terms of our processes and how to actually change things. And General George, I wanted to ask you this, which is, if there isn't, let's call it holistic, full-up budget acquisition reform from where you stand, can you get at the speed that you need as the end user? Or do you think there needs to be fundamental shifts in how this process works?
So what we've proposed is, and I know there's been PPBE reform and all of this, is that we've proposed in the Army that we actually focus on the things that we know change very rapidly, which is UAS, anything uncrewed, countering uncrewed systems, and EW. I mean, we're seeing that, and Ukraine is seeing that. We're seeing that everywhere on how fast things are changing. And so I think that that's one area. And when we didn't, if you had flexible funding and you had the ability, the other part of, besides putting us behind on a continuing resolution, if you have to make rapid changes and you don't have a budget and you need to increase quantities or you need to make changes, you can't do that either. So there's real operational impacts. So I think that we just should take this at that level and try to do that first. I'd be all for, we are going to portfolio-based management in all of those systems. We're buying capabilities. Our very first transforming and contact brigades got infused with a certain amount of tech from one company, and the one we're getting ready to do in January, all the UAS and the counter UAS and the EW systems are different because they're better. On the UAS side, they're longer range, they're cheaper. they're just better systems. And I think, cost curve is an important thing for us as well. And when we can start buying those things at that level, and then I would go back to something that Chris talked about. We also have to look for our bigger systems of buying modular. So rather than building a system that has everything built in, active protection, counter UAS, all of that, you can build the big system and then be able to change out those modules because all of that is going to change. And we just have to design those things different. That will allow us to be a lot more flexible moving forward. So I think it's a combination of things.
Senator King, is there going to be appetite on the Hill for that kind of reform? And we've talked for years about doing pools of money so that the services have more flexibility.
I think there is, because we're coming to realize the necessity of agile. My high school football coach said he wanted us to be mobile, agile, and hostile. And that's probably not a bad description for the Army either.
Yep.
But I think there's an increasing realization that time is absolutely essential. I mean, we've learned that in Ukraine. They're doing generations of drones in matters of weeks, and we have to do that. And by the way, one of the places we've really been slow is on directed energy. And directed energy budget in the defense budget over the past 3 years has fallen in half. To me, that's absolutely crazy. We're shooting down Houthi $20,000 drones with $2 million missiles. Directed energy, that's a perfect use of directed energy. We're now starting to deploy these directed energy weapons, but it ought to be happening a lot faster. So I think the idea of allocating money for a purpose rather than for a particular item is a much better way to proceed, and then that'll give you more flexibility in order to acquire the weapons that are necessary for today's conflict, not last month's or last year's.
Can I mention one other thing on that, Aaron, just because Senator brought up directed energy. The other thing that we're really focused on is actually, typically we built something, we took it to the test range, then we said, okay, we'll take it back to the lab. So we're actually doing that. As you know, we send directed energy and we're sending it out to the Middle East. We're sending prototypes out there. Somebody will say, eventually they're going to be 5x better. Right now they're 3x better. That's better capability that we're getting with our soldiers that are out there. We're also finding out, what does the heat do? What does the humidity do when we take it out in the Pacific? What does the cold weather do if you're in the Eastern Plains in Europe? And we're getting that kind of feedback. We get the best feedback from our formations when they're actually using it. And again, I think that's a process change. And what that's allowed us to do is to start pulling things left and basically say, hey, we can get this quicker.
Can I maybe build on that for a second? So there's been, so first of all, Congress entrusted DIU this past year with a pretty significant uptick in our budget to just shy of $1 billion. And there's been a lot of talk about that, a lot of focus on it. And what's been a little bit lost in that discussion of the budget, it's probably the most talked about, 0.1% of the defense budget out there. But what's been a little bit lost in the discussion is what I think is actually the most important thing about it, which is the flexibility that's within that budget. So for the first time ever, and actually the first time anywhere in the department, we have the ability with the majority of that funding to go all the way from that initial prototyping all the way through to fielding to initial fielding to operational units. Now, we don't scale anything because that's what the service does, but that puts me in a position to be a completely different kind of partner for General George, so that we're able to help to facilitate those initial deployments. And so what that means, I'll give you maybe a concrete example. I think I saw General Jim Rainey here from AFC a second ago. I don't know where he went. Oh, there he is, Jim. So for example, company level UAS, they see a need based on what's happening in Ukraine, what's happening in Gaza. He writes a directed requirement, we need to go do this, and now we can work together on fielding a prototype really quickly in the same way that we always would have, with maybe a few $1 million to help make that happen. But then we're in a position now to help with the initial fielding at maybe the tens of millions, but also now moving forward to initial fielding out to operational units so they can start testing those things, working with them in contact where appropriate, or in operational units. And then in the second year, we can continue to help as they've now moved their more flexible funding to help support that, and hopefully, without getting ahead of either the current president's budget or a future president's budget, they're in a position then also to really scale those things in the third year once they prove them out and meant they work. That's kind of how we're leveraging our flexible funding now, which is a brand new thing that Congress has given us to be able to help get after this. And my perspective is that we need to be doing a lot more of that in places like DIU, but that General George should have that flexibility too.
Dan, let me ask you, so let's say that there's more flexibility that goes into the budget, the Army is able to go out and test these things in the field, JU is helping to test in the field, and they say, hey, this thing that you guys made for us, it works pretty well, but we think we want to do this, this, this. From where you stand, how do you take that feedback and then be able to quickly actually get that around instead of it taking 4 years for the feedback to get fed in, run through the process you guys have, get it approved up the chain, et cetera, et cetera?
One of the good and bad things about two hot wars going on is people are innovating very quickly, and we're learning things in the field that we would otherwise take years to go through a requirements process on. So the crucible of the wars are perversely sort of driving innovation at a faster pace. That's driving drones, it's driving counter UAS, and it's driving other things. I think the way that we approach that, but a bit of an evangelist for this because I think it's a very successful model, is to be agile in your processes and your manufacturing techniques and your design platforms to be able to meet that kind of demand as it comes into you and as you get that rapid feedback. So as an example, we do an awful lot of additive manufacturing. If we do solid rocket motors or our liquid rocket engines, about 80% of the content that is entailed in those is additively manufactured. Mm-hmm. Now, the advantage of that is you can iterate very quickly on a design, and complexity is nearly free. So on a combustion chamber that's designed to handle up to 6,000 degrees Fahrenheit, if you want to change how the cooling channels happen in that article, you can 3D print something else pretty rapidly, put it now through another qualifications process, and in a matter of weeks, have a different configuration that you would be able to use. An example of innovation on the solid rocket motor side, and solid rocket motors are a real issue for industry right now, is that we've been working with our partners Raytheon on different types of designs for solid rocket motors. And they've come into us and they've said, hey, we've got something, we've got a drone application out there, we need to figure out how to shoot these things down, we've got an idea for an engine. And our teams have gone and over the weekend designed that in the 3D coding software that we use. We've sent it off to our plants in Youngstown, Ohio. They've printed those articles, which means they've welded up the metal to send that back to us. We've done post-processing on it, and we've had that back out on the stand in 29 days, and we've done that on a couple different programs with Raytheon now, and that's really exciting to see that level of innovation happening to be able to meet and respond to something that's happening in the field. And then if they say, hey, that's not quite it, we got the feedback from the Army that wasn't exactly what we wanted. We wanted some more range, we wanted a different flight profile, we wanted something else. It doesn't cost you years of development or acres and acres of tooling or anything else. You can just jump right back into the 3D printers, change that design, see if it works or not, get it on the stand, and then field that capability. So,
by the way, on 3D printing, I think every Army depot and every ship should have a 3D printer. And when we're buying platforms, we should be buying the IP so that we can print the parts. We don't have to send anybody to get a part, and if something goes wrong,
So we're actually doing that, Senator. We just had a big conference. We're actually down to the tactical units, and they're in 20-foot containers, and figuring out where we're going to put these. Obviously, what the other thing it helps is on the battlefield, you want to have very low signature. So whatever you're doing, obviously moving things is very costly. So we're trying to push all of that forward, and long lead time parts has been a challenge for us as well, and so we have cases where we've taken parts that cost us $20 previously, and we're printing them for pennies, 12 cents, and we do it very rapidly. And so I think it's also going to be a lot for our operational readiness.
Can I maybe build on that advanced manufacturing point a little bit on what Dan was talking about? Is this actually an area that we see enormous opportunity? And actually, I've got something that I'll kind of announce that we're going to be doing here. When I have an opportunity to work with a whole lot of super innovative companies these days who are incredibly advanced in their hardware and software, or hardware and software integration. And when I talk to those guys, it feels a lot like the same kind of level of capability, energy, and talent that I would have had kind of at the best of Apple, but focused in maybe kind of a defense kind of space or dual use kind of space. when we have the conversation with some of those companies, particularly the ones that are kind of still in the earlier mid-ramp of their growth curve, about the operational side of their business, it's not kind of the same thing, right? Because they're just not there yet. At the same time, there are these incredible companies in everything in advanced manufacturing, from kind of digital engineering all the way through to 3D printing and everything in between. A lot of them actually having come out of the space arena, but in other areas as well, and some incredibly capable companies. And they are looking for a lot more places to deploy that capability so that they can grow. And what we're now going to be doing is through something called Blue Manufacturing, which I've sort of talked about a little bit before. We're going to be helping to bring those two groups together so that they can both scale on our stuff. And that'll be helping smaller companies, but I think it'll also be useful for some larger companies as well in some places. Plus, some of those larger companies will be able to participate in providing that as a service to others. This is something Dan and I have talked about. And so in January, we'll be putting out the requirements effectively of solicitation to be included in relevant categories of advanced manufacturing, and for companies that meet the quality and capability standards, but also basic adversarial capital, cybersecurity, the other things that we need, supply chain, in order for us to be able to work effectively with them, or for others to be able to work with them. And then we'll also be putting out for the marketplace capability to be able to help match those folks up. Now, this isn't about us buying stuff directly. It's about us helping to make that happen, to help facilitate the development of that marketplace so we can go much faster to get to the kind of scale and at the speed that we need.
Chris, how would that help you? Would that help you, what we just discussed? Or is it simply RTX is, you guys are the big kahunas and you're all set?
No, Aaron, of course it would help. Doug and I have talked about this, and we're out looking all the time for, new suppliers, innovative suppliers to help us ramp. We're not coming to this with a not invented here type of attitude. That's not going to work. I mean, let's go back to the title of the panel here. Can we build again? Hell yeah, exactly. We can build again, and we are. And there are certain areas where we're not ramping as fast, but we're bringing in automation, connected machines, anything that we can to continue to ramp to meet the needs. If you walk around here like I have today in your meeting with service chiefs, combatant commanders, they need our stuff. So we can talk about the 5-year plan, the 10-year plan. They need our stuff today. They need Patriot batteries. They need Standard Missile 3, Standard Missile 6. All things that are in the pipeline today that we're continuing to invest. Counter UAS. You heard the general talk about this. Doug and I were part of a group at DIU this week talking about counter UAS. We've ramped up our Coyote platform from a monthly rate by 5x this year. We're going to double between the end of this year and the year after. And that's an Army program of record. We then went and developed and fielded a naval variant in 9 months, with taking into account all the things you would need to do to account for instability on the sea and whatnot. We are continually iterating and looking for ways to increase the speed and velocity at which we design and manufacture. Just to go back to the sentiment on the panel here, there is a palpable urgency in industry to continue to ramp to meet the needs of our customer.
So somebody asked this in the audience questions, which is, I'm sorry, can you actually have something?
Well, the word constraints is in the title. What are the constraints? And something I'm surprised hasn't come up yet is manpower, workforce.
There we go.
Every business in Maine is looking for workers, and that includes the shipyards. And we need to really be thinking about that. The government needs to be thinking about that. We not only need to be funding facilities at a major defense production, but we need to be talking about parking and daycare and housing. All of those talk about constraints. At Bath Iron Works, which is a major employer in Maine, they have people come from out of state and then they can't find a place to live that they can afford. So all of those things are interrelated, and I think if we're talking about constraints, the workforce constraint is a national problem. I assume it's a problem in other states. Every business that comes to my office is short of people, whether it's truck drivers, professionals, nurses. Our principal hospital's down 500 nurses. So this is something that we really need to address as a country in terms of training and bringing people along and engaging them at a younger age. You guys, Pratt Whitney, have done a really good job working with the community college and the high schools in the region where they are, that has enabled them to add people. But boy, nationwide, this is a huge, you're talking about constraints, workforce is one of the biggest.
Senator, couldn't agree more. Obviously, we've got the plant in North Warwick at Pratt, and we've had to continue to train, develop curriculum, to your point, to make sure that we've got folks with the right skills. But it's the reason I mentioned automation. And we've added 2 million hours of automation within just our Raytheon business unit over the last several years. So we've got to continue to find ways to automate, to have people be able to operate 2 and 3 and 4 machines as opposed to one person for each machine. We've got to work around those constraints, and automation is a key enabler to making that happen.
We got some, I think we have some examples of that. We're doing that for the organic industrial base, and we're talking about round production. You basically have the same workforce, but if you've automated it, and you also, some of this is stockpiles and having the right things that are ready to go, you can scale your production. There's a lot of companies that are out there doing that.
In this economy, you're not putting people out of work. That helps politically.
Same number of people, for example, at some of our organic industrial bases, but you have them, Radford, we're doing the same thing down there at one of those plants. So it's the same number of people, you just have a lot more production capacity because it's automated.
Exactly.
But I kind of on that point, and I've seen this happen in other industries as well, and yes, we need to crank out more engineers, we need to crank out more qualified techs and machinists and everything else through our systems, but a lot of that comes by incentivizing those people to want to come work at your company as well. That means good benefits, well-paying jobs, good career opportunities, people they like to work with on hard problems. And good Americans want to come into those jobs. We want to keep creating those for them.
You all read my mind because that was actually the question that we had from the audience. That was perfect, sir. Thanks for setting that up. One question on the man force, though, is even if, let's say, the force that we have right now, the workforce, can do 3 times the work that they're able to do through automation, through different processes, et cetera, is that actually still enough to get where we need to be? Or does there need to be, aside from the changes in processes and additive manufacturing, et cetera, which helps speed that along, does there still need to be an influx of manpower to be able to meet the requirements that we have coming?
I'll take a swing at that first. I mean, I think I can give examples. Some of the things that we're doing now, again, many decades ago, we had a lot of companies that were a part of, our industrial base. We had dual-use technology. They made different things. I mean, our infantry squad vehicle is a good example. Right now it's on the Chevy Colorado chassis, and it also does very well for us. So I mean, I think moving to those kinds of things helps. I think for all of us to be able to, to do things at scale. So.
Well, part of it is the requirements. I mean, my friend Tom Tillis, senator from North Carolina, used to come to Armed Services Committee meetings with a stack of papers this high that was the spec for a new handgun. It was literally 18 inches high. So part of it is.
I agree with you. That's characterization of needs. We got to be very simple and straightforward.
And if off the shelf will work,
then we should buy it. I mean, we're doing that for UAS. The UAS that we bought, again, for the first unit and the second and third are different. People understand what we need. They're out with us and they're producing it. So.
Actually, maybe 2 different things. First, just on this needs versus requirements point. This is actually really at the heart of the way that DIU tries to approach the problem, starting with the need rather than the requirement. I mean, if you started by asking the consumer what they wanted, in a new smartphone in 2006 or 7, you would have gotten a flip phone that you could play Snake on faster with a toothbrush out the side or something. You would not have got an iPhone.
Right.
Instead, it was sort of like, what's the human problem we're trying to solve? How does technology help to solve it? Which is why we're embedding deeply with warfare, with the combatant commands as well as with the service to say, what's the need? How to bring the technologists in to help solve that problem with tech, rather than telling them, hey, go build me this widget with a 1,000-page thing. It's like a 10-page PowerPoint of how you think you can help to solve the problem. And now let's get something real and start talking about it. So that's one thing. Second thing is, I want to come back to your workforce point. And whether we, even after we do all the amazing things we'll do from a process standpoint, advanced manufacturing, whether we need more talent of all different kinds across the system, the answer is hell yes. Would be my answer, and that's true for all the defense-related capability. It's true for the entire tech sector. And as you think about everything across that value chain, from high-end chips to the testing equipment, to the people who are developing apps that are part of that software system, we need a whole broad set of folks that are way more involved, skilled, and earlier. And start earlier in the education system to help develop that. So that's a huge need. I think that the government's going to need to help play a role in helping to stimulate that in the right ways, and we have done that at other times in our history. And I think that the private sector needs to get much more active in helping to stimulate that. And one other thing I'll just throw out there, because I just can't help it, is I actually think one of the places is an enormous source of the kind of talent that we're talking about here, that is incredibly operationally capable, technically savvy, high integrity, hardworking, and willing to get after it, is all my fellow veterans that are coming out of the force in various places. And we'd love to keep them in, but the ones who get out, a lot of them should be going to these spaces, and we should be making it easier and easier and easier for them to go do this, because they're great jobs and we need them.
Except for we want to keep them.
That's fair. I was going to say, we've got different requirements.
I would say, Aaron, just to build on a couple of things that Doug said. One, we got to open the aperture as an industry about who we want to bring into the supply base. Yeah. I think you had mentioned that before. There are people in other industries that we have to, again, be more flexible about adding to the defense supply base. And then two, I would talk about co-production as another outlet to add capacity, manpower, and enable the ramp. So, again, partnering with our allies. If you just think about some of our large programs, I was in Poland a month ago. We've got 9 Polar suppliers on Patriot. We've got co-production on GEM-T in Germany. We've got a number of programs where Kongsberg on NASAMS out of Norway.
And they're on DIU contract.
They're on DIU contract. So again, capable partners internationally with our allies, again, continues to add capacity and enable us to come up the ramp.
I just want to maybe build on, because I'm super passionate about this one. I think that that adds capacity that we need. Partnering with our allies and partners we and working with them. So first of all, that all this technology, right, what's inside of here, we talk a lot about kind of the assembly pieces that happen in China, but what people don't talk about nearly as much is all the guts that are inside of these, the components from all these kinds of technology come from all of our allies and partners. Those friends are incredibly capable. We've got to take advantage of that from a capacity standpoint and also from a market standpoint. So as we work with those other allies and partners, that also creates a greater market for our companies to be able to go play in that world, and it also invites more of them in, which is, again, that's more competition as well, which creates a lot more of the incentives that we need. So this is a huge area. It's one of the reasons that one of the central parts of our strategy at DIU right now has been about partnering with the Brits, with the Australians, with the Singaporeans, the Japanese, the Indians. In fact, my deputy director was just in Japan this last week launching 2 challenges jointly with the Japanese. That's just a start. We've got to use this to help scale all the way up to co-production. I completely agree.
The only thing I'd say there, though, is I'd be sensitive to like some of these places in the U.S. that have been left behind a little bit on that kind of thing. And like we've got a 3D Center of Excellence in Youngstown, Ohio now, and that was help funded by the federal government as well as the state of Ohio to create what are essentially some of the most technologically advanced world-class 3D printing centers for complex metal parts that spin at 65,000 RPM, combustion chambers that handle 6,000 degrees, in the center, and that's being done here. And it's really important that even as we work with the allies, and I agree we need to do that, but there are vast swaths of the country where people could use those jobs too, and we should be developing in those areas. We should be developing those work pools and creating those nice high-paying jobs.
It's a bit of an and, not an or.
Yeah,
that's right.
Dan, but I do think you're starting to see, again, to the senator's point, labor continues to be an issue. And I think this just adds, we're talking about adding additional sources to what is a very stretched supply chain, which is what I think co-production can help unlock, but I think your point's a good one.
Well, I agree with both of you, but I kind of take a more offense view of that, which is I think the opportunity for those capabilities and the kinds of companies that you're talking about, Dan, is I think there's opportunity there, because part of what we can do through these kinds of arrangements is help to introduce them to markets where they can get more scale off of what they're doing in places like Ohio.
The incoming administration has talked a lot about immigration reform and talked about deportation of individuals as well. Is there any concern that that kind of movement of people, whether it's restricting them coming into the country or having some of them exit, is going to impact the workforce?
We need to control the southern border, and we need to rationalize the immigration process and enable legal immigration. These are people that we need. These are people from all over the world with talent. We're one of the only countries in the world that people want to break into. Did you ever think of that? So we have to get control of the southern border first. And then, when the first year I came to the Senate, we passed the Comprehensive Immigration Bill by 67 votes in the Senate, led by John McCain and others. And it never came up in the House, so it never happened. But this has to be part of the package. I mean, we need to enable legal immigration for all this talent that wants to come here. I mean, I think President Trump said at some point, something that I've said, we should be stapling green cards to college diplomas. If we've got talented people who are coming to this country for education, we want to stay here and use that education for our benefit, not to go back to someplace else. So I agree with you. That's a piece of this. It starts with the border, but then we need to go on to a more comprehensive solution to the overall problem.
Chris, I want to throw one out at you. We're here in...
You're smirking, so it's a
good sign.
I'm bracing myself.
It's a good smirk. So we're in California. You can look at...
I noticed none of you guys wanted to chip in on immigration.
I thought you handled it beautifully.
So we're here. You can look at the advertisers who are supporting the Reagan Foundation, and it's a lot of tech companies. It's all the new entrants, as they call it. And some of those new entrants have talked about manufacturing, that they've kind of got a different angle on it, whether it's additive manufacturing, new technologies. And in some ways, they've talked about companies such as yours as kind of being maybe stuck in the mud or behind the times. How do you respond to the idea from some sectors that a prime doesn't necessarily know how to provide what the Department of Defense needs in 2024?
Well, a couple thoughts. And I'll reiterate what I said before. If you look at the systems we have at play today, Ukraine, Red Sea, Israel, and the like, again, I think the demand is incredibly strong for our products. People want more of them, and they want them faster. So that's sort of point one. I'd say point two would be, maybe I'll quibble with your characterization a little bit as a strict defense prime. Almost half of our business, if you think of Pratt & Whitney and Collins Aerospace, is commercial aerospace, based. And in commercial aerospace, you're constantly investing at risk. You've got to get products out fast. You've got to design with upgrades in mind. You've got to constantly be innovating. I can give you a number of examples where we've taken a commercial innovation and ported that over into defense and done it, very successfully. So those types of commercial principles and mindset exist within the company, today. I gave you the example before on the defense side about ramping on Coyote. To the general's point before, we're seeing things out in the field and we're iterating on upgrades, both hardware and software, to react to the countermeasures, that we're seeing, operating in denied environments, as an example. I think the folks that you mentioned, the new entrants, the disruptive folks, look, I think competition's a great thing. I think at times they're competitors, at times there are partnership, opportunities. So I agree with the need for speed, and I think I can give you a number of examples where we're doing just that. Again, I think the characterization and composition of our business is just different than a traditional defense prime, which gives us a bit of an advantage. But we're always looking to find ways to partner with folks to provide the absolute best solutions, to the general and our customers.
Doug, how do you help get some of those newer entrants up to the ability to produce at scale? Because that is the big hump that we're all talking about, right? Is we need more of everything right now.
Yeah, so I mean, I think the thing that they need most of all is a consistent demand signal that allows them to make the investments and their investors to make the investments that need to, that they need to get after it. First, they need a chance, and we've already talked about that. And then we need reference cases of successes that people can point to and see where that success goes. It's interesting, there's a lot of talk about capital out there, and the reality is that capital is not the scarce resource here. There's actually a ton of capital, and every dollar that DIU winds up putting into something, there's anywhere from 5 to 10 to sometimes 50 or 100x of that investment that comes in, which we need to come in so that those companies can expand their capacity and go scale. We also need them to be able to talk about it. And so short answer is the most important thing that we can do is get reps and sets of successes out there and be the kind of counterparty that allows investment to consistently go in there. Now, that doesn't mean that every single company is going to succeed or that every one of these things is going to wind up playing out, because that's not how it works in Silicon Valley, right? These are companies and investors who are used to taking risks, but what they need is they need to have enough clarity of that scale demand that's going in these critical areas of investment with enough of a chance that it's worth taking that risk so that they can take the risk on our stuff.
One thing we haven't really talked about, and we're somehow coming up at the end of this, is the supply chain security specifically. We see what happened with Skydio a couple of weeks ago where China cut them off, and then earlier this week, or last week, China threatened to cut off some key minerals. I guess maybe the way to do this is just say, how do we actually get to getting that, balancing the cost of trying to bring it all on shore?
I was just trying to figure out how to get to that, and you asked the question.
This is good. We've got a good thing going.
Brad Smith talked about this earlier today. We're in a hot war right now with China, Russia, and Iran. It's in cyber. The attack on the telecommunications, Assault Typhoon, most serious attack on a telecommunications system in this country in our history. You know what? We have no deterrence. Nobody's afraid of us in cyber. Our whole defense strategy is based upon the concept of deterrence. If you attack us, we're going to make you pay. Except in cyber, we're still waiting for a response to the Sony hack. We have no response. There has to be, and this is something the president could do, it wouldn't cost a dime, a declarative statement that if we're attacked in cyberspace, there will be a concrete and costly response. That's something that could be done next week. It should have been done a long time ago, and it just drives me crazy that we take these attacks. If you're sitting in with Xi Jinping and he said, should we interfere with the American elections? You say, yeah, why not? If we get caught, nothing's going to happen. It's cheap. Or should we attack their telephone system? And we don't know the extent to which they have embedded malware into our telephone system or our financial system or our transportation system. So, boy, to the extent that you all have any role to play, we've got to develop a comprehensive and clearly defined deterrent strategy in cyberspace. Otherwise, this hot war that we're engaged in, we're just going to continue to lose. We cannot patch our way out of this problem.
Amen to that, for sure. I'd also, on the question of the supply chain, absolutely we should be thinking about that, and we should be designing to account for it. So if you have a rare earth mineral and the only place you can get that is out of a very remote region of China, and you want to build an entire piece of your infrastructure on that, that's crazy. You shouldn't do it until you develop that supply base that has that, or you design around it with something else. And I don't think we do that all the time. In the consumer world, we've been able to get away without doing it because we've been able to go to the marketplace. But in the defense world, you have to anticipate a scenario at some point in the future where you do not have access to that region or to those supplies, or somebody will shut them off. We do that proactively ourselves. Iranians can't fly jets that we provided for them because we won't give them the replacement parts. we should think about how that might get flipped on us, and we need to account for that in the industrial base.
Yeah, I just maybe build on, so this is big. This is a big deal, obviously, and we work with some, including, so Skydio is a DIU portfolio company. We've worked with them since they first got into the defense space. We've been helping them actively with how to handle the situation and find alternative sources of supply. But this is something I think is also, it's important for us to think about which are the critical, which critical areas of capability and which critical parts of this value chain do we need to have either here or friendshored somewhere in order to get after it? And so one, for example, that I think is an enormous area of opportunity where we're spending a lot of time is batteries. So historically, in the Department of Defense, our approach to batteries has been incredibly bespoke, where we end up spending a huge amount of money on incredibly complicated bespoke batteries that only go in the one thing. Well, batteries go in everything. And meanwhile, there's this $100 billion battery industry out there that includes some very, very, very capable companies that are located right here in the United States that we need to be drafting off of in order to have much more standardized approach to batteries in far more of our capabilities. Now, it's not going to be possible in everything, but in a lot of the capabilities, especially the new ones that we're now designing, we can build those with a much more standardized battery approach, and we can help to facilitate that being developed in the United States so that we're not dependent in the ways that we are in so many areas.
By the way, I think,
or the real Green New Deal.
I think to Dan's point, it's caused all of us to go deep into the supply chain, tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, and figure out where are you getting your raw materials, where are your suppliers getting their raw materials. I mean, we saw this with what happened with titanium coming out of Russia, huge impact in aerospace. So I think it's caused all of us to proactively go and make sure. And in some cases, it drives higher cost as you're going and standing up second and third sources in other less volatile areas where you can. But it's something I think we've all had got some religion on this and have had to go really, really deep to understand where all the risks are, deep, deep, deep in the supply chain.
We have about a minute and a half left, so I'm going to just ask if we can close with kind of a lightning round. We're going to start with Doug and then just kind of run our way back here. One of the topics that's been running throughout this conference is the question of the Doge office and efficiency reforms that might be coming. At the risk of sounding too pithy, in each of your worlds, where do you see an opportunity to maybe talk to that office, the new administration, and say, hey, we understand you're looking for efficiencies, reforms. Here's an area that you could sick the Doge on if you want to go down that path. Doug?
I guess what I would say is, you've been hearing from both the guys who work for the Defense Department up here about the opportunity for rapid reform, and there are a few of those things that have to do with the intersection with Congress, between the administration and Congress, where I think we get to a much more symbiotic speed relationship. For example, these portfolios of record. I'd love to go after something like that. And then there are a whole set of places where there are silly, stupid, bureaucratic, don't have to be there things that slow down a lot of what we're talking about, getting after, that I think are ripe for somebody going through and helping to clean that out so we can go much, much, much faster. Which leads me to kind of one other quick point that I want to make since we're closing off, which is the way we're thinking about risk. We didn't really talk about here, but I think one of the most fundamental things that we've got to do here is think differently about risk. And when I came home from Iraq, Afghanistan, quite a while ago, I realized that most of what I'd spent my entire career thinking of as risk wasn't. It was uncertainty in the private sector. We are dangerously close to protecting ourselves against the wrong kind of risks and translating that into real risk, which is risk to mission, risk to force, strategic nation, risk to the nation. So we've got to change our approach to risk and the way we talk about it.
Chris?
Efficiency is a good thing. I think we're all looking for opportunities, and I think that's got to be our general posture. I would balance it with capability, the capabilities that we're all bringing to bear, as well, given the threat environment that we're in.
Colonel George?
I'm all in favor of it. We've been on, we don't have a nickname for it or anything, but we've been on talking about process innovation in the Army for the last year, and if it doesn't make us more lethal or our teams more cohesive, we have to be looking at, should we be doing it? So I think we have to review everything that we're doing in that light. And again, I think that the tough thing is going to be, we also need to be flexible with our government workforce, and that has been that's going to be a challenge, but we're going to have to make some adjustments even as we do that on acquisition and how big those teams are, and as we give things to industry. And some of these changes are going to be hard, but I think we have to make them.
Dan?
So having gone through this once when I was inside the government, I was a lawyer at the Securities and Exchange Commission, and they did a reform initiative, and one of those was to take out a layer and a half, almost 2 layers of sort of bureaucracy in the middle layer. And it turned out we actually ended up bringing more cases faster. So I'm welcoming any targeted efforts to help make the U.S. government more efficient. I know it's going to be hard.
Senator King, last word.
I think a program looking for efficiency is good. I think we should be doing that periodically on a regular basis. My only concern is when you use the term efficiency to talk about programmatic programs that may have a policy. In other words, efficiency is one thing, policy is something else. For example, what if they say, well, the Sentinel program is too expensive? There's a lot of thought and policy that goes into maintaining the 3 legs of the nuclear triad, and I'm not sure the cost should be necessarily the driving factor. Do you see what I mean? I don't mind Mr. Musk or others who are looking at efficiency and saying, why do you have all those layers, those kinds of things? That's fine. But I think there's a danger that they're implicitly or maybe explicitly going to be making policy decisions. We don't need to be doing this anymore. I think that's a decision for Congress to make.
Great. Well, I feel like I learned a lot. I appreciate everyone chiming in here and this absolutely fantastic panel. Please join me in giving them a hand.
Ladies and gentlemen, please make your way to the Presidential Learning Center. The Reagan National Defense Forum 10th Anniversary Recognition will begin in 20 minutes.